From dawn until dusk, the players of Southern California have fought it out here at the AGE Open Series week after week, month after month, and now the sun is setting and it is the twilight of the AGE Season 2. We're here at the Players' Championship. Happy Sunday to you all. Welcome to the stream. My name is Bryce Platts.
I'm Marcus Brown.
And we are here to determine who is the best of the best in SoCal. We have whittled it down from a massive field down to the top 16 of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series. And I, for one, am so excited to see what these players have in store for us.
Me too. That was like poetry, that intro, Bryce.
Thank you so much, Marcus. Dapper as ever. And I'm so excited to be sitting next to you for this, the quintessential moment at the end of a very long and arduous season.
It's been quite a fast but also long year. Like, we've been through like several formats between CC. We also had our draft AGE, but there's been a lot we've seen throughout this year.
And now we have something that is still fairly fresh.
Yes.
Right? We've seen a couple really big like tier 3 events over the last couple weeks, but this meta is far from solved. And especially when you consider that this is far from a normal tournament, Marcus.
It's true. We have an insular kind of format in that there's open deck lists. Everyone knows who they're playing against round one. You can metagame the metagame, bring something ridiculous, bring a crazy brew, should you say. Anything can happen.
Indeed. And the anything that's happening right now is that our players are noshing down on their catered lunch, which is their right after being potential players' champions. Once again, we whittled down just to the top 16. So they're here. This is going to be a very family-style tournament today. Yeah. Everybody's having a little bit of Chipotle, taking a load off before some of the most intense games of their careers. And before we get to that, let's go ahead and hit our weekend stories. Thank you, Christine. Okay, first up, the Rosetta CC format is blooming. We are blossoming into what will be the clean-cut meta of, I would imagine, Osaka, the World Championship. Tell me what you know, Marcus.
So we've had a few interesting results from Tier 3 plus events. Like, just this morning, if you were watching, Calling Leon was won by Pablo Pintor on Enigma, playing like a standard scroll list, but like packing a lot of sixes and big hits in Phantasmaclasm, running pummels, I believe, as well. So sort of playing Guardian in a way, but also benefiting from the shield allies / weapons and Mirror Guy as well.
And perhaps solidifying what we have all kind of thought at the beginning of this meta. And what we've been thinking is that Enigma is going to be the deck to beat. The Illusionists are rising, and a quick spoiler, the players here definitely think that that is the case. But more on that in a bit. Enigma not only was won Enigma did not only win that event you're referencing, Marcus, but she represented half of the top 8 representation at that event. So
there was actually 5 Illusionists. There was 1 Lone Prism as well, amongst 3 other heroes, including a Verdance and I believe a Nu and 1 Aurora. So only 1 aggro deck.
And besides that event, we've had a massive shakeup in the meta, not only because of the release of a new set in Rosetta, but also because the fabled banning of the books. And despite that, one of the heroes that was hit most hard still managed to claw their way to a couple final matchups. And that, of course, is Kano, Drakai of Aether.
He still managed to take it with one of those key little commons, open the floodgates, drawing you 2 cards if it triggers its surge ability.
One of our players here, a well-known Kano player, Ryan Brown, has is mixing no words. He's bringing 9 copies of Open the Floodgates today, saying, you're going to get rid of my books, but you kind of sort of gave me one.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to roll with that.
Yeah, interesting to see.
Furthermore, we've also got Viserai taking down Battle-Hardened Milwaukee, something that I'm incredibly excited about. I was most excited for Viserai in this new meta with a bunch of new Runeblade tools. Unfortunately, we're not going to see him today.
No. It was an interesting take because I believe that list played no Morph Skies.
Correct.
And trimmed a lot of the 2 blocks as a result, like I think a full rainbow of Rune Rager Swarm, because it's a 3 block and it gets go again as long as you've produced an aura this turn. So really an efficient little list right there to
And an interesting piece of tech as well, Marcus, a Crown of Dominion.
Yes.
With no traditional payoffs because cash-in is long gone.
Yeah, from what I hear, it's literally just to like filter a blue, enable a weapon swing on top of it, and like see another red card hopefully off the top.
So the big questions about Rosetta entering the meta is one, where do these new heroes fit into the story of CC in this game that we all love? But also, where do the most powerful decks from the past sit? We've already talked about Enigma. Talk to me about some of the MST heroes and how they're faring so far.
So Enigma having no need to worry about Zen nearly as much because Zen lost Art of War and Bonds of Ancestry, basically fell off the map, so to speak. He's still out there being played, but he's no longer best deck in format, which frees up a lot of equity for the matchups that Enigma wants to see, like mid-range, slower decks, even Count Your Blessing, a new and prominent threat, shall we say. And, you know, as well as that, new being a decent deck in last format, because of Zen's popularity as the best deck in format, she loses her best matchup. So her meta share might go down, and kind of has, but a lot of people are still bringing her. So definitely a good representation of Miss Vale heroes, but it's more so Enigma sitting at the top for them.
And surprisingly enough, all these new heroes are not seeing like the mainstay representation that you would expect, except for perhaps Aurora, which honestly I thought was going to be the least represented Rosetta hero when I first saw her spoiled, just because she seemed pretty vanilla in what she could put out. That being said, because she took down that, I believe it was the Houston PQ Plus that she took down. She is definitely getting popular. I mean, I know I saw Current Funnel shoot up in price because of that victory. And despite the fact that she did not win that Tier 3 event today, she still was represented.
Yeah, she still had a spot in that top 8. She's basically occupying that space of an aggressive deck. You know, she's a lot of Cheerios, a lot of zero attacks, very powerful. There's a lot of combat tricks you can perform between like Somersault and other instants, where you can play around with your action points, send the same attack multiple times in Gone in a Blink. Or
Gone in a Flash.
There's
a lot of flashing and blinking.
I got my verbs mixed up, sorry.
They're both very lightning-y, so who could blame you? Yeah, so this is going to be a very interesting moment because a lot of these players are really waffling between what they're going to be taking to the World Championship in Osaka, and hopefully they will get a good answer today. Let's talk, Marcus, about how this tournament is going to shake out. We've mentioned that it's very different from any other one, but let's go ahead and chat about it. We do want to take a look at our format for the day. We got this handy little infographic for you. This is our Swiss format before we advance to our top 8. The magic number today, Marcus, is 3. Tell the people why.
So if you land yourself either 3 wins, you are secured for the top 8. If you unfortunately land yourself with 3 losses, you're knocked out. That's as simple as it is.
We like to keep it very simple, but this is the way it's all going to shake out. Every single one of our players is going to start at that happy green table on the left side of your screen in the 0-0 bracket. And you can see as we move throughout the day, we are going to be dividing them up into possible elimination rounds and possible advancement rounds. So what you're going to see on stream is likely not going to be what you're used to. Usually we try to focus on the best records in the room. In this case, the stakes are really at the lower end of the table. Remember, this is an invitational event. Not everybody gets to qualify for it, and these players have fought very hard and played through a lot of events to get here. So we think the stakes and your eyeballs should be with the folks that have the most to lose.
I was going to say that's perfectly put. Like, there's no shame in being in the losers bracket in this invitational because you already fought to be here as a top 16 participant. So no shame in that. It's still all to play for all the way through.
And furthermore, we also, as you already alluded to, Marcus, have open deck lists. And these players have all received these deck lists a day before the actual event. So we had them submit on Thursday, and we revealed on Friday. So these players know exactly what they're up against, both in the field and in terms of specific tech cards that their opponents are bringing in against them.
Yeah, everyone had the opportunity to study the night before the test and be very brushed up on their opponents.
And if that wasn't enough, Marcus, these players also know each other very well. They've been seeing each other at AGE Opens all year round. They know what their weaknesses are, what their strengths are, and furthermore, like how versatile each of them are with different decks. It's going to be, as I described already, a very family-oriented event.
Yeah.
In this case, the family is going to be doing a food fight, but with cardboard.
There's going to be a lot of like laughs and jokes going around every table.
Yeah, indeed. Hopefully a little less awkward than your family's Thanksgivings.
Yeah.
They generally seem to like each other very well.
Yeah.
So there is that. That being said, we also have completely untimed rounds. So we might have a little bit of extra time in between rounds, but we very much want the best of the best to be able to be given the time to show off what they've got. So it's going to be a bit of a long day, but it's going to be very exciting nonetheless.
No, we'll get to spotlight some other matches on backup so that we have all of the coverage, all of the time, we hope.
Indeed so. Moving on from there, let's take a look at our meta breakdown, shall we? As we mentioned already, we've got deck lists submitted already, so you don't have to wait until round 2 after we've compiled a bunch of deck lists to get your hands on that beautiful meta breakdown.
No starting
Marcus,
needed. No.
shall I hit the button?
Let's do it.
All right. Tell me what you see, Marcus.
Well, we have a nice chunk of Illusionist right here, what we were talking about with the emerging Rosetta format. Still early days, but we do have people like gravitating towards her with her part in the like rock, paper, scissors matchup, so to speak. We also have 2 Rune Blades in Florian. No Aurora, though, and no Viserai.
Despite the fact that we've gotten a real revamp into a lot of our old aggro decks and also a smattering of new ones, any players that are wanting to go fast are electing to go for something old and tried and true. We've got Evan Bridges on KO, and then we've got Alan Hong, the Guardian specialist, on Dash.io, as well as Tyler Horsepool on Dash.io. We've also got Anthony Pham on Dash.ie.
Reigning champion.
Yes, reigning champion Anthony Pham decides to drop the green man and go for something a little more tried and true. Probably wanting to shoot that pistol a couple more times before she ages out.
Oh, yes.
What else do you see, Marcus? What do you like?
We have Mr. Riptide aficionado, Talon Stradley on Mr. Riptide. Also, known Kano player Ryan Brown on him. And previous champion Grant Strom on new Alluring Desire.
Previous champion. Oh, from
Yes.
from which event?
He won on Dromai.
Ah, yes,
earlier
indeed.
in the year.
Excellent, excellent. All these players have top 8s throughout the year, some of them several. I want to give a particular shout out to our Max player, Andrew Rudin, who has top 8'd 4 times. But not only that, Marcus, he's done it with a different hero every single time. One of those victories was our limited MST AGE Open.
Yes.
Then he's top 8'd on Max, which he's playing today. He's also top 8'd on New and Reinar, if you can believe it.
I remember that pummel Reinar and like defense reactions or like patient brute list.
Did you have to play against it that day? I forget.
No, I didn't. I ran into probably like a few Kanos. Got knocked out.
Unfortunate indeed. One thing to mention is something that's sad in my eyes, which is we have no lightning heroes whatsoever. These players decided that maybe it's a grab for consistency. The only new heroes from Rosetta that are featured are a couple Florians, which are basically copy-pasted lists from Yuki Lee Bender's 6-0 list from the PQ Plus in Houston.
I feel if you don't want to reinvent the wheel on something that just won, like just run the same sort of list back and hope for the best.
You could do a lot worse than copying Yuki Lee Bender, in my opinion.
That's true.
I've done the same with Lexi in the past. Now, we have a massive representation of Enigma. That being said, as you'll see, all of these lists look a lot different from one another. Chris Iali, for instance, is rocking a massive amount of blues. We've also got the tried and true Mistcloak Gully in Zachary Wallach's list.
He's a real fan of that Fabled, yep.
Absolutely. And he's also sporting that Switchblade list with Reality Refractor that you saw on stream at the Battle Hardened San Diego weekend with Tyler Horsepool.
It was an interesting build, and it does really work.
And he has dropped that list like it's hot and switched back to something a little faster in Dash.io. What else have we got, Marcus, before we move on? I think that about does it for the meta
yeah, we could
breakdown,
probably
yeah?
wrap that. Let's talk about beyond this year's championship.
Shall we?
Yeah.
We've got a couple, shall we say, exciting things that we'd like to tease.
Some rumors.
At the end of every year, at the dusk of every season for AGE, we take a look at where we want to go, whether that be with the minutia of the way we stream, whether that be with the personalities of our casters, the locations of our events, etc. This time we are looking at geography a lot. We love this coast.
We do.
We live here, and we breathe here, we play here. We love this beach, but we would like to expand our horizons possibly to another one perhaps on a different coast. That's all we're going to say on that matter, but what feelings stir inside you when I say that, Marcus?
Something easternly on the same landmass.
Mm-hmm.
Just a few states. I say a few states over the road.
So we'll see what that means in the future, but we're very excited about it, and we can't give anything concrete at the moment, but just know that big things are in the works for AGE, and we do not intend to remain stagnant for very long. Furthermore, what happens after this event, Marcus?
Well, we all enjoy a Christmas break. Fab is a bit quiet, and people come in and out of armories. But next year, new open, January.
Season 3 will be coming up next year. You better believe it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back and better than ever. In the meantime, we've got a couple big events and weekends coming up for the game in general. We've got the PQ season coming up.
Yes, indeed.
Where players will be trying to punch their ticket to the next Pro Tour, which I believe will be in Europe again.
Yeah, it will be.
And then of course, we've got the World Championship in Osaka. I'll be there. Will you be there, Marcus?
Unfortunately, I couldn't make this one.
Tragic. I will definitely miss you
One day.
in your dapper attire.
Thank
no
you.
question about that. Who's going to take down the cosplay competition in your stead then?
I have no clue. I would honestly probably not be looking to cosplay because the build I'm currently going for, I don't think I can get it through an airport.
Oh, interesting.
No, as much as I'd want to. There is another one that I probably could make airport and luggage size. This one, out of the question.
That's something I kind of don't even consider.
It's got to be drivable.
I just thought
yeah.
you kind of just show up in your attire and it's all good.
If
but
you think
there's
about
a lot of logistical challenges.
I was going to say logistics is the name of the game. Just like streaming and getting all that gear in a plane. The same thing for cosplay.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, since you mentioned streaming, why don't we talk really quick about what we've got going on at the Arcane Games and Events YouTube channel. I see a very familiar face right in front of me, Marcus. You're a frequenter of the AGE Pro Team streams. Why don't you tell me about them?
Yeah, so we have the whole team and some others that stream regularly now. Every week we've got a few familiar faces. Like pictured, we have Jonah, we have yourself, we have Josh, all playing different heroes and different formats. So whenever you want to tune in, get some deck lists, get some play-by-plays, this is the place.
Yeah, absolutely. Enough about that. Enough about us. We will be pairing round 1 shortly. We've got a 2-minute break in store for us, and then we will be over there. But first, why don't we take a look at that round 1? We've got pairings up. All these players, it's important to note, knew their pairings coming into this weekend. For example, and that causes a lot of mental stress.
Yes.
For one, if you draw yourself to our 7th match down at the bottom right, Ryan Brown versus Evan Bridges, I know for a fact that Evan was really in his head about this matchup and beyond, because it's important to note these players don't just have to beat their round 1, they've got to fight their way through the entire field.
It's true.
We've also got Colin Erickson on Kasai, which has been his mainstay from the time he has kind of joined the game. He's still a very young player, probably the youngest in the field, and contends with the best of them. I know for that personally because he is one of the locals at my LGS Odyssey Games, and he's a terror.
He's always tearing up.
That being said, how do you think he feels seeing this number of enigmas in the field?
I feel he might be a bit disheartened, but I've talked to him between rounds in armories, so he's good like into the matchup. He's confident, but he knows what he's in for.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
And special mention to Colin because we didn't have him on our metagame graphic previously, but we've got it corrected now. What is your favorite matchup that is on this list here, Marcus?
Considering this spread, I'm quite interested in Grant versus Andrew because I've played some of this matchup and it can go either way based on who really gets the tempo and who gets it fast.
Which side of this matchup have you played, Marcus?
I played a lot of new.
Mhm.
I played a lot of new last format.
And who's your max testing partner, if I may ask?
It was probably my friends back in Texas, Torrin.
Okay.
And
does that typically go your way?
it can do, yeah. The pertinent thing is that if Max gets to go first and sets up a Hyperdriver turn 1, they're already ahead, and they can accelerate their game plan a whole lot faster because of Supercell.
Mm-hmm.
So they can really assemble and jump in the mech like turn 4 and start like hitting you with overpower.
And the sooner that mech suit is assembled, the more worried the new player is.
Exactly.
Yeah? Cool. All right. Well, those are our round ones. Let's go ahead and take a look at our faces one more time before we go to a quick 2-minute break, and then we will select a match and have it up on stream for you. The action all starts right here. It's all led up to this. All of the accumulation of the AGE points that we have said are so important throughout the year, they all lead to this, Marcus.
They do.
And I can't wait to get started. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood right after this. The lights are dimmed. The players are ready. The stage is set. The Chipotle catering has been ravaged, and we are ready for round one here at the AGE Players Championship. This is season 2, and we're going to start wrapping it all up right here. We've got a very special match for you. We've got our first seed, Christopher Iali, versus our last seed, but certainly not least seed,
That's right.
Fuzzy Delp. Talk to me about this matchup, and talk to me about these players, Marcus.
So Fuzzy's brought a new hero in Florian, and honestly, like Florian has been kind of underrepresented in this emerging metagame, but by no means like forgotten. It's a bit more of a mid-range Runeblade by design. People have commented that they literally just split Bri into 2 different heroes, and I think that's perfectly fine to like focus on them as a talent and flesh out a new hero, so to speak. But can kind of struggle because it's a slower deck and a Runeblade, but there are ways to still push damage and be annoying to compete with that board state, so to speak.
And push damage he will have to. Enigma does this thing to pretty much every deck she faces in that she forces a damage check. She couldn't force it against Zen because he just spit out too much and destroyed her ward board. So Fuzzy is going to be hard-pressed to put pressure on that ward board. And this is the way he's going to do it, Marcus. This is one of the tech choices that Florians have been bringing in against Enigma, which are a large portion of the field. We've got Plume of Evergrowth in the head slot. Likely that is going to be his choice for the headpiece against Enigma because he's going to try to play or just block with one of those red Summer's Falls that he's sporting. Simply wait with that in his graveyard until Chris blocks with his Traverse the Universe, ostensibly to play a manifestation of Miragai, and then use that Summer's Fall to bounce the manifestations of Miragai, and basically rob Chris of all of that value he had on that super powerful headpiece.
Exactly. I mean, also as well, Fuzzy's packing 3 blue copies of Summer's Fall, so he's more than prepped for it. So we'll see.
Indeed. He's got a very interesting tech card. We already mentioned that this deck list is more or less copy-pasted from Yuki Lee Bender's list,
True.
But he is sporting a little bit of tech in the form of Poison the Well,
Yep.
perhaps expecting to see some of those count your blessings
Mm-hmm.
making a debut here at the Players' Championship. Let's talk about our other player. We've got our first seed, Christopher Ayali, my team captain and an incredible player at this and a lot of other card games.
Yeah, Chris is a really well-rounded player. Has played a lot. Even took Victor to victory earlier in the year based on a duck race.
It's important to mention that, as you see on your screen, Chris has got 2 top 8s here at the AGE Open Series, both playing lists that he kind of doesn't enjoy.
No.
Like, he had a Kasai top 8 and he had a Victor top 8, and he was forced into playing both of them. But nevertheless, he's got the most AGE points. The amount you see on your screen is an error. He's actually got 98 AGE points, and making him far and away the first seed of this year. Let's take a look at his deck list. Chris is one of the 6 Enigmas we have here today.
Oh, 5, pardon me.
I'm sorry, 5 Enigma lists. Tell me what you see in this list, Marcus.
I can see an incredible amount of blues here. We have 44 3-pitch cards.
That's a lot of blues.
That's not even Bravo or Oldhim has run that many in the past. So there's a lot to choose from. He's probably really going to make all of the reds count. And I have to wonder what some of the game plan is, considering he's only got a limited amount of reds, which some of them just have to block. Like Fate Foreseen is just a defense reaction.
Indeed so, Marcus. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get down to our table. The players are ready. We've got, as we mentioned before, Fuzzy Delp on Florian Rotwood Harbinger on the left, and Chris Ayali bringing the old school new stuff with Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. Both of these players are 0-0 going into this, the round 1 of the AGE Players Championship. And first comes first, we already see Fuzzy rocking that Plume of Evergrowth, as we alluded to in the deck list check.
Another thing to consider, as you pointed out earlier in the stream, is that because we are in the Players' Championship with perfect information, deck lists are open, the seeding is also down to the highest seeding player, or the first turn is down to the highest seeded player, pardon me.
Yeah, so this tournament is, even though we have Swiss rounds, it plays very much like a top 8 at any one of the opens, all the way through, even more so once we actually make it to our top 8 cut. So looks like Chris has decided to go first, trying to set up a bit of a ward board very early on in this game, and boy, has he found it.
Oh.
We've got a Rage Spectre plus Waning Vengeance.
And a sink below just for Arsenal. No chance to filter for Fuzzy.
Can you ask for anything better? So not only has he found a really cool offensive piece in the form of Rage Spectre, but he's also got more board to defend it against whatever it is Fuzzy's going to send his way.
I will say that this isn't too bad of a retort, considering that the rune chants are going to be really annoying in that Chris will always have to give either Tunic when it's online or a whole card to protect at least 1 ward on the board here. And this is a Yellow's Autumn Touch, I believe, so not as worrying. The break points on some of these 2-card 7s are kind of annoying in that the Enigma player will have to spend a reaction or some other way to keep that breakpoint from threatening their auras.
Indeed, Marcus. He's also got that new piece of arm equipment that Illusionist just got in the expansion slot of Rosetta. That's Calming Gesture. At any point, Chris can pay 1 resource to crack that Calming Gesture and create himself a Spectral Shield. That's probably not going to happen super early in the game because that is also Chris's only form of Arcane Barrier.
Okay, so we see a Fate Foreseen blocking from hand first.
And this doesn't cover it up completely, but Chris is probably fine with it because he's gone ahead and pitched a blue card. So he could have let the Waning Vengeance die and get himself a Spectral Shield. That being said, he's got 2 defense reactions, so might as well use it to cover it up.
Plays another aura while he's got the floating mana.
Such a clean way to cover this up. Not only has Chris protected his ward board, he's also established another healthy piece of it.
Attack for 4 with go again.
How are you feeling if you see this as the opening for Chris on Fuzzy's side of the field, Marcus?
Maybe a little bit concerned. Honestly, given the information that Chris gave with his blocks, giving 2 red defense reactions to a 6-power attack is good for me, because that's something that you don't get in later attacks. And if he gets that far, Fuzzy will take it a bit later.
And Fuzzy does have, even though he's had to swap out a well-blocking headpiece in order to deal with Chris's overall game plan. He does have a ridiculous amount in his fridge. Despite that, Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is one of those cards that is just going to get an immense amount of block value throughout this game.
Yeah, Florian has quite an armor suite. Discounting the Plume of Evergrowth that comes in for this matchup for the recursion like we spoke about, he has around like 8 armor, arguably, after you consider well-grounded damage prevention.
Lucky for Fuzzy, he has found one of those summer falls we were talking about very early here. It was devoted to the block, and that is just going to be an insurance policy against the block on the Traverse the Universe.
Here's a Decompose early.
And here we go. It's a Summer's Fall that, even though it's not basically trumping the Traverse the Universe that we were talking about, it's still going to bounce one of these auras that are so difficult to deal with.
Interesting that he goes for Rage Spectre.
Yeah, do you think you would have made a different choice there, Marcus?
I think I probably would have, considering that there's the +1 counter on the Spectre. Maybe would have gone for that because as long as Chris holds 1 blue, he can make multiple swings with his board.
Right, you are. Fulfilling the line of text on Cosmo, the scroll in his weapon slot. Waxing Spectre is going to have that +1 counter, which makes it a 4-power attack with Go Again. And this is what Chris wants to do. He just wants to establish 1 or 2 of these auras, defend them with everything he's got, and just use 1 blue every turn to gain incremental value all the way through the game.
Ooh, come on and conquer.
What a follow-up. And Fuzzy's gone ahead and found himself 2 Fellings of the Crown, which unfortunately are not online.
Yeah.
If he were to play one of them next turn, he would have to block with 1 this turn, and really you want to be casting those. You want to cast all 3 of those every single game if you can as the Florian player.
Yeah, they're such good, efficient tempo plays. It may just be raw damage, but the fact that you take a card away without agency from your opponent is really good.
Honestly, like even without the buff on the top line of that card, it's still on rate because even though it's a 2-card 4, you also rip a card out of your opponent's hand.
Which is still 7 when you consider a blind card is 3.
Just an absolutely monster of an above-rate card.
What's the Bramble Spark in Arsenal?
Another one of those tech pieces against Enigma. Like you said, that arcane damage can be so pesky when it comes down to it, especially when Chris wants to be pitching and playing on his opponent's turn. Losing a Bramble Spark is a bit of a bummer.
At least this way, another upside is that Felling of the Crown comes in for 8, which is a slightly harder number to cover up than the breakpoints of like 3 for 7s.
Also, Fuzzy has found himself very Earth card rich in his graveyard. So even though he only has to banish 2 Earth cards and an action, he went ahead and banished 3 Earth cards, and that is getting him ever closer to being online with that Mordred Tide on a stick that is Florian's hero power.
Yep.
8 is the ask for Chris. Definitely not a small amount when he's looking to protect this board. Looks like we've got ourselves at least 1 Chi card in the hand and also a block 2.
Yeah, that's an aura.
Might be difficult to cover this up.
Yeah, it might just be a decision of Chris letting Ward do its thing and letting his board state go. Because he only has 1 3 block in hand.
And then what does he do with this turn? I guess it would just be Shimmers plus Transcend.
Yeah.
And then be ready for the Traverse the Universe block.
He could always make a swing of a shield and stow the Chi for later. Because the really good thing actually in this matchup, I believe Fuzzy is bringing in Command and Conquer, but there's also Plow Under. So in response to Plow Under's trigger of bottoming both players' arsenals if they have them, you can just play your Chi out. So another thing to consider here.
Yeah, and that is such a cheeky play, especially when you consider the amount of work that Plow Under does and how annoying it is not to be able to arsenal a card. Looks like Chris is doing exactly as you suggested, Marcus. Even though he has the opportunity to transcend at this point, he decides to go ahead and park it in Arsenal and maybe bait out, like you said, one of those Plow Unders, which Fuzzy has found in his hand.
We just saw it.
So we'll see if Fuzzy takes the bait or if he perhaps waits for another turn in the future. What else have we got, Marcus? It looks like a Bramble Spark.
Autumn's Touch blue.
And then we've got 2 blues. I can't see what that second blue is besides the Autumn's Touch.
I think it's the Runeblade border, so I feel like that's Dread Triptych.
Okay.
Or something similar.
The title looks awfully long to be Dread Triptych, though.
Is it that new 3 block? Machinations?
I am not sure.
Is Machinations in his list?
Doesn't look like
I mean,
it.
Warmongers? Warmongers is a long mouthful.
Yeah, yeah. My thought is perhaps Warmongers, which is probably a bit of a dead card against Enigma.
Okay,
There are instances where it can be really detrimental, but I think
oh,
it's Condemned to Slaughter, which
Okay,
is a great
this is
pickup
great.
here.
Produce a rune chant, and it's perfectly on rate for just 1 blue because Condemn is a 1 cost.
Mhm.
Destroy my rune chant. Then I'll pitch to play Reaping Blade for 4.
One of the issues with these Earth Runeblade decks, especially the way that they're built, is you often can't make use of a 5-card hand.
Yeah,
Those blue Condemned to Slaughters just basically make it so that you can be a bit on offense even when you're taking a bit of a turn off.
it's such a great blue, given that it's a 3-block non-attack as well, so it perfectly synergizes with your chess piece as well.
So even though Fuzzy has basically had to pass the turn back to Chris, he has completely removed the ward board that has been so pesky.
Oh, here's the Manifestations of Miragai in Chris's hand.
Indeed, and he's going to be able to generate the chi to use it because he's going to play Levels of Enlightenment and probably respond both, not with 1 chi card, but probably 2. He's going to go ahead and do the Path Well Traveled, pitch it to the Enigma ability. Then he will have 2 modes of Levels of Enlightenment, but he's already played Path Well Traveled, which will give it that illustrious 3rd mode go again.
And he gets 1 more card here to consider, and it's Command and Conquer.
Looks like it's going straight to the bottom, though. Chris is going to need those blues for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, it's true.
Because, yeah, he's going to have to pitch one of those chis directly to the Enigma ability to turn on the last mode of Levels of Enlightenment, and then ostensibly pitch the remaining chi card in his hand for that Manifestations of Miragai. He's also got his Tunic on board, so he's
True.
also going to be able to swing the Miragai for 8.
This is perfect. Perfect, perfect. But he's choosing to give Command and Conquer.
And at
Right.
this point, Fuzzy is really hoping that he has got a healthy smattering of blues to activate that Plume of Evergrowth and then send the Summer's Fall. I know I see 1. I don't think I see 2.
Against the Path Well Traveled. So I'm going to choose 2 modes. I'll give it +2 and draw card. So it's 5 draw card token.
So here we go.
Yeah, because of Path Well Traveled, he gets all modes despite only pitching 2 blues.
And he decides to go ahead and keep the Command and Conquer. He's saying, I don't want to activate the ability of Nigma. I just want to go ahead and throw out my Manifestations of Miragai right away, and that will help me get all 3 modes of Levels of Enlightenment.
It's an interesting way to approach it, but he presents all the threats up front and will let Fuzzy decide on blocks and then either decide to Arsenal Command and Conquer or punish and give it later on the chain.
And because he has that Tunic counter, he might not even have to wait. So he could pay 1, swing the Manifestations of Miragai, activate Tunic, send Command and Conquer, and then arsenal another chi card,
Exactly.
which has proven to be a very good strategy.
Block 3 here, take 2 from Fuzzy's side.
Fuzzy's life total going ever lower. He's got 3 more cards to get into his banished zone. 3 more Earth cards, excuse me, to get in his banished zone before he's online. He does, however, have... he's at that halfway point where Felling of the Crown is online, his Well Grounded is online. All of the important Earth cards will get their respective buffs. But he is staring down the first Manifestations of Miragai on the side of Chris. And we know if we see these things swing multiple times, it can be a huge, huge issue.
Okay. So Fuzzy was very, very considered with taking Miragai, not giving any cards to block because he knew Chris's floating resources and cards.
Unfortunately, he does have a 2-block in hand, so it might be hard to protect that Bramble Spark that found its way back into the arsenal. Might be losing another.
He
does
has a
have-
Germinate, yeah.
He does have Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. I don't think he has any non-attacks to use with it, though. Okay, so over-preventing by 1. I'm guessing he wishes that he activated that on the Manifestations of Miragai just to gain 1 more point of value.
I was about to say that would play around Grain that tips the scale, because I know that's a chi that you can play in Enigma,
True.
but it's not in Chris's list.
It also would have played around the Waves of Aqualapse.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the name of the flip it over, give it +1. But Fuzzy knows that there are no cloaked equipment on Chris's side, so a bit of a moot point there. Unfortunately, Fuzzy unable to activate the Plume of Evergrowth and recur one of those Summer's Falls, but he is going to do something that's pretty darn nasty instead. He's going to Bramble Spark Fuse and go ahead and send an Earth Form for 10. And 1 Arcane, of course.
Yeah, the good thing here is that Fuzzy read it and saw Chris give his Tunic resource to send that like big chain, including disruption at the end of it in CNC. But as a result, the give and take here, he doesn't have access to the Tunic to prevent the 1 Arcane here, so he has to give a whole card. And that breakpoint of not actually just 7, 10. 10's a big number.
Yeah, so Fuzzy's basically saying, yeah, sure, you might be able to keep that Manifestations of Mirror guy around, but at what cost?
Yeah. Fuzzy correctly using his life turtle as a resource to punch back and get this mirror guy out of the way.
Yeah, what else can you do except for present a massive attack? And honestly, he still didn't take too much damage, despite the fact that Chris swung for a massive amount last turn.
No, a 15 life golf is still incredibly doable.
Chris having a good think here. We know we saw some reds in the hand. We've got 2 more, his
That's
other
a
2
haze
levels of
bending.
enlightenment. A
Giving
very
Tunic.
early Tunic block.
So we have 5, 6 here?
Winning vengeance.
Aha.
7 and ward 3.
Okay.
Okay, so Manifestations of Mirror guy is going to stay around, but we know that Chris has got a chi card in his arsenal. All he's going to be able to do is swing that Spectral Shield for free for 1. And Fuzzy gets another chance to remove that pesky dragon illusion. 1 is the ask, and let's see what Fuzzy's got. He's got a source of go again in E-Strike, so he is going to
He's
go,
got another Bramble
go a little
Spark
bit
here as
wide.
well.
Yeah, that must be the last in the
But
deck.
I think he doesn't hold an Earth card, is the unfortunate thing.
Mm.
But
Which, if he has the blues, he can still pitch that to the Plume of
Ooh,
Evergrowth.
Swarming Gloomveil.
This is not bad. This is going to be a very wide turn from Fuzzy.
Coming in for 4 go again.
Now, Malefic Incantation is one of those massive Runeblade upgrades that we got from Rosetta, but it sings in Florian. If you can establish all of these early on in the game, then get your hero power online, you swing an attack and you generate 6 rune chance to use later on.
It's incredibly good as a 1-card 6, as like a delayed gratification sort of thing.
And so here we go. Swarming Gloomveil, 4 go again. Chris in the tank, trying to figure out if he can keep this dragon around. We know the follow-up is just going to be probably an E-Strike for 7.
If we look at the texture of Chris's hand and what he's dealing with, he has a 3-block, he has Coalescence, he has a Chi and Homage.
Coalescence is not a
think he has
bad
double
consolation prize
Coalescence.
if he is going to lose this Manifestations of Mirror guy. So here we go. E-Strike for 7 with a Rune Chant on the back end. And this is exactly what Fuzzy wants to do. He just, if the Enigma player is going to go ahead and establish a scary board, he wants to ask the question, do you really want to hold on to that every single turn if he can? And he's doing just that, and he's still got his out for when Chris blocks with the Traverse the Universe and finds another Manifestation.
Very true, very true. It might even just be a game of chicken of who gives their headpiece first. But being able to threaten the mirror guy with just cards and what you drew naturally is great here.
Chris electing to pitch that Restless Coalescence instead of play it, and bye-bye to Manifestations of Mirror guy.
I was going to say, we're not watching a mechanologist game. There's no pistol shotting here.
No,
boys.
indeed. No, indeed.
Homage to Ancestors and Passover.
Got a double Transcend here.
Chris looks for... I don't think there's a Summer's Fall in there that he could take.
Yes.
Yeah, both are already in the bin.
Please, Mr. Iali, banish an Earth card for me. I'd love that.
And this headpiece choice that Fuzzy Delp has made does make this a bit of a more interesting question for Chris, because he's got to be thinking, well, do I preemptively banish the Earth card just so he can't decompose? Do I banish an Earth card that I'm afraid of him getting back from the Plume of Evergrowth? Which is why we see him checking for the Summer's Falls first of all. But here we go, activating Enigma, transcending again.
Yep.
Hopefully
Now
to play out
passes.
that last card.
Yeah, pass it to Chris' turn now, because he was doing that in the end step of Fuzzy's turn. One
Right, you
for
are,
you,
Marcus.
shield swing. Has a Chi. Could make another.
2 go again is the ask. The answer is, I will take it straight to the face, Mr. Chris Iali.
Again. And I'll pass.
Okay.
And yet another example here is that Chris gets to pocket a instant into Arsenal.
Was it another cheat card, Marcus?
It was another Restless Coalescence.
Okay. which is an excellent thing to have in your arsenal when you've got 2 Spectral Shields with +1s.
He's straight for 5, go again, produce a rune chant.
Not bad at all. Even when your hero ability is not online as Florian, that Malefic Incantation still does work.
I think it's quite good in this matchup in particular because you're spreading the damage out in that similar way to like Kadachis are annoying to block, but you can't lay down a Battlefront Bastion to cover that up. You have to give a card or tunic.
And it's this pressure that Fuzzy needs to reproduce turn cycle after turn cycle if he's not going to be overwhelmed by the ward board of Chris Hayali.
Chris with another red defense reaction in hand. I saw a Levels of Enlightenment, a Rage Spectre. He might just like play a 2-card hand and just Rage Spectre for 6 next turn. Let the shields go.
I don't hate the Fate Foreseen here. You could even play out that Restless Coalescence. No, he just elects to let the Spectral Shield die.
Follow up with Plow Under.
Ooh.
And so now Chris is basically forced into playing that Restless Coalescence and probably wishing he did so beforehand so he could get more extra value off of removing 2 +1/+1 counters instead of just the 1.
And we'll see here if Chris elects to respond to Plow Under's trigger.
I feel like you have to, otherwise you're just losing value.
There we go.
So that'll be an extra Spectral Shield down the line.
No blocks.
I'll choose to decompose.
Oh, pardon me, that was for the Spectre.
That was for the
Up to 8 Earths.
Yeah, the rune chant.
for the Arcane, yeah.
So now we have 6 coming at us.
But no on-hit effect. And
Fuzzy's now online.
luckily Fuzzy also cleared out his own arsenal so that Plow Under wouldn't affect him. It's important to note that that is a mutual effect.
And Chris gets a perfect blocked here. Lets the shields go, lets Coalescence go.
Unless you want anything more.
And doing exactly what...
Sorry, thank you.
Yep, there we go. Spotting the verse counter that should have ticked down. And Chris doing exactly what you suggested, playing the 2-card hand, Rage Spectre for 6. Chris is still sitting at a very healthy life total, even though Fuzzy is doing an incredible job of kind of taking care of his board state over and over again. He's still dwindling Fuzzy down.
Thing is, Fuzzy doesn't have the most fantastic hand. I believe it's 2 Autumn's Touches blue. Pardon me, we see
And a Warmongers.
Well, that's a yellow Autumn's Touch. But he does have Arcane Seeds and Life.
Put your blue to make a rune chant.
Oh, making 2 rune chants here.
Chance.
This is when Florian gets scary.
I have 1 floating. And I'm going to play Arcane Seeds Life. I'll gain 1 life.
Produce 4 rune chants as well.
2 and 2 rune chant.
And against just about any other deck, this is the moment where Florian is feeling really good. Because that Reaping Blade only costs 1, your blues effectively are 5 value because you activate Grasp of the Arknight, creating 2 rune chants instead of 1, and then you swing the Reaping Blade for 3. So
And
that
this-
is a 5 value.
This is
3.
fantastic value to get him back into this game because not only are rune chants coming in that threaten, the 1 piece of war that Chris currently has, it's a 2-card 10 value swing of the life gain, the rune chants, and your sword swing.
Luckily, however, Chris is very blue rich in this deck, so he has no issue pitching 2 blues to the 6 rune chants. Then he's going to go ahead and cover up the Reaping Blade with that Astral Etchings. Now, he's got a Sink Below left in hand. He could just go ahead and pitch that to swing for another 6, but he might value the defensive value on that card more so.
Yeah, he has a choice right here in that he could pitch it to swing his 6 and still threaten Fuzzy's life total some more, keep him on a 2-card hand, but also he elected for Patience.
And here's a bit of a punish. Fuzzy has found 2 more copies of Summer's Fall, so
He's got a red one there, yeah.
Chris is not going to get to swing that Rage Spectre again if Fuzzy has anything to say about it.
And because of these multiple blues here for Fuzzy, he's going to be able to grasp and do Incantation. So 4 rune chants probably coming out here. And there's also a Become the Arknight, or Oath of the Arknight.
Not a bad shake.
Fuzzy just giving some thought as to how he wants to sequence this turn.
Chris is looking rather red heavy, despite the fact that he has so many blues in this deck. I see a Miraging Metamorph, another red defense reaction. I'm pretty sure a Waning Vengeance. That last card's got to be blue, though, I would have to imagine. But might have issues covering up all of this Arcane. especially when Fuzzy is going to be coming in at a little bit less of a convenient Arcane block than he did last turn.
Another nice axis here is that I believe Chris already spent his 1 Passover trigger to banish an E-Strike earlier. So given the fact that Fuzzy has multiple copies of Summer's Fall in hand, one is going to go to the graveyard, and he doesn't need to decompose it. One will go into the pitch stack, and this will threaten his Rage Spectre on Chris's side.
Oh, and he's also got a Swarming Gloomveil on top of it.
So going wide as well, actually.
Honestly, I feel like Fuzzy would rather Chris have a more significant board at this point, because this would be near impossible to cover up cleanly on Chris's side.
I guess he's not complaining in any way, because he's found himself with like full tempo. He got all 4 of his cards to use on his turn, and he gets to go wider, which threatens Chris's life total.
But he's perhaps in a situation where he doesn't want to send this Summer's Fall. He'd rather save it for a juicier aura down the line.
He could produce more rune chants by pitching to Oath of the Arknight, but that would run him out of resources because it's red.
See what the follow-up is. It is just going to go ahead and be the Summer's Fall. Fuzzy probably could have changed what he was going to do based on the way Chris blocked, but because he covered it all up, might as well just remove that aura. Two rune chances the ask before the 6 physical.
I have to wonder, in this situation with 2 floating... Oh, he grasped already.
Yeah, he grasped it at the top of the turn. I'm sure he's just clearing that extra blue so it doesn't get stuck in his arsenal.
Spectre will die, and then I'll take 1 Arcane.
Okay, so Fuzzy now has the opportunity just to decline the Decompose trigger because all of the auras have already been cleared on Chris's side.
Yeah.
So he'd rather just keep a rich amount of earth cards in his graveyard. Keep that soil nice and tilled and full and fertilized.
Mulch
ready
it
for-
over, become rotten.
Thank you for going on this journey with me, Marcus.
Just be drowning in filth.
like the Golgari decks of old.
Oh
right?
yes, oh yes.
So here we go. 3 damage leaks through, which is 4 damage leaks through. Oh, from one of the rune chants.
Puts out a Waning Spectre with the floating resources.
Okay, and Fuzzy has done his first work in evening the life totals that he's done in quite a while.
Yeah, just 10 points between them now.
Looks like he's found himself another one of those pesky Felling of the Crowns. Hopefully going to be able to produce some pressure on Chris on next turn. Yeah, looks like Chris just went ahead and passed back, developed a Waning Vengeance at the end of Fuzzy's last turn.
Really seeing the great use of Swarming Gloomveil here, but Fuzzy's now electing to just send Earththorn for 7.
Fascinating. Was there... Oh, he's 1 resource short of activating Grasp
Yeah,
and then sending a Felling of the Crown.
if he had a yellow or a blue, it would be easy.
I guess he could have pitched both the Gloomveil and the Earthform to send that. But I guess he's electing to go for the IP penalty instead. Chris thumbing his Traverse the Universe, and a hush falls over the caster booth as we consider the implications of this move.
Yeah, I think he holds another Mirror Guy in hand, that's why. Which is quite unfortunate, but at least Fuzzy will be able to put down one of his cards into Arsenal to go wider next turn.
And he really needs to find a blue, 2 blues, honestly, off the top, in order to assuredly destroy that Mirror Guy. Here we go. Activating Mirror Guy. Sorry, playing Mirror Guy.
But Chris still has to assemble a defense here. Shrinks it down to a 6, and I believe he put a defense reaction into Arsenal.
And he's already effectively blocking 3. Or I'm sorry, he's... Okay, cool. There's the full cover-up. He doesn't even need to spend that Waning Vengeance that's on board. And Fuzzy, out of action points, is forced to tuck one of those cards in Arsenal and pass. And again, Fuzzy is looking for 2 blues here to be able to activate Plume of Evergrowth and also pay for it. Pay for the Summer's Fall that he wants to find in order to kill this Mirror Guy. Chris is going to get a swing no matter what. So this was really an unfortunate time for Fuzzy to not be able to go wide.
I still think this is an okay position for Fuzzy to find himself in because Chris had to give Tunic so early in the grand scheme of things, so he no longer has the value of swinging an ally or other spectral shield for like nothing when you have Tunic online.
Yeah, that is a decision that is going to make waves all the way through this end game.
Because if he had it online here, like there could have been a scenario where he swings just one further and hit. I mean, here's Miraging Metamorph.
This ain't bad.
Yeah.
Especially after Fuzzy just blocked with a popper. However, you probably don't want to be popping this Miraging Metamorph when there's a Manifestations of Miragai on board.
Exactly. I think it's a good opportunity to give Bark and that non-attack that he holds in hand.
There is a Warmonger's Diplomacy and also another one of those Condemned to Slaughters, which could be really, really useful in removing these Manifestations of Miragai.
Fuzzy says no blocks. I think he's realized that he wants the 2 blues in order to construe the full turn that he wants.
Fuzzy looking into the void.
The 1,000-yard stare, contemplating his actions.
How often do you do that, Marcus? You make a decision in this game and then you go, I'm not so sure.
I try not to do that.
That's good.
I minimize it by not like flicking through my hand incessantly and annoying my opponent. I put the hand on the table and go, right, what are we doing?
That makes one of us, Marcus.
But we grasped, we swent Gloomveil.
So this is 4 go again with 2 Rune Chants on the back end. Easy cover up for Chris with a blue in the pitch. 4 go again is now the ask. Chris has found himself another defense reaction. He's got to be getting low on those at this point.
Yeah, I think he's already spent 5 of his 6 zeros.
I think you're right about that. I believe this is the last Fate Foreseen, and we've seen 2 Sink Belows behind.
And here we go, Felling of the Crown.
Interesting. Fuzzy deciding not to use the Condemned to Slaughter to ensure that he's removing one of these auras.
I guess because it gives Chris agency, so he'll let the Spectre go and keep Miragai.
I thought Condemned to Slaughter was a targeted
We can do a quick old
ability. I could be wrong about that.
I believe it's player's choice.
As a blue Condemned to Slaughter. You are right about that, Marcus. The opponent gets to choose which aura that they get to destroy. So right you are, Fuzzy detecting the correct way to play that hand out.
And something to consider is that Enigma has full agency to just pitch a chi and let a shield go. So you went 1 card for 1 card, which isn't quite what you want.
It's not the way you want to be playing this.
But Miragai was let go.
Yeah, Chris just didn't have enough block value in his hand.
So 2 Miragais are out of the equation. They're instants. You can't recur them like this.
And furthermore, they transcend the universe, or traverse the universe is gone.
So the life totals don't tell the whole story because Chris's shield's up, but Fuzzy...
Especially when you consider that Barkskin of the Millennium Tree has not blocked a single time this game. So Fuzzy,
here we go.
not at all out of this game. Summer's Fall going to be coming in for 3. Going to produce 2 Rune Chants on the back end in the form of Malefic Incantations. The cost, a single verse counter on that card. We're going to Decompose, which will allow Fuzzy to send one of these pesky auras to the bottom of Chris Iali's deck. And you better believe it's going to be that Shimmers of Silver.
Shimmering into the void and back under the library.
Surely to be included in the Ledger of Ancestry. Perhaps in the index or a footnote, but nevertheless, it's there.
So Chris had the life total lead to take the Rune Chants. Oh no, pardon me, the Rune Chants were made on the back end, but just to take the damage of Summer's Fall Blue? Or make a new shield.
Yeah, these Summer's Falls have just been coming at kind of unfortunate times. Granted, Fuzzy was able to remove Chris's board, but you have to remember that there's a defensive element to Manifestations of Miragai as well. That thing covered up 4 damage with no problem.
It did.
After swinging for 8.
Fuzzy blocking 3 on a 2-powered shield.
And here we come. Another Levels of Enlightenment. This time it's not going to be able to get that free go again from Path Well Travel because that is already transcended. Chris going to go ahead and choose go again and draw a card as his modes. 3 go again is the ask for Fuzzy.
Just go wider here, yeah.
Yeah, if you're
Blocking
forcing
these
blocks.
blues.
That's the thing about these Illusionist matches. Anytime that you are forced to block them, you're just giving them more agency and a green light to extend their board state and make it that much more difficult for you to claw back into this game. 4 go again is the ask from Waxing Spectre. Block 3 from Fuzzy dealt. Take 1, down to 6.
Oh, metamorph at the end of this chain.
Chris has just been putting these massive attacks at the end of each of these chains.
Could be the point of no return here for Fuzzy.
He's got himself a non-attack in his hand.
He's got Germinate, but...
So now is the time to block with that Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, I would have to imagine. Fuzzy thumbing his equipment. Yep.
He's going to get the full value here.
So Barkskin is going to create the embodiment of Earth, which is going to pump
1.
up the value of Germinate, blocking for a total of 6.
I think he's still got a 1-card retort because I think his arsenal is swarming. I think.
And Swarming will get go again if it is indeed in his arsenal, but
He'll pass
for what?
priority. Okay.
Okay, unfortunately, Fuzzy forced to draw back up. Chris, not only with a full grip, but also a Spectral Shield and a Waxing Spectre on board. Just itching to be sent Fuzzy's way. First ask is 2 go again.
Ooh, giving Barkskin.
Which maybe telegraphs that Fuzzy's got a healthy helping of Embodiments of Earth. Oh, we called that incorrectly, Marcus. His hero ability was on board, so he took. He should have taken no damage from that because he got an extra Embodiment of Earth.
Yeah, he would have produced 2 when blocking with Bark. Fuzzy.
So took 1 here off of that Spectral Shield, which was coming in for 2. Chris going ahead and pitching his Cosmic Awakening.
Blocking 4 with a 2-block here is very good, but
Ain't
giving
bad.
up the incantation is tough.
Feels bad.
Yeah.
But Fuzzy knows that the writing is on the wall, and he's got to make something happen here. He can't kind of wait around and play out these incantations for a rainy day. He's got to make something happen now.
Just a shield for another 2 here. Chris giving very little information away and mainly just hitting with weapons.
Still 2 cards and 1 floating here. Fuzzy perhaps trying to hold on to that Germinate to establish something on board. Maybe he's just thinking that...
He might actually use the This Round's on Me for its ability so that he shrinks this entire chain by 1 on each chain link.
Oh, Restless Coalescence is such a good follow-up here.
Brutal.
Chris only removes the +1 counters on the Spectral Shields, wanting to keep that go again active on Waxing Spectre. Having to think about it first, though.
You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket when you do this.
Indeed not. And he goes for it. All the eggs are in a single basket.
Well, okay, Mr. Iali.
For some offensive potential here.
You're the one at 25, I guess.
And Fuzzy says, I will block 5
Yep.
with this 1 card. So Barkskin of the Millennium Tree showing its chops on this chain. However, what is Fuzzy going to be able to produce that is going to make Chris care at all?
All right, and there we go. Generate 1 bonus shield to Coalescence.
Very healthy ward board on the side of my team captain. Fuzzy hoping to produce something. Is it a Felling of the Crown still in that? No, it's just
Awesome touch. We'll replenish the 2 rune chants that it's coming in with. But this is the red one, so this is really quite good.
We do have to tick down that verse counter on Malefic Incantation. That should be at 1 now. But yeah, I mean, this is a lot of damage, but Chris is sitting on 3 Spectral Shields, which could cover up all the pesky breakpoints from the rune chants and also from the 7 power on that Autumn's Touch. Even then, still sitting with 2 really gnarly pieces of ward that could come Fuzzy's way next turn. And when you're at 5, that is not the position you want to be against Enigma Ledger of Ancestry.
And Chris also gets the opportunity to turn any chi into a 3-block with Pathway at any point still.
Now, Chris's fridge is still very healthy. Fuzzy's has finally been whittled down, and we still haven't seen the activation of Plume of Evergrowth. Honestly, that, based on the way things have gone so far, that would have been better utilized as like a Crown of Providence or something else.
My god, all those shields go in 1 chain link.
And also the Waxing Spectre.
That'll be my turn.
Chris got 7 value off of that Waxing Spectre. He's just fine with that.
I just saw when Fuzzy picked up his deck, there's not a lot of cards left. Like, we're in the last third of the library.
I have to imagine that Chris is going to put on enough pressure to end this game before we get there.
Yeah, there's quite... Chris is running low, but also it seems to be a significant chunk more than Fuzzy has.
3 is the block. We found another Restless Coalescence on the
Goodness
side of
me.
Chris Ioli. 3 go again. Asked again.
Another Summer's Fall in Fuzzy's hand, Roy.
That's one of the blue ones, if I'm not mistaken. So
an Arcane Seed's life.
not a bad pickup, but can he find the room to use it?
Oh, he's going to give up as a block.
Devastation. We
Ooh,
found ourselves
Metamorph.
another Metamorph. 7 is the ask.
Devastating.
Fuzzy not thinking much, just throwing
Ooh.
5 right in front of it. And Chris continues to whittle down Fuzzy's life total. This is certainly the game state that you kind of dread when you're the Florian player in this matchup. I would have to say it's definitely still an Enigma favored matchup, but those tools we alluded to earlier can sometimes allow you to squeak it out as the Earth Rune Blade. In this case, it's looking not ideal, especially when Chris starts off with second Tenet of Chi Wind. Ostensibly because he's got a Chi card in the hand. We know he does. He's got 2. He's got Stir the Pot and Preserve Tradition, which is going to give second Tenet of Chi go again.
He's got multiple Chi to play with. Preserve Tradition.
Find himself a Miraging Metamorph? Question mark? Chris just doing his due diligence, making sure that there's nothing better in his graveyard.
Astral Etchings.
Astral Etchings is a very interesting include in Chris's deck because normally that is paired with a 10,000 Year Reunion because you can basically cheat it out.
Yeah.
Chris, however, not packing any 10,000 Year Reunions, maybe just liking the fact that it's a bit of a combat trick. He's also not packing any pummels like we see in some of our other Enigma players' lists, and maybe this is his way to kind of close out games at instant speed.
Ooh.
Final Waxing Spectre.
Asking for every card in Fuzzy's hand again, and the ward board.
And there it is.
Worse.
Closing out round 1 of the Arcane Games and Events Players Championship. It is Chris Ioli, our number 1 seed, taking down Florian Rotwood Harbinger in the hands of Fuzzy Delp.
That's how you do it.
Chris has found his first win on his road to the top 8 cut. Fuzzy, unfortunately, down into that red bracket from the infographic. Going to have to fight his way back up to the top.
Hopefully just a submarine run for Fuzzy.
Indeed so. If anyone can submarine, it sure is Fuzzy Delp. Fuzzy Delp representing the Pitch It To Me team today. Also headed up by his friend and our Riptide colleague, Talon Stradley. Chris Ioli representing the AGE Pro team on his home turf. That'll do it for round 1 here. We will be back with more action very, very soon. What do you think of that matchup there, Marcus?
I mean, we were sort of seeing some of the stuff that we were talking about here in the booth, that Fuzzy was asked the question of how wide can you get to deal with my ward board state? And if you can't, and it's just not enough, it's going to stick around. It's going to be a looming threat for you to deal with in future turns. And that's how Chris basically crept back in.
And Florian just being a non-action point rich deck. It's a difficult thing for him to go wide. He blocks very well, but and also goes very tall very well. But even though he was able to line up all of those Swarming Gloom Veils and a couple Malefic Incantations, we just couldn't quite get there. Also, no activation of the Plume of Evergrowth.
Sadly to see, yeah.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the standings here at Arcane Games and Events Open Series. These are the amount of AGE points that these players have accumulated throughout the year. We've had 8 Open Series, all the way to August. 8 Open Series this year. Each of these players have hit that top 8 and obviously generated a lot of points. It's important to mention that Fuzzy Delp was actually our 17th seed going into this. He took the place of Eugene Galipchik, who was unable to make it to any of the dates that we had scheduled. I believe he's on vacation gallivanting around Europe or something.
He is touring Europe. He asked for recommendations for London, and I told him about a Japanese restaurant called Eat Tokyo. And he sent me a picture later on saying, good recommendation, Marcus.
Oh, was he there?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, that's great. Eugene, amazing friend of the show, also one of our resident Kano players. I absolutely love Eugene and hope he's having a blast gallivanting around.
Hope so,
yeah. We're going to do a quick interview with Christopher Ioli, our victor from the last round, we're also going to do a tour around the room and see how the rest of our players are doing.
You will.
It's a very small community here, just 16 players at this family event here at Collector Legion down in Lawndale. So we'll be back right after this with Christopher Iali and more Flesh and Blood. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the AG Players Championship, everybody. I have here today's round one winner, Chris Iali, defending first seed. How's it going, man?
Good, thank you.
Let me ask you, Chris, how did you feel knowing Fuzzy's deck list as your round one opponent, and what he's prone to playing in the he likes aggressive decks, has played a lot of Briar in the past,
Right.
just got off the back of playing a lot of Zen. How did you feel about it going into the Players Championship blind?
Yeah, actually, Fuzzy was my round one opponent last year
Okay,
in the Players Championship, and so we played at Briarmere, and he smoked me.
okay.
It wasn't close. And so, yeah, I was actually expecting Fuzzy to be on something more aggressive, like you're saying. I thought maybe it would be Aurora, and I asked him while we were waiting to start the match how long he knew he was going to be on Florian for this tournament. He said like he picked his deck just a couple days before, like, and he wanted to play Aurora. So, but I think unlike most of the players in the tournament, I wasn't really trying to metagame for my round one opponent. I was trying to metagame for the whole field, and I just didn't see a reason not to play Enigma right now. And so when I did see it was Florian, I was pretty happy with the
Yeah,
matchup.
Enigma's definitely well positioned in this metagame, even as things are like early and just emerging with the new set that just came out. Considering also the main thing is that Zen fell out as best deck in format, so Enigma gained a lot more ground as the best illusionist to play. So pretty face up choice here.
Yeah.
Other than that, how did you feel about your journey here from other opens, especially your victory on a deck you didn't really choose yourself in Victor Goldmane?
No, I mean, yeah, I think it was another great year. The circuit's only getting harder and harder. We have players are improving, and then we have more and more great players coming in. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised I ended up in the first seed, but I'm happy with where I'm at. And
You did good.
I keep trying.
How did you feel about the different formats as the year progressed? Like, we had heavy hitters to start with. We also had January with kind of like a lull format with a new set. And then Mistvale came out, and that changed things up quite a bit.
Yeah, there's been a lot of changes this year. especially with like bans and stuff.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, I still love the game. Still gonna keep grinding, and so far, I think I like this format.
Mhm.
It's been good.
And would you say Enigma is the deck you want to be playing, or is there someone else that you'd rather be piloting right now? Even if it's not a good pick, who would you aspirationally like to be playing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm also a Windblade fan. I mess around a lot with Finset and Viserai. I'm a little worried about Warmonger's presence in the metagame still, especially with Enigma being the most played deck. So, I don't know. There's always so many heroes I want to try and mess around with. That's why I'm known for doing the deck races, because I can never decide. But for this tournament, I felt like it was Enigma or bust. So.
It's good that you stayed consistent the year throughout on different decks. So like you've proved yourself. So
Yeah.
not to worry.
I feel like throughout the Open series, I played a different hero in almost every single one. I might have played Prism twice, but
yeah.
So
Okay. Well, thank you, Chris, and best of luck on the rest of the tournament.
appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll return in a little bit.
Welcome back, folks. Flesh and Blood fans. I'm joined here with Anthony Pham. Round one is just, not fully concluded. We got one game still grinding along, the Count Your Blessings mirror match.
Oof.
But we're going to kill some time,
Yeah.
talk a little Flesh and Blood. How's your day going so far?
Been doing pretty good. Yeah, I carpooled here with a couple friends from OC, so Honda Pilot carpool coming back. One of them won. I think one of them still playing, and then I lost, unfortunately. So far we have 50-50, but if Moises clutches it out, we'll be positive round one.
Yeah. Speaking of round one, I think we've got not the standings here, but we can talk about what's going on right now in the field. Obviously, we just watched 1 versus 16 Fuzzy Delp against Chris Ioli. Chris taking that game in a bit of a grind. What else happened?
Yeah, I'm out there on the floor, so I can tell you some of these standings so far. So Chris obviously beating Fuzzy out there in the grindy matchup. Number 2 match was Andrew Rudin versus Grant Strom, Max versus New. Max the Hype Nitro versus New, actually. Sorry about that. And ended up New taking that one, unfortunately. So
we got a New and an Enigma moving forward.
And then you got the Enigma mirror, Charles Dunn versus Peter Bunsek. I know everyone wanted Charles Dunn to play 9 Count Your Blessings, but instead he played an actual good deck.
Yeah.
So he beat Peter with a mirror guy for 14 3 straight turns.
Yeah,
so
I saw that. The mirror guy with the 7 counters on it just absolutely tore Peter apart. Couldn't do anything.
Yes, and that's gonna that's a pretty sucky way to lose, but hey, that's the best card in the game,
That's the
right?
mirror. That's what you sign up playing.
Yeah, and then next we got Talon versus Zane.
It's still going on right now.
Still going. It's Count Your Blessings Riptide versus classic grindy Florian.
Yeah.
So that might take up a couple more hours, but we'll find out in just a bit, hopefully.
Yeah. Last I checked, it was 43 Talon to 31 Zane. And they had about half their deck remaining. So.
Yep, and I got it from my match. I lost to Alan. And we're like, we talked about our game for a little bit, got up, I stretched a little bit, walked over to Talon versus Zane, and it was like 35-37. I was like, this is great.
Yeah.
As soon as Justin said untimed, I kind of quivered, I was like, oh, God, we might be here for a bit. But moving on, we got Zach versus Tyler. That was a close one. Zach was actually a 1 and fatigued Tyler out.
Yeah.
Tyler for 10. Blocked it.
Yeah, I talked to him after the game. It sounded like his deck didn't quite line up the way he wanted to. If anything fell the other direction, I think he might have gotten that extra point of damage and taken it. So Tyler still has a strong deck, but it didn't quite line up.
Super close. And then we got Colin versus Moises. They're still going at it.
Oh, really?
2 grindy matchups. Colin's still going, attacking all the auras. Moises playing a slower game, so that one's still looking to resolve. Then we got Ryan versus Evan. Kano versus KO. The battle of the KA asterisk.
Yeah, there we go.
All
yeah,
right.
I saw that one was also really close. I think Ryan almost had it, but he top decked 2 reds off of his, what's the draw 2 card?
Open the floodgates.
Open the floodgate.
Yes.
He was not able to open that floodgate. It was more of a drizzle, and he didn't have the resources to close it out.
Yep. Funny story, actually. I saw Evan's deck list. It has 3 smashing performance, hater. So I actually looked over before the kill turn. Kano, Ryan was staring down a smashing performance. He had an E-Pot, and I think it was the Potion of Clarity out.
Yeah.
And he broke everything in response to the smashing performance.
Yeah, you don't want to lose those items.
Yeah. And Evan was lucky enough to pitch 2 and spell cloak 2. Or spell void 2 to block 4 on the wildfire for 6. So it took a little bit less damage. Then, like you said, the floodgates didn't open the floodgates. It was just a puddle.
Of course, yeah. And as you mentioned, your game, the best game of the day so far, came down to the wire 1-1. I was watching as he closed it out because he had an item in hand and couldn't block. But the tempo wasn't in your favor, and it looked like it was a pretty unfortunate spot to be in as he closed it out.
Yeah, I mean, the dash matchup is kind of weird. The dash IO versus dash IE. Dash IE is better at blocking, a little bit more consistent. Dash IO has those high rolls. Alan played super well, super tight. He max V'd me twice. I max V'd only once.
Yeah, you got to do 3. That's what I hear. You want to do 3 max V's.
My boost cards weren't the best too. They were yellows, blues, so just couldn't eke out much damage. Let's move on to the format now.
Yeah. So here we've got the bracket laid out in front of you. Yes. So what we're doing today is we're going to be following the loss and outs, those exciting matches where if a player loses, they're sayonara. They're out of here. So we're going to be focusing more on the yellow and red side of this bracket today, just to keep it exciting. 3 is the magic number, so 3 wins and you're in. You can see kind of at the green part at the top, that means if you're 2-0 and you win that one, you just get to hang out, chill, eat some Chipotle, which we have catered thanks to Justin and the AGE team. But then if you are in the yellow or red brackets, you are fighting for your tournament life. 3 losses and you're out. You can see those little red buckets at the bottom. That's the loser's bucket. And
I want to be there.
Yeah, you don't. You don't, because we got some awesome prizing on the line. I think 1,100 first place, plus that PTI and the gold foil. Loving the way that LSS is coming in and supporting our local tournaments, AGE. Look at that, 600.
That's why we do it. That's why we play this game. Play the game, see the world.
If I got 5th place today, I could afford all the cards I just bought for Acilio.
Yeah. Yeah,
Pay that right back.
I'm already 9th through 16th, so I got $50, which I will not be spending at Whataburger.
Oh, what did Whataburger do something to you?
No, it was Evan actually.
Oh,
but no,
ruined
Whataburger
it.
didn't do anything except cook not good food. So there's just a fast food feud
I
going
like
on.
what you said there. A fast feud.
Fast food.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I'm always team In-N-Out. Evan slandering the name and
see.
saying that Whataburger's better. So
Got it.
in the chat, if you like In-N-Out more than Whataburger, type 1. If you like Whataburger more than In-N-Out, you can go ahead and tune into the battle-hardened. Which one is going on?
Leon?
Yeah, Leon. I'm not sure which one's going on.
Yeah. Good call.
Yeah. Oh,
So-
there's my name.
Hey, look at that. Anthony Pham practiced 40-yard dashes. That's why we're swole.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I barely got into this tournament, too. So I was actually out of contention going into August, and I did really well at the Battle Hardened, and I was, like, super happy about that, playing Riptide, but I was like, it doesn't really matter because I really want to qualify for Age to defend my championship. I asked Justin back in January. I was like, surely you just re-invite the reigning champion to come back and defend his title, right? He's like, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up for those of you at home who don't know. Anthony Pham here is our reigning AGE champion from last year. Took it all. What deck were you playing back then?
I was playing Crazy Brew, Gambler's Gloves, Icelander.
Crazy Brew, Gambler's Gloves, Icelander.
Yes, that was
What?
that was one
Was
of the
that a
most
deck?
fun decks I've ever played.
What the heck?
It's actually not played together. That's the fun part. They were part of separate decks or separate sideboards.
Right.
But it was just funny because they kind of have that synergy.
You think you would play them
No,
together.
yeah, but they're actually for their separate matchups. I used to play them. Everyone thought it was a meme. I thought it inched out some points. The Crazy Brew was for the mirror.
Okay.
So you can activate it, hopefully hit a 5 or 6.
Yeah.
If you hit 2 or 3 or 4, you still gain 2, which is a lot of equity.
Yeah.
But if you hit 5 or 6, you can like CNC for 8 go again into like another CNC if they do a frostbite.
Wow.
Or woundable, so you can attack twice, which is insane tempo in the mirror.
Yeah.
and
How
then
many 5 or 6s did you hit playing that?
I actually never got to play it.
Oh.
I only played one Icelander mirror.
Okay.
And the one time it was I had to use it to pitch for Ether Ice.
Fair enough.
And the Gambler's Gloves was for Levia brutes. So Levia notorious for wanting to attack a lot, get a lot of action points to swing and fill up that graveyard. But I would run Gambler's Gloves so that they can't roll Scab Skins. Because if they roll Scabs, and they're rolling at disadvantage for those that play D&D, they're basically rolling at disadvantage to get 5 or 6. So if you present Gambler's Gloves, they're less inclined to use their turn to roll for that.
Yeah. So how was the AGE season for you leading up to this Players' Championship?
Yeah, it was a tough grind. I think I missed 2 or 3, unfortunately.
And you still made it in.
Yeah, barely. Today was
champion.
Yeah. This year was kind of a rough year for attendance, but I was lucky enough to play well at the ones I did go to.
Cool.
I think I started off January playing Tree Frog Dash.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a fun one. I think my first game was on stream. I barely beat Moises. That was a fun one. And then ever since I've been playing, I was like, Justin sent out the questionnaire for what you played this season. And I was like, I wonder how much Dash I played. And it was just like Dash. One Riptide game.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got the Riptide in.
Yeah, and I did 3 and 3 on Riptide, so it wasn't a great showing either.
Okay.
I guess I'm a Dash 1 trick now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
she's looking to be going out soon.
She is. I'm gonna be super sad. I actually don't really like Dash.io that much compared to
I've
Dash
never
IO.
heard you say something wrong before.
Yeah, no, I feel like that's
crazy.
super wrong to say because
It is.
Dash.io is
It's
so
incorrect.
cool.
It's objectively incorrect.
Looking at the top card of your deck is so cool, but it just doesn't match with how I like to play the game.
Yeah, IE is a controlled kind of burn, and IO is not controlled at all. We're lighting forest fires and hoping they don't hit our house.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's just, it's very swingy, swing of hammers.
Yeah.
But yeah, like my days, I top 8'd I think 3 or 4 times, and I did super well at the last one to qualify. So I was super happy about that. I played Dash at the last one to qualify as well.
Yeah.
Almost beat Brody, but he hit me with, as everyone knows, with a really cool turn.
Yeah, I've heard about those.
Yeah, post-ban, it actually hits me for like 7 or something, because I think there's like 7 ban cards that he played that turn.
Oh, man.
But, pre-ban, that was like only 57,
Yeah.
60-something.
I
don't
imagine
remember.
he's not on Zen anymore.
No, I think he played Viscerai.
Wow.
Yeah, I think
that's
he played
cool.
Viscerai at the end
Viscerai
of
is
the
looking like one of the premier aggro decks.
No, yeah, it's good. That's why I have Signal Jammer in the deck. I'm scared of that Mordred turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm lucky enough to be here. I'm super happy to come back and defend my title.
Yeah,
I was thinking
absolutely.
about donning my giant trophy as a necklace, but I couldn't find a lanyard or a chain that supports that much weight. So I'm literally suffering from success.
We'll have to get the official AGE chains up next.
Yeah.
So currently you're bringing Dash IE.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about the deck that you've brung?
Of course. So talking about my deck, I was thinking about playing Riptide, but I settled on Dash just because it's my comfort pick at the moment. I like a really aggressive deck into the unknown meta, just because aggro I feel like is always the best way to hit the meta, just putting the onus on your opponent to figure it out. It's just a standard boost list. I still have Magnetic in there for the KO matchup, the Enigma matchup as well to get that traverse. But the cool things I put in my deck are the sideboard cards. I wanted to put Crazy Brew in there. I know everyone was counting on it, but unfortunately it's not a mech card, and I can't even start with it either. So I can't even do any memes because it has to be a mechanologist item. So I ended up putting in some more spicy ones. Backup Protocol Red, obviously, to kind of filter the hand if I have too many blues.
I love that card.
Boom Grenade, a usual inclusion for my deck, just for those fast matchups where they don't block. Essentially, if you have Spark and you spark a Boom Grenade, it's a 0 for 4 draw card, go again.
Sounds good to me.
Pretty good. And then my favorite card in the deck right now is TikTok Clock.
Yeah.
So for those that are unaware, TikTok Clock is an item, 0 cost red, that says if a mechanologist attack action card hits this turn, you get to destroy TikTok Clock and 2 other items in the arena, and however many items you destroy, that much damage is dealt to the player, target player.
Plus, or times 2, right? It's like for each item, it's 2 damage, or am I wrong about that?
For each item, it's 1 damage.
Okay,
So the max that TikTok Clock can do is 3 damage.
Got it.
Itself plus 2 other items.
Right, okay.
But it matters more about the items that you destroy.
Yeah, of course.
So,
I mean, if you're going into other mechs, which there are 4, including yourself in the field right now.
Yeah, I did want to do that against them.
Yeah, I believe that we are, 3 mechs. 2
4
dash
mechs.
IO, 1 dash IE,
max length.
and 1 max. Yeah.
Yeah, so that, I played the Mech Mirror round 1, and I really wanted to do it, but I never drew a Spark, unfortunately, so I couldn't do the cool combo.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You're supposed to draw the Spark and play 3 max Vs.
Exactly, yeah.
That's all right. I'll help you out for next game.
If everything lines up, you can do like 150 damage or something like that. But yeah, I don't know where I got that number.
I was like, that sounds like too much.
Yeah, it's a good amount. But yeah, TikTok Clock's in there just for those. It has some surprising hits into Kano with those E-Pots. They can respond, obviously, but you force them to respond then.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, just cool little item stuff. Verdance, too, just in case Verdance showed up. I can hit those healing potions. And then my favorite item of all time, Signal Jammer. It's been in my deck list forever, ever since I included it at Battle Hard in San Francisco.
Yeah.
It's just that that cool little item that stops Azalea, that stops Kano, stops any Runeblade that tries to play more than one non-attack action like Viscerai. So I got a couple cool cards in there. Usually it's just random items that you can spark for. But other than that, it's just, screw them. Boost.
Yeah, love it. Very consistent strategy.
Yeah.
And so we've got this AGE stream team that y'all might have heard of.
Yeah.
We've been putting a lot of really cool content out. Bryce Platt's kind of leading the charge on this one, but the whole AGE team has slowly been trickling in, getting set up for the stream. Heck, I might even join pretty soon. I've got my stream set up, but no time recently to stream.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of really cool content, and as time goes on, we're just going to be filling more and more slots. So make sure you guys come and check out the Arcane Games and Events live page if you're ever just hanging out, want to hang out with us. We're playing a ton of Flesh and Blood, getting those games in, and you can learn about your favorite decks and possibly even recommend some decks if you want to see what you've got played in the hands of an AGE pro. So it's a really cool setup. Make sure to come check it out. Again, that's Arcane Games and Events YouTube page, and then just click on that live tab you can see on the graphic there. I've got a lot of really cool content coming out.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to stream one time too. Unfortunately, I was a little bit tired that day, so I started playing really bad at the end. Never been tired before. You play basketball, but you probably play all 48 minutes.
Yeah, we're swole.
Yeah, I'm off the bench. I'm drinking Gatorade and then come in bloated.
Yeah.
But yeah, check out the AG stream, and yeah, thank you for watching as always.
We're going to go to a quick break and maybe see how that last game's going, and then get some more Flesh and Blood for you as soon as possible. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for round 2 of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series Players Championship. My name is Bryce Platts.
Michael Murray.
So glad to have you in the booth, Michael.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Forward.
So you've been walking around and taking a look at some of our other matchups
Yeah.
besides the feature match that we just saw with Chris Aioli and Fuzzy Delp. What have you seen?
Well, we saw the mechs face off in Dash.io versus Dash.IE with Anthony Pham. Just had him on, talked about that game. We saw a Kano fall to a KO. We saw the Fatigue Riptide fall to the Florian that we're about to see. We saw, let's see what else. Kasai took out an Enigma in a very close game. That one actually went longer than the Fatigue Riptide game.
Oh my goodness.
Super close nail biter. I think he healed like 5 off of his Heart of Find All. So that was insane. Kasai, best deck in format, guys. Don't count it out. And let's see. We had, trying to think about who was sitting over there. The Enigma matchup, of course. Charles Dunn winning off the back of a Mirage guy for 14, 3 turns in a row, just absolutely clobbering the other Enigma on the other side of the table. I forget who it was. But we had a lot of really close games, a lot of really great flesh and blood being played. We've got another one coming up right now.
We are ready to see more sparks fly. Before that, please go and join our Discord. That is discord.age.events. We've got a discussion going on about the Players' Championship right there. And there you can interact with the players that are here today and also those that have just been on your screens throughout the Arcane Games and Events Open Series all year long. For now, the stage is set once again for this round 2 of the AGE Players Championship. Let's see who we've got. As you already alluded to, Michael, we've got Zane Johnson on the left-hand side. That's the Florian Rotwood Harbinger that went ahead and took out Talon Stradley on the Count Your Blessings Riptide deck. He stays in shape by using a rowing machine.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
He also
Really
likes
good
in and out,
relax.
which I disagree with. But okay.
We're doing this again. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing this again.
So you're Whataburger?
No, absolutely
What
not.
the heck are you?
No. I'm not aligned with Evan Bridges on anything, least of all the kind of burgers that he likes to eat. No, I'm a habit guy personally.
Okay, wow, yeah.
Yourself?
Oh, I'm not going to go there.
Okay.
Home cooked, baby.
Too polarizing of a subject, I suppose, huh? Taking a look at Zane Johnson's list, once again, it's similar to the Fuzzy Delp list we saw last round. It's basically a cookie-cutter version of the 6-0 Swiss list that Yuki Lee Bender took to the PQ Plus.
Very powerful, well-tested.
Tell me what you see, Michael.
I'm seeing something that looks like between a mid-range and maybe a fatigue package. Not full fatigue, no Count Your Blessings in here, but absolutely a lot of 3 blocks. And it looks like the turning on the hero power is of utmost importance. We're seeing 9 copies of Autumn's Touch. Really great to be able to just block 3, get that in your graveyard, and get ready to decompose that and turn on the hero ability.
We saw Fuzzy Delp running a lot of the Go Again enablers in the form of Swarm and Gloomveil and Rune Rager Swarm in his last match against Chris Ayali. I think those are going to be subbed out because his opponent is Alan Hong, Mr. Luber himself. Normally a Guardian main, but today he's sporting something a little bit different, something close to your heart, Michael. Tell me about it.
I love Dash.io. So this deck is one of the premier aggro decks in the format. Of course, its weakness is boosting, as in you're throwing a lot of your deck straight into the bin, banishing it away when you boost. And so I think a lot of these decks that are fatigue aligned are probably looking to make that his downfall. If Alan is not able to produce enough damage. I was going to say 40, but in this format it could be 50, 60 damage before his deck runs out. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. So Alan Huang going to need to play very efficiently and set up these really explosive turns in order to get through that brick wall of blocks in the form of Autumn's Touch, blocking for 3, Sink Below, and of course Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree, one of the new legendaries for the Earth Heroes. So much blocking value that Alan is going to need to break through in order to get this victory.
And Dash.io, even though she is, like you said, one of the premier aggro decks in this format, definitely was hit by that burning of the books ban. Toma Fiendal was one of those pieces that really made her sing.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's out of the package.
Yeah, I think that was one of the cards that helped a lot to get through fatigue, just because it allowed you to set up that really explosive turn. Of course, Dash.io is not short of explosive turns in the form of Boom Grenade, but a little bit of the power chopped off the top with that ban. Of course, we're looking at a new card coming up soon, not in this tournament, but there's a replacement coming up in the Armory deck for those of you who are fans of Dash.io. She's looking to get a big boost in power.
And I think she's one of those heroes like the new Ira printing that is legal for the calling in Worlds, but not actually the Worlds event. Maybe I'm mistaken about the Armory deck.
It might be Ira. that you're thinking of?
Maybe it's just Ira.
Yeah, because that deck will be out, so I think it'll be legal. I'll have to call James James and ask I have his phone number.
Regardless, whether or not you are on a first name basis with Mr. White or not, Alan is not able to use those new pieces that Dash.io is going to get in her Armory deck. So no, I'm drawing a blank right now, but item that gives you free card draw.
Yeah.
No headpiece
I think
that
that's
allows
the
you to
Cerebellum
banish.
processor.
Yes, Cerebellum processor it is.
Yeah.
So we're just going to see a pretty standard Dash.io list as far as we can tell.
Speaking of the list, the funny thing here, so Zane pretty much copy-pasted Yuki Lee Bender's list. Alan Huang copy-pasted Zane Johnson's list as opponent. So Zane's going to know this list. They all have the deck list, of course, but Zane is the builder of the deck that Alan Huang is playing. So that's kind of a fun little fact here for this matchup.
And speaking of fun facts, both of these players are on the same team. They are representative of Team Stroopwafel. So we're going to see our first team kill of the day on stream, that is.
Yeah.
We've had plenty of team kills on the AGE Pro team in the last round, but this one is going to be contentious and also fun. Both players smiling at one another. I'm sure they have sat across from one another in these tournaments many a time, but also on Talishar play testing together. It's important to note that our higher seed is going to get the choice of whether to go first or second. Looks like it's going to be Alan choosing to go first, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, trying to establish those items, get a little bit of the explosiveness set up right out the gate.
What do you see, Michael? You like that hand or no?
Well, no items, so not really.
Little unlucky.
You know, the Twin Drive, the High Octane, those are too early. So this is actually a pretty lackluster hand. Those are cards he would much rather see later in the game. So likely to see him pitching them to the bottom or just, I don't know. That's actually pretty rough.
I think that throttle is red, so it looks like we're very resource deficient as well on this turn.
So, yeah, he's just going to pitch it away for second cycle.
Interesting, the High Octane is going to go to the pitch, not used to establish kind of a power turn in the arsenal.
Yeah, well, with no counters on the pistol, it doesn't really come online right away.
Zane sporting a lot of new equipment, namely because these are all new pieces that have come from Rosetta. He's got Face Purgatory.
Extended art.
In a very intimidating piece of equipment to face off against in the hands of a Rune Blade, namely because it kind of has a Scowling Fleshbag-like effect. However, unlike Scowling Fleshbag, you kind of have to block really tall in order to activate it. And Alan doesn't really like to go tall, does he?
Not really, no. So Zane's not going to be able to get as much value as he would like, unless, of course, we see the Maximum B. That's a card.
And here we go. The return from Zane Johnson is just a cheeky little CNC.
Yeah.
And Alan has found his items, which aren't going to help him block this card out.
Yeah, really great start for Zane, putting on the pressure right away.
Alan's sitting on a Twin Drive in Arsenal, Solving Shield in hand, and looks like a couple. He has the ability to block this out, but he's probably asking himself for what. And that also is going to be determined based on what's on top of his deck. Excuse me, 2 items in hand. We've got a backup protocol. I think that's a blue, in addition to that Dissolving Shield.
In a game where you are worried about killing your opponent, threat density, the number that's printed on the attack part of the card, the total number throughout your deck added together is very important. So if Alan Huang lets go and just says, okay, you can have this Twin Drive, that's -5 threat density from his deck, which is very meaningful in a fatigue matchup. So it's a tough choice, and you can see that he's really thinking here about whether he wants to give up his next turn, which he would do to block, and also blocking is more threat density. It's a tough choice.
Yeah, it's much harder, Michael, now that Toma Fiendal is out of this deck, especially because the amount of damage coming through on your opponent's side is much more relevant than it used to be. A lot of times Dash.ios could just sit on that Toma Fiendal for a while and not only have a massive power turn, but also heal like 6 life off the back of it. So a lot more interesting puzzles in this deck nowadays.
You know, I don't want a backseat game here, but I'm kind of eyeing that Crown of Providence just for the ability to get the Twin Drive right next to the High Octane in the second cycle. But, you know, losing that piece so early is also devastating.
Yeah, but right you are. Good point that Alan could go ahead and start a really nasty pitch stack because he's already got that High Octane on the bottom of the deck. Do you think, in this case, because threat density is a factor here, and because Alan is going to be burning through cards, do you think he packed the entirety of the sideboard in this matchup?
Probably. That's a great question.
Take a look at that deck, Michael.
That I would do. Oh, that's a fat deck. I mean, maybe he's triple sleeving, but if not.
The Luber does not strike me as a triple sleever, but, you know, what do I know?
Yeah.
Looks like he is going to devote that Crown of Providence to the block, but
Okay.
also to block it out entirely. He is
Interesting.
thumbing a 0 to 60 here.
Okay, so preferring to keep that card so that he can play it and just get a little bit of tempo. Doesn't want to be... Oh, no. Huh.
Now, it's important to note, Alan knows what's on top of his deck
That's
because
true.
of the hero power of Dash.io. He's found himself a Spark of Genius.
I like that. I like that a lot. So he's now paired his High Octane and his Twin Drive, and he's gotten a Spark of Genius to start getting some counters on that pistol for the late game.
And he's also probably going to add a blue to that pitch stack to fuel that High Octane turn at the tail end of the game.
Very smart.
So here we go. Throttle boosted. 6 go again is the ask. He's going to be able to follow this up with a Spark of Genius. Draw a card for the next turn. And probably arsenal his Dissolving Shield, unless he'd like to crank and go a little wider.
Yeah, and the fact that we see a Dissolving Shield right now, I think answers that question. This is probably his entire deck list sitting right there.
6 go again is the ask for Zane Johnson. Zane, I believe, has the ability to decompose now. Yep, there we go.
Blocking with 2 Earth cards early. I think Alan would have really preferred not to attack, but his hand texture was just so poor that he decided it was worth it, even if it allows Zane to put Earth cards in the graveyard.
So Alan finds first blood here. Zane Johnson down to 38 from 40. Resolves the Dissolving Shield, cranks it, and plays out that Spark of Genius. So he's currently sitting on the 1 action point. We'll see what he decides to find. Did he miss his Symbiosis shot? Oh, he gives a sly grin to Zane. No, Zane denies it.
Yeah.
No love here for fellow Team Stroopwafel.
This is a very high-stakes tournament. You can't be missing your triggers like that, Alan Huang. Oh, yeah, getting that, not missing it the second time, and hopefully for the rest of the game we'll remember that pain, that searing pain of missing a trigger. It does not feel good.
I'm feeling it in my knee, Michael. So Tekla Core is going to be the target for Spark of Genius. Also, Spark of Genius is going to ruin that beautiful little pitch stack that we were talking to.
That's true. That's a good point. I kind of forgot about all the shuffling that's going to happen. But regardless, it is good to put those back into the deck. Those are some power cards, and you don't want to be wasting them to a CNC, just destroying them out of your arsenal.
Indeed so, Michael. But it's not all bad for Alan Hong. He's gone ahead and set up a pretty solid board state in terms of items. And hopefully he's going to be able to find a really nasty turn in the follow-up.
I didn't catch what he drew there.
I didn't either.
Head and arsenals it. A lot of good arsenal targets in this deck.
We're going to be like Zane, and we'll just be a little bit none the wiser. Looks like the draw is a hefty amount of boost cards on the side of Alan. Zane kept a lot of cards here.
You see that one on the right there?
That this round's on me?
This round is on Zane.
How do you feel about that card in the Dash.io?
I think it's phenomenal. I mean, it gains a lot of value when they're trying to use High Octane. So currently it's not at its maximum potential, but Dash is always going wide. So it can really put a damper on the turn.
I don't think I've ever cast this card in paper.
There it is.
What a line. Here comes Zane Johnson, casting this round's on me, offering a beer up to Alan Hong that he must take.
Yeah.
No, you're good. It's fine.
That beer is in the form of a card, and then Alan Hong is going to be a little bit drunk on his next turn and going to be swinging for 1 less on every single attack.
Did you hear that? Alan Hong says, "Oh no, it's fine." That means it's not fine.
Not fine for Zane.
Disappointed.
Alan did go ahead and take a look at the top of his deck before he let this round's on me resolve, and there was a backup protocol red there. That was the draw. So he had the opportunity to use Dash.io's ability to play it out at instant speed.
Little resource inefficient to do so. I mean, you can play it out and then exchange it for a red in your graveyard, but I think he just decided he'd rather have it on his turn.
And he really doesn't have any juicy reds in his graveyard as of yet. We just have that 1 red throttle, which is not by no means a bad card, but maybe not what he wants to see for his power turns just yet.
Yeah, and Zane coming in with an Earth form. This card has such a meaningful on hit when your goal is to block out that Embodiment of Earth token, currently with the Florian Hero ability not on yet, so just one will be made, but man, when it starts making two, it gets brutal. That's an on-hit that you really have to care about. So Alan, once again, just like, oh man, I'm already getting -1 on all my attacks, and now you're going to get +1 on all your blocks. He's going to have a really hard time pushing damage on this turn, whether he lets it hit or not, because if he blocks it, I mean, now you have less cards.
Which honestly, the Embodiment of Earth and the This Round's on Me might have detrimental effects to one another, because Dash.io is often sending like cheeky breakpoints at 4s and so often. Now they're going to be coming in for 3, and Zane is going to be blocking for 4 on a lot of these non-attacks, so it might work in Alan's favor, honestly.
He does have enough to block non-attack actions in the list for it to have some meaning to kind of do both, but I see what you're saying. There's certainly an anti-synergy, especially the more embodiments you get. If they're just sending 3, 3, 3, and all your cards block for 5, it's like, well, that didn't really help me that much.
But you're still happy to see a lackluster Dash.io turn, no matter what, on the side of Zane Johnson.
Looks
We
like
block
he's
for
gonna,
2 on the Dissolving Shield.
Yeah, just take the rest of it. Taking 5.
Embodiment of Earth created on Zane Johnson's side. And even though it isn't that extra one from the Florian ability, we remember how much of a terror Briar was when she was in the format, and she was only making 1 every turn. So here we go. 6 cards in a dream for Alan Hong here in round 2 of 5 at the Arcane Games and Events Open Series Players Championship.
Zane saying, I know exactly what's coming. That's my list.
Here we go. The Arsenal was a blue zipper hit. Definitely less than ideal.
Yep. Boosting away that Spark of Genius, one of the power cards.
3 go again is the ask. 1 resource remains.
2 go again, thanks to the This Round's on Me.
Thank you, sir.
36.
More blood being drawn on the side of Zane Johnson, down to 36.
One of the nice things about a card coming in for 2 rather than 3 is it's just so inefficient to block. You can actually push some damage here. Of course, if Zane is able to play out a 5-card hand, that's not going to be great for Alan either.
No, in Florian being kind of a action point deficient deck, often has issues doing just that. But we have seen some pretty nasty power turns just today from Fuzzy in the last round.
Yeah.
Dash.io activation here to cheat out another Tekla core. That's going to pay dividends on the following turn.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of setup he needs. Lots of free resources so that he can just play all of his cards.
It's important to note that Alan Hong is coming off the back of a victory against the reigning Players Championship, Anthony Pham, who is also on a Mechanologist, but the old form of Dash.IE. Alan was able to take that last round and progress to this one.
Yeah, real aggro v aggro match. Really quick and very close.
And I'm sure Zane is very happy to be here after his last match where he was barely able to take it against a Count Your Blessings Riptide, which almost went to be the longest of the first round.
5 boost.
So this will be 4 boost.
4, yeah.
Yep.
Because of the beer that Alan drank.
I have an embodiment.
Shouldn't be drinking while you're playing Flesh and Blood. You got to stay sharp.
How
I do.
lovely.
And now Zane is probably feeling just fine because he's got to have himself a non-attack that can cleanly block for 4 with that Embodiment of Earth. I feel like I think I see him thumbing a Germinate.
He also has, it looks like, a D-React for 4 if he chooses. I'm not sure if he's...
Oath of the Arcanine is block.
Yeah.
Even clean up on that 4. Let's see what Alan's got. Backup Protocol Red is the follow-up. Looks like we're cranking, not forgetting our Symbiosis shot trigger.
Yeah.
Find ourselves that red throttle that we were talking about earlier, Michael.
Going for the highest power attack he can afford.
Now, Alan continues to look at the top of his deck. We know he's already activated Dash.io, so we won't see any more cheating items this turn.
I will boost.
Red throttle, 5, go again.
Yep. Boosting away a blue 0 to 60. Nice card to hit there.
Alan chewing a gaping hole into the side of his cheek while thinking about these turns. We know Dash.io is a very difficult deck to pilot. I mean, you know more than I do.
Yeah, you have to be very, very card efficient for the entire game in addition to being efficient on your turns. So lots of thought needs to be put into the future of your turns and what they're going to look like.
Yeah, ordinarily ordinarily, these aggro decks kind of have the opportunity to switch into a different game plan once they see how their opponent is responding to their pressure. If they are just hucking cards in front of your aggression, you can kind of take a beat, slow down, set up. Dash.io kind of has to think about fatigue from the get-go because you just burn cards out of the deck.
Yep. That's one of the most important things to be thinking about from turn 1.
Take 2.
So here we go. Rootbound Carapace is resolved. No Decompose? Is it possible that Zane is deficient in Earth cards?
I thought I saw 2 in there.
I thought I did too. Could be wrong, though. Zane Johnson is an incredible player. Top 8 the last AGE event in San Diego on New Alluring Desire.
1 card on bottom.
And here comes one of the best.
He was saving it so that he could get this off.
and who could fault him? Because Felling of the Crown
smart
is
play.
one of the most efficient, nasty cards from the new set, Rosetta. This is coming in for 8 because Zane is going to be able to put 2 Earth cards into his Banish Zone, bringing his total to 4.
Yep.
It's also going to force a card out of Alan Hong's hand. He has no choice in the matter.
So there's a really interesting decision point that Zane just had to make there, choosing between 3 or 2 Earth cards, increasing the likelihood of being able to get that Decompose the next time, because 5 plus 3 is 8. However, leaving yourself short an Earth card in graveyard could potentially stifle your ability to Decompose the next time you get it. So kind of hedging towards, I want to turn this on sooner rather than later, instead of, I definitely want to make sure my next Decompose can go off.
And relevant it could certainly be because we just saw Zane draw up a Plow Under, one of the Arsenal hate cards. But in order to get that effect, he's got to Decompose, Michael.
Yeah. So it looks like Alan Huang playing a Boom Grenade. I don't
red
think
one
that
at
was
that.
off the top. I kind of missed it.
He only has 3 cards in hand, so I think you are correct. Are we thinking about whether or not to crank, though?
Oh, Felling of the Crown. So it was off the top. Thank you. A little bit hard when he doesn't tap that hero and I'm looking off to the side. But the 3 floating resources should include me into that. So the Felling took the card. Now we've got a Boom Grenade off the top. Thinking about cranking, it's a tough choice because if Zane just blocks it all out, that's another wasted 4 deck, or I guess 4 threat density is the term I'm looking for. So maybe saying I'd rather just keep it out in case you block out.
Yeah, Alan's got to push damage here. I think I'm seeing a blue throttle. I can't quite make out the other 2 cards, but I think... Oh, it's a dive through data, and then a high octane. We could be going pretty wide here, Michael.
Could be. We've got 4 counters on the pistol, so this seems like it could be a good turn to do it.
That being said, Alan decides not to crank.
Yeah.
Perhaps thinking that because I'm pretty rich in terms of non-attacks and don't have a whole lot of boost cards, I might want to keep the counter on there and save that Boom Grenade for next turn when I have a little bit more attacks. This might just be a Symbiosis Shot machine gun at the end of this combat chain.
Yeah, we'll see how many boosts he can get off to facilitate that machine gun.
Now, he's looking at the top card of his deck and not snap resolving that high octane. I wonder if he doesn't like what he sees.
Yeah, I think if it's not a good boost card, he's probably... Yeah, see, so it's the item. He can turn it into a boost card, but he's going to be resource deficient. I think one of those is a throttle.
Luckily, he started off the turn with 2 Teclacore activations, so maybe that can help bridge the gap.
2 floating now.
And that would pay for that backup Protocol Red. And he would have his pick of the litter in whatever is in his graveyard.
Has he played a red 0 to 60 yet?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think we've only seen them blocked with.
2 action points.
Boosting that blue Boom Grenade, another good hit off the top.
Now, Alan couldn't play that off the top of his deck because he has already activated Dash.io to get the first Boom Grenade out there. Luckily, no Embodiment of Earth on the side of St. Johnson, so it's going to be harder for him to cover up these cheeky breakpoints of 4. Oh, not
Psych.
anymore.
Drawing a card off that.
Goes ahead and finds a Sink Below in his arsenal. Covers up that breakpoint very nicely indeed. And that's showcasing the excellent decision-making on the part of Alan Hong. He would have been punished very hard by cranking that Boom Grenade. Instead, he knows that it's going to be really hard to get through the defenses of Zane on this turn. Maybe try to hedge for next. So 1 action point gained off of that. 1 action point gained off of the Go Again from Dive Through Data. We're currently sitting on 2 pistol shots at the ready at the end of this chain. Do we know what's in Alan's arsenal? I think we missed it, yeah?
I'm not sure.
Crank.
Well, regardless, here comes backup Protocol Red. We are cranking. We're not missing our Symbiosis Shot trigger.
2.
All right, crack that backup protocol red. Let's see what we find here. Whatever we find is going to telegraph exactly how the rest of this turn is played out.
Yep.
So it's a red throttle. So he either has a 0-cost boost card in his arsenal, or he's just going to save it for next turn.
T-bone red.
Oh my goodness, no, we're activating the Teklo Foundry Heart.
Yeah.
Go up to 3 resources.
Yes.
Yeah, must be a 1 cost, or
Boost.
he's fishing.
We definitely know it's not that maximum velocity at this point, and Zane is breathing a sigh of relief because that would be a massive amount of damage coming his way. For now, it's just 6 go again. 3 action points remain. Ooh, a very saucy knuckle crack on the side of Alan Hong.
Yep.
I heard that from here.
Zane looking to block with a CNC and an Autumn's Touch, holding the plow under, the better version of CNC.
And that would give him enough earth cards in his graveyard in order to activate the decompose trigger on
Yep.
plow under.
5 boost.
But Alan
That's-
goes ahead and says, I'm going to play out my arsenal.
Yeah, that's really big.
Which honestly, I feel like that was kind of telegraphed based on the activation of the Teklo Foundry Heart, don't you?
Yeah, I think we were expecting that 1 cost in Arsenal.
Anthony hates me.
Zane says, Anthony hates me? He can't be talking about Anthony Pham. Anthony Pham hates no one.
Yeah,
Oh, producer Justin chimed in to say, except Evan, of course.
Right.
That's more of a hatred of Whataburger, I think, than Evan Bridges himself.
And then also 4 times for 2.
Okay, Alan dispensing with a lot of moving of cards, saying, I'm shooting you 4 times with my Symbiosis shot for a total of 8.
so there's a little bit of that explosiveness coming from Alan, evening the life totals as well as taking full tempo.
Ooh, interesting. So Alan is really hoping to draw up a lot of attacks here to make use of that boom grenade that is on board.
Yeah.
Looks like he didn't quite get there. We've got another boom grenade in hand. He's going to be hard-pressed to find the breakpoints to get that to connect.
Yeah, Boom Grenade is such a tough card to get the value out of in a deck that wants to block.
And ideally, you're playing it as an attack reaction or a pseudo-attack
Yep.
reaction with -IO. Alan was forced to play it out basically at action speed last turn so as not to boost it away off the top.
We see him just tanking a little bit. Hoping for his breakpoints. There's one for 4, boosting, go again.
Still a
Another
breakpoint.
blue. So far, high quality boosts off the top. You want to get rid of those blues as much as possible.
Avoid those reds. Do not banish your high octanes if you can help it. 4 go again is the ask for Zane Johnson. He's got a lot of things that block for 4 in his deck. Looks like he may not have found them on this turn, though.
Yeah.
See a heck of a lot of 3 blocks.
This could be another turn where Alan gets through some of that armor if Zane really wants to prevent that boom grenade from going off. Of course, if you do that now, it won't be available later. So tough decision point for Zane, making sure that he is playing as efficiently as possible, both with his resources on the board and his life total.
And when you talk about meaningful on hits in the -IO deck, there's pretty much none more meaningful than the boom grenade.
It's a lot of damage.
Now's the time to use that armor. And he's got well grounded, activated, and ready to go. It is important to note that our players are playing incredibly deliberately, regardless of time, because all of these rounds are untimed. We need wins and losses, no draws. Otherwise, this event will get drawn out a lot longer than we can handle.
Yeah. In the event of a draw, if a true draw occurs, we're actually replaying the game. No draws allowed today. So a really interesting format, and it almost feels like today it's kind of like a classical chess tournament. You know, no, we're not playing bullet chess today. As much time as these players need to think, we're trying to get the highest quality gameplay, and so players are taking advantage of that, really thinking through their turns, making sure they avoid.
Which, sure, like, take your time,
Yeah.
right? But you also have to, like, fatigue is a factor throughout the day.
Oh, sure.
You don't want to be going well over 55 minutes 7 or 8 times
Nope.
in a day.
Well, at least I don't. Not as a player.
Talon
Jonathan
Stradley,
Castro
however,
either.
he might be
Yeah.
okay with that.
Some of these players, they're taking endurance in their favor, saying, I can out-grind you.
Here comes 0 to 60, boosted, of course.
Yep.
3 go again. Alan taking a long time to think about that, probably because he saw that Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Yeah, that's a
on the
very
top.
juicy card. You don't want to boost that away, but he recognizes that he needs to keep the pressure on.
Zane sends a snap block with Arcane Seeds and Life.
Outpace is a great showing here, kind of invalidating that equipment, or completely invalidating it, as it says you can't block with equipment. So it's going to pull 2 cards at least, if
Well,
not blow up that boom grenade.
So Zane has gotten around that because he activated his well-grounded on the last
Well done.
chain link.
Well done. So gets through that first boom grenade turn as Alan establishes the second.
Without an arsenal, however.
Yeah, it's tough to get those through without that 5-card hand.
Mm-hmm.
Almost wonder if the outpace would have been better served in the arsenal while he set that up. Huh? Just kidding.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
Alan, one of the things I've noticed in
Mhm.
testing, especially with Azalea, is it's just one of those matchups where you, like, even though your arsenal is so important to you, you're better served by clearing it when you have the opportunity.
And Zane Johnson is now online, actually decomposing those earth boots. One of the benefits to running earth equipment is they're earth cards, and you can decompose them. So using those earth boots at a very critical time and getting them banished away, now we're online.
And Zane being rewarded by the decision point that you so astutely mentioned earlier, where he banished 3 earth cards and left himself deficient fuel-wise for a decompose.
Yeah, 2, 3, and 3, that's 8.
Mm-hmm. Online, 1 turn early.
So the value is going to be flowing thick as these, as the hero power allows the doubling of
You talk about thick. All those blue cards are now going to be essentially coming in for 5, which we saw on the side of Fuzzy Delp in the last match. Activate Grasp the Arknight, create 2 rune chance instead of 1, thanks to the Florian ability, and then swing the Reaping Blade. That's 5 for 1 card.
Yeah, 1-card 5s are going to be very tough to fight against.
Here comes the last backup protocol red on the side of Alan Hong. Again, a great card, but not one you want to see when you have a boom grenade out on the field.
Yeah.
T-Bone coming in, 3 go again, boosted of course. This card is a little bit lackluster in any matchup where your opponent is bringing Battle Worn. So you have to string multiple together in order to kind of chip away at their equipment in an efficient way. So we see Grasp of the Arknight being devoted to block. Granted, he's losing 1 point of value on defense, but ideally you're pulling in like Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree or Face Purgatory onto the combat chain when they don't want to be devoted.
Right. There it is. Second T-Bone. So that's exactly what you're saying. Now he gets one of the better pieces of equipment.
And honestly, like, Zane at this point might just throw the Face Purgatory out there because he's like,
When else are you're not going to get the value out
I'm
of it.
not going
You
to get
might as
full
well
block
just-
value. The only value I get is by making you discard a card and me kind of filter a card. So maybe covering up a Boom Grenade breakpoint is just as good. No, indeed. Barkskin and the Millennium Tree is the block. Zane's showing his chops and creating 2 embodiments of Earth instead of 1 because his Florian ability is online.
Yeah. It could be that he's saving that Face Purgatory for a maximum velocity.
And Alan looks like he's finishing out his combat chain by shooting the pistol twice. Or maybe he shot it once and is holding on to an action point. He's really thumbing this last card. Let's see if we can see what it is. It's a throttle. Can't quite see what the color is. Could he be considering activating Tekla Foundry Heart to play out that throttle, Michael?
It's possible. Certainly possible. The problem is, I think, with the 2 embodiments, it's very unlikely to get that Boom Grenade value even if he makes that play.
And even if those are 2 attacks in Zane's hand, you have to expect that he has 6 block value. Alan probably just wondering if he's ever going to get a better opportunity to send this Boom Grenade, and how sad will he be if Zane then like pitches a 2 block or something like that.
Yeah. Well, we know it's a very meaningful card in Zane's hand, so stripping it would be to Alan's benefit, but he decides to clean up that combat chain. And
Arsenal pass is the call for Alan Hong.
Oh, no?
Oh, just closing. Oh, closing
Yeah.
the chain for the Foundry Art.
Yeah, so he does
We're gonna see him
decide
go
to
for it.
send it. Is what it seems like.
6 boost.
He goes ahead and boosts.
Mhm.
Going to send another Symbiosis shot on the tail end of this, banishing one of his other precious boom grenades, of which he has 9 in this
Yeah,
deck.
well, it's a yellow one, and it doesn't actually appear that these are very useful cards, so getting that out of the way might be to his benefit. Of course, you do want to play items to ensure that you have counters on your pistol, so boost too many items away, and you don't have the closing power from the high octane turns, but overall, I would say that it's a middle-of-the-road boost. Not too bad, not too good.
Because, yeah, we talk about the axes on which these aggro decks play, and it's really critical to understanding their place in the meta. Dash.io kind of has 2 axes with which she can beat her opponent. You got the super wide machine gun symbiosis shot high octane turns that we've already seen come into play, which chunked Zane for 8, but you've also got those tricky boom grenades that can just kind of make any sort of tickle explosive.
Yeah, absolutely. Zane really thinking about this.
Alan already in a position where he's counting his deck.
If Zane has a 3-block non-attack, do you know what that blue was that he was pairing with the... Oh, we're about to see it, maybe.
We got a Felling of the Crown
Let's see.
and
Yeah,
a Warmonger's
so that is a
Diplomacy.
3-block. So he can actually pair that with his chess piece to full block and then arsenal the Felling if he wants to, preventing the boom grenade.
That being said, at this point, he is
And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
He is losing some extra block value from that bark skin of the Millennium Tree. Alan
yeah.
is probably happy to see this, honestly, because now that Warmonger's Diplomacy is blocking for 7 on its own because of those embodiments of Earth. But they're going to go away on Zane's turn, and that super powerful blocking piece of equipment is already spent.
Let us see.
And that just shows you how powerful a boom grenade on the board is. It makes your opponents make crazy decisions that they otherwise would not.
But I think Zane understands that his game plan is to run Alan out of threats. And so it's more valuable to keep the life total high. If he gets too low, Alan could just clinch it out with a wide turn and a bunch of pistol shots.
Yeah, and moreover, Zane kind of just needs to be in a position where he's, I don't know, above like 20 life or 15 life, and Alan hits that last high octane and chunks Zane again. You don't want to take damage willy-nilly because you know that's coming.
Exactly. Now Alan's playing the refill the pistol game.
Is that your favorite part of this Dash.io deck, or your least favorite?
It's actually a very fun kind of mini game. You've got to kind of fill the tank and then empty it all in one turn, and then fill the tank and empty it all in one turn. So sometimes you play these items out just because they're pistol counters. Even if you can't really get the value out of them, you know that every single one you play is +2 sometime in the future, which is really what makes these boom grenades so powerful. The other thing to consider too is if you hit 6, now you have to start expending those pistol counters. So there's this fun sort of mini game on the side where you're trying to manage these pistol counters, keep as many as you can, but never lose value on the items if you get to 6.
It's these little turning points that kind of make Flesh and Blood just not just a game of calculating math and doing equations. It's also what gives the flavor to the heroes that are sitting in front of you, and gives us like the affinity that we have for each of these heroes.
It's the reason I love Dash.io. A free pistol shot doesn't cost you anything except Ashen points.
So it looks like Alan may have let the turn lapse back to him, and did he let his backup protocol red die? Or is
he might be
thinking about how to
playing
pay
it
for
right now. I think he just used it on Zane's turn. To go,
There we go. So we've transformed a blue into a red zipper hit, which hopefully means that he is resource rich. Otherwise, I see a Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Yeah.
I believe a blue zipper hit, and then I'm not sure what that last card is. Maybe the third Spark?
Yeah, it looks kind of like a Spark, but it's very... no,
it's
Heist.
No, you're right. You're right. It's a Heist.
Yeah.
Heist, one of those cards that is so threatening, but only if you can hide the fact that Alan has no items in hand.
True.
And also, it's got a hit.
Well, the Heist grabs it from the Banish.
Oh, you are so right.
So he does have some very meaningful hits there. Probably wants to save it for last in the chain, maybe?
Yeah, see if he can bait out
Mm-hmm.
the cards that Zane actually wants to block with, and
Yeah.
then make some harder decisions down the line.
Yeah.
So he has the opportunity to play out both of these cards, but it'll cost him 2 cards in deck.
Interesting. So he goes ahead and decides, ooh,
Knowing he
Arsenal.
banishes a
Yeah.
high
Well,
octane off the
here's
top.
the thing, though. He doesn't have the pistol counters to support it. So I think he made a pretty good decision there to just, look, I can't draw this right now. It's not helpful. So just goes ahead and gets rid of it. And then also arsenaling the Pulse Wave Harpoon to set up for a more explosive turn next round. Very meaningful on hit with the heist, so this is going to force some cards, I think, again, from Zane.
Oh, there is a pounder.
You can't grab it.
He can't grab the pounder, Zane is pointing out,
Right.
because it costs more than 1.
Mhm.
Heist only allows you to grab an item with 0 or 1 cost. That being said, there are still some threatening things in Alan Hong's Banished Zone.
Yeah.
He's got a Dissolving Shield and then a smattering of Boom Grenades, none red.
Yeah.
But even so, that's still on hits on every single one of your attacks.
And here's the face Purgatory.
It's quite possible that missing his early Symbiosis shot counter could haunt him going further into this game, especially after knowingly banishing high octanes.
Yep.
Currently, Alan should be sitting on 1 more counter.
Yeah, 1
on his
counter
Symbiosis
is a
shot.
lot better than 0. That's a very good point you bring up there, Bryce.
And Michael, how often do these games come down to that last Symbiosis shot?
Oh, man, so much. I've played so many Dash.io games that come down to the last card in deck and the last pistol counter. It's crazy. So the ability to play this deck efficiently is critical to taking games against these decks that are so good at blocking.
And Zane responding with an absolute haymaker. We've got Arcane Seeds Life creating 4 Rune Chant tokens for 0 cost, and then coming in with Felling of the Crown. One of the most high rate cards that have ever been printed. This is coming in, is a 2-card 8, but also, after he decomposes, it's going to cause Alan to bottom one of the cards in his hand. Not even as an on-hit. There's no choice.
If we value the card in Alan's hand at 3, then we just saw a 3-card 15.
It's not bad.
Ugh.
Shudder you will. And Shudder is Alan Hong.
Sorry, 16.
Sitting across
16.
from Zane Johnson with this play. That being said, Alan, despite the fact that Zane is presenting a lot of on-rate cards, Alan's still fairly close to life parity. Obviously, that'll change if this Felling of the Crown hits. But at some point, maybe Alan will decide to block out and take a turn off, do some setting up.
Yeah, the silver lining here is at least that card goes to the bottom of the deck, but Alan just going down to 6. He's kept the tempo so far, and he's deciding I need to continue to keep it in order to have a chance.
We got a block on the Tekla Foundry Heart there. Alan takes the rest of it, bringing his life total down to 6. Chunked down to a very scary situation, especially when Zane is producing so many Rune Chants for very little effort. Dive Through Data is the beginning of this turn, boosting away a red zipper hit. There's 4 go again on hit, op 1.
Yep. And looking at Alan's deck compared to his life total, it may be that that is actually the more critical piece of this matchup at this point.
Again, because you no longer have Tome of Fiendal to just willy-nilly gain 6 life in the middle of the game.
Yep. Alan using his health as a resource, not letting up off the gas.
So the Dive Through Data hit. Zane is not particularly scared of it. Alan goes ahead and sends that top card to the bottom, hoping to find an item on the top, I would have to imagine.
Yeah, getting those items out is critical in increasing the range of your hands.
And what has he found, Michael?
Looks like a Boom Grenade. He wishes that was the card before. He really wishes that was the card before. Now he's in a bit of trouble. I think the last card in his hand was Heist, so he can't afford to play the Boom Grenade and the Heist. So a bit of a clunker here. He could play the Boom Grenade and then use his Tekla Foundry Heart and then play the Heist, but...
less than stellar.
Yeah,
sure.
It could just be another Boom Grenade down the tubes, so to speak, in terms of the printed value of 4 when it hits.
But this is our last red one, so play it I must, says Alan Hong. Surely, yep, we're going to put the Symbiosis shot counter on there. And then it probably depends on what is in Alan's arsenal. I don't quite remember.
Yeah, I'm thinking probably no crank here. I mean, it really does depend on his arsenal, but...
I would have to agree with you. It's got to be a no crank here and hope to set up for next turn. And hopefully Zane will give him a turn off of the disruption. Let's see what Zane is working with, if he will let us. I know I saw a blue condemned to slaughter,
Okay.
which is not anything that Alan cares about. We're really
Right.
looking for another felling of the crown or a plow under.
Well, keep in mind that his life total is also at 6, so anything above 6 is a meaningful on hit, quite meaningful.
We've gone ahead and activated the Tekla Foundry Heart, which could potentially mean that we're going to go for that heist play.
Yeah, he needs to pull cards.
How have I not drawn a single max V yet?
Ooh.
Alan coming in with the amazing one-liners. No max Vs has he drawn thus far. And we are now one twin drive
Boost.
thinner in the deck.
Oh, there
Nice.
goes his last high octane.
A devastating banish. But you're right, Michael. He just doesn't have the room on his life total anymore.
I wonder if Zane's considering taking the hit here. If he can grab tempo, no.
I just
Doesn't.
don't think he needs
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
He's feeling great. Alan is presenting lackluster -IO hands, and he just saw the last high octane banished.
It's true.
Alan reluctantly passing over to Zane.
Yeah. But here we have Alan with a 5-card hand. If he draws right, and Zane doesn't do anything here,
Let's see if I get.
he's got a boom grenade on the table. If he gets his max V and yellow boom grenade, no max V,
Spark of Genius.
Spark of Genius, not quite the push that he needed.
Here's where you're kind of wishing for those backup protocol reds, which have long
Mhm.
since been sent to the graveyard. We do have a little bit of offensive potential. We've got ourselves a 0 to 60. I believe that is a red.
I think
We
it's
got a
yellow.
pulse wave harpoon. Is it a yellow?
Yeah.
We're about to find out as Alan levels off the first action of this turn. First, we're going to take a pensive look into the sky. We're going to make
Oh.
that hole in our cheek a little bit deeper.
I saw red that time. I can't tell. Orange. We'll call it orange. No, that looks like red.
Well, if you're not seeing red, Alan certainly is. He's
Mm.
ready to see if he can get this boom grenade activated.
Yep, boom
He's
grenade
gonna-
off the top, pitching away his yellow one.
This one a blue, so every single attack that comes in from this point forward is going to be threatening 6 damage on
Yep.
connection.
No crank here critically. I think knowing that there are no more high octanes, there's not really a reason to... You have to get the value from the grenade itself. It's no longer good enough to just put counters on the pistol. And so he's going to want to keep that pistol counter as low as possible between 2 and 1 in order to maximize the value.
And 0 to 60 red is the follow-up here. Boosting,
Oh,
of course. We
there's the
finally
max
found a
V.
max V.
And you can just see not happy with the way these cards are landing.
That being said, 4 go again. 2 on hits is not so bad.
Breakpoint when Zane's armor is gone is quite meaningful here. And with 2 boom grenades on the table, if Alan can push through on this turn, that would be huge.
And push through he might, because I'm seeing a lot of 3 blocks in Zane's hand. I believe we have Arcane Seeds, Enlightened Strike, Warmonger's Diplomacy, and then one other card I didn't quite catch. No Rootbound Carapaces to be found.
Mhm.
I believe it's another blue, which is probably a this round's on me. But regardless, 4 go again is the ask. And Alan paying dividends by forcing Zane to block with that bark skin of the Millennium Tree that
Yeah,
early.
absolutely. Those back-to-back 0 to 60, T-bones, critical for clearing out the armor early.
And Alan's deck is not, it's not terrible, honestly. He would like it to be a little bit thicker, but there's still a lot of gas in there, Michael.
Yeah, no, I think his deck is in better shape than his life total, which is a good thing, I think. It allows you to keep the tempo as you force Zane to give up every single card in his hand turn after turn after turn. You only need 1 life to win the game.
And perhaps 1 Symbiosis Shot token.
Oh, gosh, if it comes down to that. And we see Zane just blocking 3.
Zane says, I'd rather, and I like this because you would much rather take these boom grenades on the beginning of the chain than discover halfway through or at the end of it that you just can't cover it up.
Right,
And then you've
yeah.
completely butchered your hand chasing this dream of blocking out the boom grenades that didn't exist in the first place.
Zane deciding this is probably the turn to turn it back around and take some tempo.
Did he just send? Oh, we're putting these back on the chain.
Oh, for the resolution stats?
Yes, because the combat chain has not actually closed. Players are just making sure that it looks nice and clean for the stream. So the 1 damage still came across to Zane, and then he took the additional 6 from the boom grenades doing their boom thing. And now I wonder if Alan is kind of kicking himself for not cranking that blue boom grenade when it first came off the top.
I'm not sure. I think having 0 counters on the pistol can be detrimental. It's nice to, because I'm assuming he's going to end the chain with a pistol, and then he'll have 1. You always want to have 1 to use when you need it.
He could have had 1 on the back end if he had remembered on turn 0.
Yeah. Then he would have cranked it probably. Actually, I don't know. I don't think he was expecting Zane to let it through.
I know I wouldn't have if
Yeah.
I were in his shoes.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he's seen that many root-bound Carapaci
I think
out of Zane.
Carapaces is the Greek.
Pulse Wave Harpoon is the follow-up, banishing our second Max V that we've seen.
Oh boy.
Does he have 1 more remaining? Let me take a look. Yeah. He is running the full gamut of Max Vs.
Yeah.
He's also got 1, I believe 2 more twin drives, because the first one we saw went to the bottom of the deck and then got shuffled by Spark of Genius. So the Dream is still alive for resolving that incredibly powerful card. Zane has blocked 3, taken 1.
Huge swing with those boom grenades now.
Yeah, and just like that, life parity is even closer. But Zane identifying the moment where he kind of needs to turn things around and start putting some more pressure on Alan. Interesting. Alan going ahead and banishing away the tech. Oh, he already played off the top, didn't he? From
Yeah,
the
he
boom
did. He
grenade.
did.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate turn of events. He would have probably loved to resolve that Tekla core from the top of his deck.
Yeah. But pulling the Arcane Seed's life is huge, preventing a
5 value.
5 value card.
Yeah.
Of course, the blue is also 5 value.
2. 7.
And there's that pistol shot. 7 to 6.
7 to 6 it is. Let's see what the follow-up from Zane is. We know that a blue card can be a fearsome thing, even just as things are, but depending on his arsenal, could be even scarier.
And this is where,
so Zane making me eat my words. We do indeed have some of those go-again attacks, despite the fact that he's going to be on the back foot for the majority of this game.
That's a massive turn.
So this is
hard
4
9.
go-again, and then we're going to be throwing the Reaping Blade after that.
Yeah. This is the value that you can set up with Florian. Blocking super efficiently and then just throwing. I mean, it's like the old Icelander math, right? Except instead of 8, it's 9. It's incredible.
And we're seeing exactly why
Split
Zane
damage.
was so happy to take that 6 damage off the boom grenades early on, because he knows he's presenting Alan with a very difficult puzzle to figure out.
Yep.
And unfortunately, Alan has found himself with those 2 remaining twin drives, and I think that last card on his left might be that last Max V.
Yeah, I think he's about to fall onto the back foot. He has to block here to stay alive.
Luckily, he's still got the Achilles accelerator up. So we've got
he has Arcane Barrier.
Ways to prevent those rune chants. But obviously, anytime you're blocking his Dash.io, you're not doing what you want to be doing.
Dash.io can also create very efficient 2-3 card hands. This may not be one of them, but with the ability to play items off the top, you can do really valuable things with less than 5 cards as well.
You just got to be so devastated, because you've seen a lot of your power card. If you're in Alan's seat, you've seen a lot of your power cards banished off the top by your own hand throughout the course of the game. And now with this hand and what you're facing down from Zane, you know there's not going to be anything unfair you can do for the rest of this game. You got to grind it out. And that is an impossible sounding task when your opponent's blues are valued at 5.
Alan's just going to have to not die and do a little bit of praying as he hopes that maybe Zane whiffs on a future turn, gives him some breathing room.
To the great master cog in the sky is where Alan is looking for inspiration.
I like that. Looks
like he hasn't found it, though. Not counting blessings here, but instead counting points of value on the opposing side of the board.
And we can see here, this is one of those moments where we are very aware of there not being a clock to worry about. Alan taking as much time as he possibly can to try to think his way out of this devastating situation he's found himself in. Maybe there's a line. Maybe he can find it as he flips through his graveyard and his banish zone, thinking about what his tools are left in his deck.
Lubers, rise up and give your strength to your champion.
Yeah.
On the right side of your screen.
We're going to need you to channel all of that spirit energy.
Players have been made aware that they need to maintain pace of play, though. We are not encouraging anybody to go for an hour and a half or 2 hours long. We do still want to keep the pace of this tournament up. But if there is any aggro deck that is going to go to time, just because the lines are so complicated and there's so much thinking to be done, it is -IO.
Yeah.
Again, I mentioned that because these rounds are untimed.
And it looks like his last max V is in his hand. He may be thinking about whether or not it's possible for him to resolve it ever again as he considers his blocks.
Taking a quick look around the room to give some updates on our games that have already been completed. Looks like the Fatigue Master himself, Talon Stradley, is already done, along with Fuzzy Delp, who we saw in the last round. We've got Zachary Wallach and Grant Strom going strong in Enigma versus New.
Take notes at home. Count your blessings. Riptide is a faster deck than -IO.
I can't find a way to win.
Alan is saying he's
Thing you're probably not used to.
having difficulty finding a way to win.
Guardian. Well, not always, but
Yeah, thinking about blocking with the max V. It feels like his only out, but I don't think it's going to be possible to resolve this. He will have to block every single turn moving forward to stay alive. So he'll start having to pivot towards these 2 to 3 card hands rather than the full 5 that he would really like to push, and just hope that he's able to, I don't know, cheat in a boom grenade or something. Catch Zane off guard.
Unfortunately, cheating is illegal here at Arcane Games and Events.
Use his hero power in a boom grenade. Excuse me. Didn't mean to use the C word.
It's a really interesting thing that we're witnessing here, because the dynamic of these two players is completely flipped. Ordinarily, Alan Hong is a Guardian player. He's normally playing Bravo Showstopper. And Zane is normally on Azalea. That's his main class. And the world is completely different. Like, normally Zane is the one who is puzzling a way to close out the game against a really strong blocking deck that is super disruptive. And Alan Hong is finding
going to 1.
The question.
I was really expecting another block
one to
there.
answer.
But deciding that having the tempo and threatening the life is far more important. And I think that's 2 twin drives in hand, so he can potentially send both of those out with the use of his Teklo Foundry Heart.
yeah.
So he's going to be able to play. Oh, he was going to be able to play both those twin drives. But we've gone ahead and played the backup protocol blue. And we'll cheat it out for another blue. You're right. Honestly, that hoop we just jumped through in playing the backup protocol blue is literally just going to give us a symbiosis shot counter in the end.
That's
but
great. It gives you an
still relevant.
extra action point and an extra counter on the gun. That's 4 extra damage that he gets. Well, 2 extra damage that he gets to push here. That's very meaningful at this point in the game. And that pistol is exactly the reason that you can be so efficient on these small hands. Because, I mean, look at this. If he sends these 2, it's a 3-card 12 that we're looking at.
Right you are, Michael.
So that's great. I mean, 3-card 12 is not a 3-card 16, but it's also not a 2-card 8 or anything small. This is threatening to Zane's life total.
Yeah. Without Mordred tied on a stick, this is probably the best you can hope for. Twin drive, boosted, of course, is the play. A single boost because we've lost our last maximum velocity.
2 D-Reacts in hand. Great timing for Zane. Of course, a boom grenade off the top.
Unfortunately, can't happen.
Cannot happen, thank you.
Because we've already played the backup protocol blue and activated -IO.
Right.
We're getting word from the producer's desk that this is the last active match. So don't worry, we are going to be able to get you back into the action very soon after this one resolves. Looks like we chose well, Michael.
Yeah.
Sink below, devoted to the block. Probably going to be the only block on the side of Zane
Oh,
Johnson for
lots
this
of
chain link.
reacts here. So Zane's got a blocking hand.
But can he retain the blue to have something to come back at Allen? Do we have a blue in that hand, Michael?
I didn't see. I think the root bounds might have been yellow, but shooting one pistol in between.
How do you like that sequencing? Is it just a bit of cheeky
No,
math? Or?
I think it's good to do it that way. It just the more you can hide information, the better. It encourages Zane to take the damage because he doesn't know what's coming.
So only one decision point remains, but Allen doesn't quite want to commit to it yet. He's just going to look at that twin drive a couple more times, chew a little bit more caverns into his cheek.
Mm-hmm. Really? So he prefers the arsenal.
That is such a surprise to me, Michael.
Yeah.
He could still activate Achilles' accelerator.
True, but at one life.
Yeah, there he goes.
Doing it.
Because, yeah, there's no way he can hold that second twin drive back. It's just,
right.
You can't do it this late in the game.
Huh.
This way he doesn't have to boost it, though.
I suppose.
But he's also given up his only source of AB.
Yeah,
so all Zane has to do is create a rune chant, and this game is over.
Yeah, if he keeps it. Yeah.
Could have potentially been hunting for another item, but
right.
he has no resources to do it, even if he did have the activation of Dash.io to use it.
Zane going to 2, and I'm assuming that last card in hand is a blue. Yeah, so.
Yeah. And Zane's got to know he has it right here.
Yeah, that's it.
Here comes our 1-card 5. Allen takes a look at his cards and extends the fist bump.
Very close, 2-1.
He should have checked the top of his deck, though, just in case of a dissolving shield. Okay. It was just a grenade.
That's a good point. The use of that Achilles accelerator, I don't think he had to do that.
No, I tend to agree with you as well. I know when you get in your head about the end of these game states, especially when you are the aggro player and you're trying to close the game out against a very defensive deck, you try to do very cheeky things. But here we are, Zane Johnson as our victor in this round 2 of 5 in the Swiss rounds of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series Players Championship. That means we've seen 1 Florian Rotwood Harbinger ascend, 1 descend, and then our Dash.io heading on into the yellow tables.
Alrighty. Exciting stuff today.
How did Dash.io shake out for you as a sympathizer of the deck?
I mean, that's what I expected. Mm-hmm. I think I expected a very close game. The fact that he didn't see his max Vs hurts him. He has to be able to push that final point of damage. He almost got there. A little bit of a mistake, I think, with the boots at the end there, but a long game like that can be very taxing, and he might have thought that was just what he needed to do to finish it, to close it out, and he didn't get there.
Yeah. All right, we are going to go for a break, just a quick 2 minutes, and then we'll be back with more action here at the AGE Players Championship, where we will crown the one true Ascendant player from the entire year of 2024.
Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here. I'm Michael Murray with Marcus Brown, back for round 3 of our Arcane Games and Events Players Championship. We'll take a quick look at the format. We will be viewing the 2-0 win and in game, Evan Bridges versus Zane, the Florian we just watched. This match will be the first winner to lock it into the top 8. So this will be very exciting. Of course, we also have an 0-2 lose and out match going on, 2 of them at the same time. So we will have 2 knockouts at the end of this round as the tournament pairs down to the top players. We also have some player profiles. Looking for them. Evan Bridges here. He is on KO. Of course, a new bouldering fan. I've gone rock climbing with him a bit. He's actually a very impressive. It seems like he's the kind of guy that just likes to dedicate himself to something. I was surprised.
I wouldn't expect it out of Evan, but yeah, he enjoys it quite a bit.
Yeah. Really like and staying in shape. Of course, we've had the fast food Whataburger debate a few times here. It sounds like Evan's losing that debate, but that's okay. You can't win them all. You'd rather win the championship than the burger debate, I'm sure. Let's take a look at his deck list here. He's on KO. Pretty standard list, I would say. Does anything stand out to you in here?
I think some of the 2s and 1s strike me as like deliberate deck inclusions, like just a 1 reckless swing, 2 reincarnate blue, 2 runner. That card made its way out after heavy format because KO wasn't relying so much on rocking an agility from turn to turn, and instead playing more of like a mid-range grind and then like power turns in Blood Rush Bellows, along with beaten trackers as well to just push damage and not suffer that variance on rolling a 1 on scab.
Yeah, I've seen a huge uptick on beaten trackers users for KO. I think just that consistent go again. You just need it for the 1 Blood Rush Bellow turn to make sure that you can go wide. Another really striking card, I would say, Smashing Performance, going in and targeting those items, having a bit of a mech heavy meta here, as well as the Kano. That card right there won the game as it threatened the E-Pots and the Potion of Deja Vu of Ryan Brown. Forced him to go off before he was ready, and he couldn't get there. So really cool inclusion there in this meta. Very well thought out. So looking forward to seeing how this plays into that Florian that we just saw. We don't have to cover this one too much, but as we said prior, this is Yuki Lee Bender's list, one of the premier deck builders of the game. People just love jumping on and seeing how she builds these decks and just kind of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Building up to this value-oriented kind of mid-range blockable deck here.
Taking a look at the metagame breakdown, we've got our 5 seats of Enigma that are doing varying levels of work here at the championship, with, of course, Florian followed up, next most represented hero, Zane being 2-0, looking for his 3rd win to lock himself to the top 8. The 4 Mechanologists, 1 Kano, 1 Riptide in Mr. Talon Stradley, 1 New in Grant, 1 KO, the Lone Brute in Evan, and 1 Lone Kasai, 1 Lone Warrior with Colin Erickson.
Yeah, I'm curious if you know right now what the lose and out matchups are.
I think it's currently Talon into Peter Bedensik.
Okay. And Peter's on what deck?
Peter's on Enigma.
Okay, so Enigma could fall or Riptide.
It's all to play for. But ultimately, 3 losses and you're out, unfortunately.
Yeah. Did you catch the other one? So that's one of them, right? It was Talon into Enigma.
I didn't catch the other one.
Yeah, we'll catch it later, but trying to follow all these games as we go, bringing that coverage to you guys at home. And let's get into the match. Shuffling up, having a good time. On the left, we have Evan Bridges, 2-0, KO Armed and Dangerous. On the right, Zane Johnson, 2-0 on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. Zane talking before this tournament about feeling a little bit insecure into the Enigmas. Luckily for him, hasn't run into any so far in his run, so if he wins this and locks it in, he'll have had quite a nice lineup of matches for himself.
Yeah, I know that he spent a lot of time on Nu and was playing her last month at the Battle Hardened and last month's Open. So given the rise of Enigma, kind of pushes Nu out because that's
Yeah.
a really hard matchup
Yeah.
historically. Like any assassin into any illusionist is hard.
I think having the split damage is nice when trying to destroy those ward cards, but of course a blue heavy deck doesn't really have a whole lot of problems blocking split damage.
No, that's true.
Here we go, starting it off.
Evan has included just his beaten trackers.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's actually running scab skins in his list. Probably doesn't need them in his eyes.
Yeah, doesn't need them, doesn't bring them.
Look at Evan is a scab skins hater. Confirmed.
Yeah.
Thank you, producer Justin.
Players just jostling. It looks like Evan going first.
Looking for some invasive damage and pulping turn 1.
Nice start. If you're going to send something, why not dominate?
And here we go. Reincarnate will be put down onto the bottom of the library, discarded at random. Producer might. 6 dominate. Zane weighing up his blocks with Autumn's Touch. Says, I'll take 3, play Mr. Bridges.
Yep. Very nice start for Evan. Not that easy to push damage on turn 0 unless you've got some kind of evasion, and he has just that. I'm expecting an Arsenal pass at this point. Even better.
Wind up.
Agile wind up, setting up the might and the agility for next turn. Very nice start from Evan as he passes it over.
Basically everything he wanted in that turn 1. Get an agility, get a might, get some chip damage.
Yep, KO doing KO things.
In addition, the fact that it's dominate means that Zane doesn't get to chuck a bunch of earth cards
Very good
into his graveyard and decompose like turn 1.
Right, so now he is, if he had to decompose, he wouldn't be able to play it anyway.
So here we go, pitching to Grasp to create a rune chant. And playing an Autumn's Touch yellow.
Yep, just getting that earth card in the graveyard. Not the most efficient start, but we
Evan-
don't expect Florian to come out efficient. Takes him time to build up in that earthly fashion.
Evan has not even sided a single piece of Arcane Barrier. He does not care about rune chants.
Wow.
He's not going to get that long of a game. He doesn't care.
That's a very
Send me the bill.
astute observation. Evan saying, yeah, I don't really care. I'm just going to race you down.
Which is honestly a decent strategy because both the Earth heroes need their hero powers online to be doing most of what the deck wants to be doing well and like above rate. It's on rate in the like first half of the game, but then you're above rate creating like, 4 rune chants to Arcane Seeds in life and that.
Look at this, Evan getting to start the turn with a 7 power Savage Feast. 1 cost, draw a card. Phenomenal start to what could be a very big turn.
Yeah, this is great because he's going to get his claw follow-up and then send something else on the back end.
Yeah.
With 3 cards and 2 floating. Maybe even discard a wind-up considering what he just drew. So I know he's got an agile wind-up and other stuff.
Not quite able to see the rest of his hand. So once Zane figures out how he's blocking, we'll see how the rest of this turn goes.
Zane giving a Germinate.
Yeah, Germinate and the Warmonger's Diplomacy. Not a very useful card in this matchup. Happy to give it up to block, seeing as Evan doesn't really have a lot of non-attacks he's planning on playing.
Zane thinking, is it worth blocking this claw? Or does he want to send something back himself?
Yeah, just takes the 3. I like that. No one hits. It could be more meaningful. And there it is. Swing big, coming in for 8. Really efficient turn.
Total of 18 damage across all of those chain links.
Wow.
And without Blood Rush needed.
4 card 18 is really good value.
Zane bleeding quite a bit under this brute already.
We can see compared to last game just how much force the KO is able to bring right out the gate. Dash.io requiring just a little bit more setup to get the kind of explosive power, and of course requiring on hits for the boom grenades. There aren't really on hits that Evan needs to push damage.
And here's the famous line from Beefy Briar that Charles took to 2023 US Nationals fame. Grasp for a Rune Chant and Reaping Blade for 3.
Very efficient as we see the life totals almost go into parity here.
It's sort of the thing that Zane can probably expect out of Brute, and isn't so worried. I guess when his life total is brought into the latter half, he's going to start to get a little bit concerned with the burst damage, but okay for now.
Yeah.
Night Pops. We're going to activate the Sash.
Okay. Evan's going out.
Off to the races using Sash already. He must have drawn another banger of a hand.
This will be for 6 go again. Maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Indeed.
Cool. Loses an agile windup. Hopefully wasn't a resource card he needed. Otherwise, fantastic discard.
I think he's doing fine for resources because he's already popped his Sash for this.
That's a good point. So happy to see something lackluster leaving his hand in favor of something more powerful.
I think I see a runner in his hand.
Take 3.
There goes that Warmonger Diplomacy again. Just a block 3 blue.
We'll pay.
Doing what it's there for.
Evan giving some thought. Coming in with Claw.
The Claw. 3 go again.
Zane holds a Plow under, but I have to wonder if he's actually keeping it in hand to upset Evan's arsenal.
Yeah. He'll probably have to wait and see if Evan plays it, maybe holding it as the last card to block with. But if he decides not to block and then Evan plays all 3 cards in his hand, it's a really tough spot to be in, taking extra damage in order to do that.
Okay, we'll get a Decompose here with yellow Rootbound Carapace.
Getting started, getting those Earth cards in the banish zone.
Brings
3 of
Zane
8.
count to 3, yep.
Cool. 3 cards on hand. Savage Beatdown.
Oof.
-6.
Yep, and so no arsenal, no plow undervalue. Zane kind of nodding like,
Just a big
darn
old
it.
chunky 12 here.
Ooh, that's a big hit. Yep, just giving up the plow under.
Zane thinking over if he wants to use his armor, maybe. He was looking over there.
Yeah, no face purgatory.
Mm.
Obviously, it wouldn't make Evan discard, so not getting the value there.
No, it wouldn't be good at all.
The Thing.
The Thing.
1 Rune Chant.
Also, another thing to note here is that Evan is not playing Scowling Fleshbag in this matchup. He's just using Crown of Providence.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've got lots of CNCs and not really someone that is going to be playing a 5-card hand that you need to disrupt. So I like that choice.
Evan gets free reign, and here's a Blood Rush #1.
Wow. Evan's just been hitting gas.
The swing big goes
Losing
in
the
the bin.
swing big is the first kind of stumble.
I'll draw 2.
Catch up. Is it? Is he saying that Zane needs to catch up in life total?
Oh, that's very
Taunting him?
funny.
Claw for 6.
A Whataburger catch up. Currently, our producer is telling us that he brought his deck list in a Whataburger bag. Just really leaning into the meme. Or, sorry, his whole deck. Everything. Showed up with some fast food and some fast games.
Evan, you're trying to sell Whataburger to Californians. This is just coping.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
It's not going to work. KO, however, seems to be working just fine as he comes in with 6 go again off a weapon. And 3 more cards in hand. Continuing to just pummel Zane.
This is just a pure beatdown right here.
Packing for 8. Fortunately, there's nothing to send back in.
Still a 14 damage Blood Rush.
Just
Gets an
really,
arsenal.
really efficient this whole game. And I feel like Zane, like, he needs to keep his life total high and figure out how to take some of that tempo back because if he's not playing decomposed cards, he's not advancing his game plan of getting the hero power online.
It's kind of unfortunate that this would have been a perfect block to deny Evan his arsenal with Face Purgatory, but I think Zane gave his only non-attack on the chain link. He's going to Felling of the Crown.
Yeah, so this is crucial. He's going to finally get a little bit of tempo back here. Big damage coming through as well as bottoming, forcing the bottoming of a card. not discarding, so that Beast Within won't get any value.
No.
True. That one on the bottom. 8. Might. This is a might. It's no longer a spicy ketchup.
I didn't know ketchup could turn into might tokens, but anyways, Evan. Interesting.
We will block 6 and make a second might.
Just being efficient,
We'll go to 24.
getting the might out of his
Mm.
arm piece there.
Yeah, blocking with the CNC because Zane did not Arsenal.
Mm-hmm. Very smart play. Evan playing this very cleanly.
The mights pop. Bear Fangs. Drawing and discarding a 6.
Yeah.
Might for next turn.
So,
Is
Bearfangs is 10?
Yeah. Just a casual 2-card 10. No big deal.
2-card 11 if you count the might
Yeah,
he just
yeah,
made,
you
yeah.
know. Of course, that's double dipping just a little bit, but
It's only 1 point away from Zane's life total.
yeah, what we see here is just another 10. And yeah, Zane sitting at 11. This is very meaningful damage. He's got another decompose, so could turn the hero power on now. Question is it too little too late? But this is absolutely the turning point of the game. If Zane is able to now take that hero power and start chipping back, keeping his life total high, and presenting that annoying double rune chant weapon every turn.
I wonder if Zane would actually give his bark skin at this point to save some life, or if he's saving it for another Blood Rush turn where he can
Yeah.
get the embodiment on several chain links.
It's a good point. I mean, he's sitting at 11, but he still has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 block just showing, plus the embodiments that his chess piece creates. So we could really think of this as like 25 to 25. It's a very even.
In a way, yeah, exactly.
Now that I'm really doing the math of this. Evan has chewed through most of his armor, whereas Zane has chewed through now one of it.
Interesting. Make an embodiment.
or sorry, 1 embodiment.
Yep.
So 4, 7, 9.
Curious that he's not dedicating the defense reaction here. Oh, well, yeah, because,
I think he's keeping it for Arsenal.
okay. Yeah, if
So-
he ends up hitting a pulping, that could be
Yeah.
a game changer.
So the great thing here, by playing an aura and pass, if Evan wanted to block with some cards, he's instead got to find a way to use the whole hand.
Mhm.
Which he'll do just here.
Wild Ride coming in at the right time.
I was going to say, Zane, remember that there's verse counters on that there aura. You don't want to play it with 0. Wild Ride for 7, go again.
10 to 25. Full armor suite. Face Purgatory still available.
Yeah, it could be a good use now to pluck 1 card away from Evan and then get 1 back.
Mhm.
I think that's what Zane is mulling over here.
You hit the nail on the head.
Here we go.
7 and trigger. Okay. I will discard that. I'll draw. I will pitch this reckless swing I just drew. 3 with go again.
And 2 floating. I'm guessing Evan's going to play his Arsenal out, which seeing the Plow Under in Zane's hand would have probably preferred if he kept that Arsenal
Yeah.
for the value. but-
Zane making a good play here to do the decompose reaction now with Carapace, so that he's not blown out by Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
So block is good. Bear Fangs. Ooh.
Oof.
Good.
Sending 1 Blood Rush for nothing, though.
Yeah.
Just a Bear Fangs for 5. This is a good turning point for Zane, actually.
Yeah. Bit of a
to-
stumble, and right at,
Yeah.
at the same time that Zane is now active, his hero power rather, we're going to see the pivot.
The only problem is that Zane has taken that card away from Evan with Purgatory and drawn a Command and Conquer and a Plow Under.
Right. Those 2 cards are not very useful. That is true.
So he's definitely blocking with 1 of these and stowing the other in Arsenal, I would believe. And then, because he's got Florin online, grasping to send 2 Rune Chants and 3.
Yeah.
And really start grinding down Evan and punishing him for not playing any
He doesn't
Arcane
look
Barrier.
like he has a blue. in hand. So
He
he's
might not.
just going to go ahead and block the
Well,
full
that's 5.
damage.
Actually, this way, if he sends that Command and Conquer, he's still making 2 rune chants from incantation.
Yeah, 2 card 8. Name of the game, being efficient.
Malefic. No blocks. Got a 19. 1910. Yep.
Chipping away.
Yeah.
White pops. Pulping.
Hmm.
Ooh, wishes he had that D-React in Arsenal now.
Yeah, maybe actually.
That's a beast within.
Ooh.
That's a 6. I'll
A
take it.
Beast Within reveals Beast Within. Okay.
I'm gonna look at my hand and consider things.
Yeah, Evan has beaten trackers on the stack after resolving Beast Within, so it is a decision point for him.
So you can layer it however you want. I see. They're both on discards. That's fine. So I am not going to pop beaten trackers. This is 7 dominate.
Zane still has his well-grounded available to him, so there's that to consider with his blocks.
And it looks like he's doing just that, getting that uber value
Yeah,
of
this
the
is great.
double embodiment.
Just taking 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Claw follow-up for 3. Evan's hand's kind of clunking up a little bit. Though he got Beast Within off the top, he has to pitch 2 yellows for this.
And then swing big.
Quite a sizable assault here with a swing big at the very end.
Yeah. Zane probably doesn't care about the quicken token here, but having a blue in hand is pretty massive.
I wouldn't say he doesn't care about the Quicken token because he has an Enlightened Strike in hand, I believe.
That's a good point. So if he can...
He's striking
he would
draw a
have
card.
to but he would have to block with only 1 card. It's not going to happen.
I mean, he doesn't necessarily need to
That's
use
true.
it now. He can
Arsenal.
just save it, but he's probably going to block here.
Yeah.
5. Take 3. Go to 3.
A life goal for 15 right now.
Embodiment triggers. No response.
Arsenal pass, says Zane.
Pops.
And here, Zane has to survive.
7.
It is just an onslaught that Evan is able to concoct here.
That's a 6. Might for next turn, considering beaten trackers.
That 2 block in Earth form isn't too great here.
No.
No beaten trackers. 7 go again. 2 in hand.
I know Zane holds a Felling of the Crown, but he kind of needs to use most of his hand to block, so I don't know if he's going to be able to use it.
Yeah, I don't think he gets to resolve that card probably ever again, unless it makes its way into Arsenal.
Evan has to have like a nothing turn at that point. Do you have to wonder where he Arsenal? Oh, the sink below.
Blocking 6. Going to 2. No sink.
And just roughshod, eh? But Evan will get to pocket the Arsenal, which is a Savage Feast.
Yeah, this is nice. Zane getting a little bit of breathing room, although Evan has enough life to basically ignore a few more hits.
Okay.
Going to 1.
Go to 1.
And now these breakpoints are going to be extremely meaningful. On-hit death is the worst on-hit in the game.
At the very least, Zane saw the one reckless swing go to the bottom after Evan pitched it a couple turns ago, and you can actually still use well grounded to cover up reckless swing's damage because you can prevent it.
It looks like I'm eating my words as he does resolve that Felling of the Crown, deciding ripping a card from Evan and presenting 10 damage is worth going to 1.
This might be just enough to minimize some of the damage that Evan has been throwing up until this point at Zane.
I'll take it.
Evan going to from 16 to 8.
Yeah, 8 to
Evan using his own life total as a resource here.
Hopefully it'll stay one the rest of the game. Mike pops Blood Rush.
Ooh.
Random 6.
Good timing on the Blood Rush.
The Mike for next turn.
And 2 floating is exactly what he wants.
I'm going to pop the Beaten Trackers.
Okay, so Evan goes to 2 action points here.
2.
He gets to decide if he wants to claw first or send another attack first.
For Savage Feast.
Okay.
Ooh, Savage Feast is a fantastic card in this spot. Inexpensive and high damage, and even draws you that card back up.
That's a 6. So I will draw a card. So this is 9. Go again.
So Evan is really looking to just go 3 wide again here because it's his last Blood Rush. Zane gives 3 cards.
Claw for 5, that's...
A reaction?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll just do this. Okay, whatever. So, no decompose? I already passed it. It's fine.
Oh, and the rough shot, and that'll do it.
Zane saw the writing on the wall, doesn't need to decompose, just kind of knows that with the 1 more card in hand, that's going to be it. And well fought on Zane's side. Evan Bridges just making the pressure a little bit too much for Zane to handle. Really good game from both players. Evan
is beaming right here and pulls up his ketchup as a winner.
Yeah. we can see Bryce Platt's videographer just getting that really good B-roll for our future clips. Maybe we'll see Evan on future stream waiting pages smiling with that ketchup.
He might be, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have anything we need to talk about?
Let's mention our sponsors
That's
right
a
here.
great
for
idea.
A quick second. Big thanks to Collector Legion and the Stidgers Family Fudge, which you can find on Instagram at Stidger Family Fudge.
Yeah, check them out, support them. They're supporting us. Big thank you to both of these people. Of course, Collector Legion, where we are currently hosting the tournament, and Stidger Family Fudge hooking us up with some fudge. Every player, every caster, everyone attending today. Let me just show you guys this beautiful box. It's got my initials on it. We all just got fudge. Thank
They're
you
all
so
individually
much.
wrapped, yeah.
You know, on top of the Chipotle, we are eating. We are feasting. It's great. We're having a great time. For those of you who are thinking about joining Arcane Games and Events next season, you've got a really awesome Players' Championship to potentially get into. It's not just prizing, guys. It's fudge and Chipotle, too. And, of course, just having a blast. Everybody here laughing, gassing it up. You know, we're playing some Monopoly Deal as we waited.
Always love some Monopoly Deal at AG.
Really fun. Really good group of people here. So, loving the crowd. We might go to a quick break and then to an interview. So don't go anywhere. We'll see what these players have to say about the last game that just happened. See you all in just a minute. Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with Evan Bridges, winner of the first Winnin' In 3-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You are now in the top 8. We've got one other top 8 game going on, Chris Ayali versus Zachary Wallach. And as you just mentioned to me off screen, you will have second seed to either of them. They're both seeded higher, but until the finals, you get first pick of match, of turn order. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about the last game, and then maybe some more about your games overall today.
So I haven't played much versus Florian, obviously, because, new hero.
Yeah.
So I know he can be a bit tricky with his uninteractable disruption,
Yeah.
the felling of the crown, and the plow under. Plow under I can play around a little just by always playing on my hand and
Yeah,
not
we
arsenaling.
saw a couple turns where he had that plow under and no arsenal to target. So well played.
And then, so there's the face purgatory, which he did use. It wasn't actually that great it was okay because I had like 2 blues in hand, so I didn't mind he was using it there because I wasn't going to use that other blue. At best, it was going to prevent me from discarding that blood rush, but I could just discard the blood rush and then not arsenal the smash instinct. So, so Florian, I don't think small sample size, but I don't think it's too bad. You put on a lot of pressure to keep them, because they need to keep like multiple cards so they can get their decompose going unless they get their rootbound carapaces.
Yeah, I noticed that he was struggling to get his decompose online quickly because he was just blocking with all of his cards.
Yeah, and even like there's not a ton of value you get like against KO. It's marginal. Like 2 rune chance for every time is good. I'm not running AB because we're just racing, and so just put on the pressure. I have better numbers as long as I don't get unlucky with my discards, and except for one discarded. Didn't get unlucky. I did dodge a reckless swing discard right before I discard the blood rush, so sometimes this happens. So Florian, not bad. Before that, I played against Charles on Enigma, and Charles's list is less good into mine than some of the other.
What kind of
Enigmas.
Enigma list is better into yours?
So I think Zach's is the list that I want to see least.
I see.
Because he's got hold the lines. He's got, lots of disruption. He's running like 15 defense reactions, so my pulpings just are very sad.
I see.
Still, like, I think it's fine. Against Charles, did the same thing. Saw all 3 blood rushes, discard all 3 beast withins.
Cool.
It's fine. It was close.
What was your first game?
First game was against Kano, Ryan.
That's right. I remember that.
So I knew I was going to play against him for like a month. So he was the only person I knew I was playing against. So
I see.
I brought AB2, Spell Void 2, which is like kind of mathematically correct as long as you're not blocking on his turn, which I'm not usually. That was all right. I was playing kind of conservative. He kind of not exactly forced me to defend with a blood rush, but It was like Aether Spindle for
I actually
5.
watched that turn. It was pretty early on, right? You could have
Yeah.
arsenaled the Blood Rush, but instead you pitched it.
Yeah, so my hand was like 2 reds, CNC, and Blood Rush. And so I was going to pitch the 2 reds, play the CNC, arsenal the Blood Rush, and then he just pops off in response. And the Spindle was coming for 5. And I thought about taking it, but he had also banished the Blazing Aether. So I was afraid of like him opting 5, finding another Blazing, and then doing double
Yeah.
Blazing. So I
Makes
was
sense.
like, I'll play this conservative. And then I found a Smashing Performance when he had 2 items out.
Yeah, I heard about
early.
that.
So I played it. Drew, before it resolved, I saw 2 yellows in hand, so he popped off in response, and I spell voided A-Bead. He got me down to like 16. He still had Storm Striders, but he didn't have Ragamuffins. He didn't have any items, so I was feeling okay. And then so at the end of that, or on that turn, he hit me with Lessons and found Kindle. So I'm thinking, okay, he's got a no block in hand. If he draws 1 more red, I'm pretty good. If he draws multiple reds, then I'm great. And then he drew Kindle and another red, 2 blues, and then he KO'd into I.
Oh,
at the
no.
beginning. So like in response to the pulping when he's at 6, he's like, all right, I'll KO. He looks at it and frowns. I'm like, okay, doesn't look good. And he puts it back on top. He's like, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like maybe he got a little unlucky. What do you think happens if he doesn't hit the eye there?
Well, so, I mean, if he's like playing around it, I'm not, big Kano expert. I played it a little, took it to Pro Tour. I did horribly with it. So he could have, Kano a couple of times, do whatever, and then you play the Kindle, but it could just as easily be like the second card underneath his eye. So.
Really, what matters is he didn't get there, and you did. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Making it up. This is the Players' Championship. This is the end of the Arcane Games and Events series. How has it been?
It's been all right. I had a challenge for myself at the beginning of the year because before this I was just a Lexi one trick. You come to the Aubreys, I only played Lexi nonstop. She's my favorite deck of all time. So I didn't play that many AGs last year because I judged most of them. But she rotated, and I decided, okay, I don't want to be a one trick. I want to get more experience with other decks and do different things. So I decided to play a different deck for every AGE. So I did Teklo, Kano, Prism, KO, then it was Draft, and then I went back to KO because Draft didn't go as well for me as I was hoping, and I had also missed one of the AGs in February.
Okay.
So I did
had to get those
fall
points.
back a little bit. Yeah. So I top 8. The only top 8s I've made this year have been on KO.
Okay.
And
well, that explains why you're on them again and doing great.
Yeah. And then Zen for the last one.
Okay. Oh yeah. I mean, it was the Zen meta. If you're not on Zen, what are you doing?
I was losing a lot to Zen, so I decided to play him again.
Cool. Well, awesome. Sounds cool that you went from a one trick to Lexi to kind of opening yourself up and learning a bunch of new decks to kind of settling back on KO. Awesome, man. Anything else you want to talk? Oh, you know what? There is one more thing. You've got this Whataburger is greater than In and Out. Can you show us your deck box, please?
Yeah. So this is my deck bag.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, so I've got my deck box in here and my pad. So this is a Whataburger bag.
Looks delicious.
And then I've also got a bag of Whataburger spicy ketchups.
Yep, he gave me one. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know what I'm going to use it for, but I have it
You'll
now.
find something. I think I weirded out the the employee when I did the order because we went through the drive-thru and I ordered a large chocolate milkshake and I asked for 8 spicy ketchups in a bag.
Yeah,
and
right.
I'm sure they're like, what are you going to do with those ketchups?
You mix them in the milkshake?
So Whataburger is better than In-N-Out.
I heard that.
Multiple reasons. So first of all, In-N-Out has one thing. They've got the burger. It's a good burger. In-N-Out is a very good burger. Maybe the best burger in California. I like it, but that's all they have. You can get different sizes of burgers, multiple patties, whatever, but they just have the burger. That's all you're getting. Their fries are bad. In-N-Out has bad fries. Whataburger has an amazing burger, and they have chicken. They have a variety of chicken strips, chicken nuggets. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich is amazing on Texas toast. It's great. Chicken strips, barbecue sauce, cheese, amazing. The fries are fantastic. Whataburger has amazing fries. Value is great. In-N-Out value is pretty good too. And prices are fine, but fries are bad.
So for those of you watching at home, I just want to point out it's very, very important to do well at these Arcane games and events because when you win, your opinion wins.
Yep, exactly. Whataburger is confirmed better.
I can't say anything about it. I didn't win.
Exactly.
We're going to get
C3
a
now? Okay,
little
great.
interview in with Tyler Horsepool in just a minute. So thank you so much, Evan, for joining us. We're going to take a quick break as we rotate out.
Are you doing the interview?
Get
Or
some
am I
more.
doing the interview?
That's a good question. We'll figure that out soon.
Okay, you
So
can
don't
do
go anywhere. Put the timer on. Be back shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Arcane Games and Events Players Championship. We're really burning through interviews of all the players here, and we don't want to run out. So instead of grabbing one of them, we've got a random Teklo Industries factory worker, I think, yeah?
Construction, but yeah, we'll take it. I mean, nobody
As if it matters.
Nobody knows who I am. I'm just walking around here, just making sure everything's on the up and up with all the mechs around.
And it is sweltering in here. Do you have anything to do with the air conditioning?
As I said, construction. I don't do the AC. I don't do sidewalks. I don't do
sidewalks. Okay, that's really specific and exclusionary. Anyway, well, so I don't know. Maybe you have something to say about this current meta. You do work at Teklo Industries, and there are a couple mechs here. So do you have any intel on what they're up to?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm surprised that Teklo let all this happen. We tried to unionize. I mean, they didn't even make a card of me. Can you believe that?
I can believe it, but maybe that's just me.
Oh, okay. Well, here we are.
It's not like that. It's just, I mean, like a lot of the cards and heroes in the game are kind of have like, almost superpowers.
This is exactly what I'm going to go on a long rant, and there's nothing you can really do about it.
All right, well, I've stepped in it now.
Yeah, so, I mean, Teklo Industries has wrongfully made us work hard hours in this sweltering heat all the time. And, yeah, you're welcome for building all the Mechanologist City, but, no thank you. No thank you again for the job.
Well, you haven't really done anything.
Wait, I'm stepping out of this now. I'm back into Tyler now, and I built AGE's viewership basically with the costumes.
Who's Tyler?
That's me, okay? And, again, you're welcome, but no thank you, all right? And then also this interview, I don't know what's going on here, but like I'm carrying this right now, by the way.
I honestly didn't know you were Tyler.
You're welcome, but no thank you. Now you may go.
Okay, so Tyler, if that is your real name, and you're not a random Teklo Industries worker, what exactly are you working on here today?
So working on two things. Trying to win this tournament, But also, announcement about next year's costumes for anybody that follows that. If you remember, if anybody was tuning into last year's, that was my first tournament that I came as a villain. So today, we're not coming as a villain. We're actually starting next year's set of costumes, which is we're going as cards that LSS rejected. So I am a Teklo Industries construction worker, and we would have never gotten past.
Is that straight from Jimmy White? They rejected this card?
No,
Oh.
not even a little bit. Actually, you know what? No, still no. I wouldn't do it.
All right.
I wouldn't do that to him.
All right. Well, live with me, if you will, Tyler, in this fantasy world that you've created. What does the card random Teklo industry worker do? What's its text?
Well, he helps build the city. So obviously, we have to work. The construct worker makes items, right?
Okay.
So obviously, we're going to be churning out items. The card is overpowered. Look at me. Look.
Oh, so it was a rejection just for the balance of the game.
Exactly. I mean, if I'm making items every turn and I'm cranking and all that stuff, is what I do every day.
So this isn't like the island of misfit toys. This is like the island of super overpowered toys.
Exactly. I mean, look at me. I cannot believe they rejected me. It has to be OP.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I carry everything. I don't know what more I needed to do, but apparently it was too far the other way. So, you know what? I'm gonna say. I was gonna be like, you know what, LSS, but I can't go that far. I can't.
No. We don't want to go there.
Yeah,
we tend to like them here at AGE.
All
Well,
right.
I'm really excited for this new set of costumes, then, Tyler.
Thank you. You know, as I said, number one, trying to win the tournament today. But if you guys are looking forward to the costumes and you have some ideas about, rejected cards that you would have loved to see costumized, I will get a little more intricate. I'm single-handedly, keeping Spirit Halloween in business. Again, you're welcome, but no, thank you.
We've been hosting cosplay tournaments at every single AGE Open, but Tyler's the only one who shows up and competes in them.
And I still don't win.
And still, Sam O'Byrne seems to win every single time.
I mean, the dude is dapper.
Yeah, well, there's only so much you can do, honestly, Tyler.
Absolutely.
But that's pretty exciting. Why don't we take it a step further? Anybody that's interested in getting Tyler to dress up as random things that could be in the world of Wraith, go ahead and post them in the general chat on the Arcane Games and Events Discord. If you're not on it, you can check us out at discord.age.events. And go ahead and @Pony Puddle, if you don't mind me saying, and give them some ideas. We've already got random Teklo industry worker on the docket, and then next year, Season 3, sounds like we're going to have some spice in the cosplay department.
I'll do this. If there's at least 5 ideas posted, I'll guarantee one. I'll pick at least one from the chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to get a better deal than that.
Yeah.
Okay, we had a Chipotle order earlier, and we only got half of it. And that is nowhere near as good of a deal as 5 = 1 guaranteed. Am I talking right?
I mean, the Chipotle, it has no reflection on AGE because they're magnificent, except for how they abuse me. But Chipotle, get your act together. I mean, come on.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
You still got some, though, before you got started, right?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's good. Tyler, how does it feel to be – I'm going to drop the whole Teklo industry worker facade.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be here, man?
It feels great. I didn't get a lot of testing going into this, and I kind of pivoted to Dio, and I think I surprised some people.
You definitely did. The entire AGE Pro team had you pegged for Aurora for sure.
And obviously we don't have the Armory deck yet, but the deck is still really, really working for me. So, like, round 1, I was just 1 point away from getting that first win against Enigma, but now I've played 2 more matchups, and I won both of them against non-Enigma opponents, which is what I was scared of. So, if I go back to the Enigma, I feel like I have good chances there. So, I think I have good chances into the field.
Well, I'm excited to see you, if not on next round, very soon after that, and definitely in top 8. I have the utmost faith in you, Tyler.
Thank you.
While we're here, let's go ahead and take a look at how you answered our silly little questions on the player profile. How do you stay in shape? This was probably my favorite answer to this question. It's not hard.
Shape, yeah.
Everyone is a shape.
Yeah.
And we love the shape you are, Tyler,
Thank
especially when you're here dressed up as this, that, and the other thing. You just said you were kind of honored to be here. The answer to the next question makes me think otherwise.
I don't think I ever said in any form that I was honored to be here. Please don't replay it. Justin, the CEO and owner of AGE games has often he's got it out for me. Okay, I would win every single tournament if he was not around. Okay, let's just make that clear in fact. He pairs me into random stuff. I know he does. I know it. I haven't seen any proof. No, but I know it. Okay. I'm sure there was extra Chipotle out there, just not for me. Right.
There's actually still some out there.
I don't believe it.
But you're right. The caution tape is up. It says no Tylers.
Yeah. So the AG Players Championship, it's whatever. I was meant to be here. I should have been number one, but Justin's in the way.
Well, with only one top 8, I mean, it's hard to get there, Tyler. You got to have multiples.
That's again, this is Justin at work. This is for everybody to know that I am getting wrecked here. Go back and look at the top 8s. I have more than one. I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, sorry, the slide says only one, so I'm inclined to believe that.
Obviously,
All right, moving on to the next question. You are actually one of 2 players to say that you'd like to touch grass one day.
Oh, really?
I think Moises was the other one, and that guy has definitely touched grass. Look at him; he's jacked.
I don't know if you know how hard we work at Flesh and Blood in our off time. So,
well,
I have seen grass. I am aware that it exists. Have I ever been out to touch it? No, I need to play test.
So you're not allowed to play an Earth Hero until you've touched grass, I think.
Good point. I'm not even sure what the Earth Heroes do.
I think they touch grass a lot.
Yeah.
You think Chris Iali is going to take this down?
That dude. So like if I'm the one that gets the end of the shaft at AG, Chris is the golden child, right? He gets everything. Oh, here's your your red carpet, and right this way to top 8, sir. You don't even have to play any games.
Yeah.
We'll just pretend. We'll put you on stream once in a while. Pretend you have to play a game, and it's really ridiculous.
I mean, case in point, his 2 top 8s this whole season were on heroes he doesn't even like to play, Kasai and Victor.
And here he is again playing another hero he doesn't want to play.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, hey, that's the game, and Chris is going to play it. Last question. If all the ROS heroes formed a band, what kind of music would they make, and what would be the title of their first album? Hit me, Tyler.
Can you tree the electricity? No.
I think that melody's copyrighted.
Well.
Is the stream still running? Is the stream still running? Let's go ahead and take a look at your deck list, Tyler. We got Dash.io, which is a list that is near and dear to your heart. I know you brought it to PTLA and had pretty good success there. You actually took me down in Swiss rounds. I don't know if you remember.
I do remember.
It was a really close game.
Was super close.
Yeah.
No, I remember that matchup vividly, and I barely got there, and that's how a lot of the matchups are going to go when you're playing Dash.io. Some of them you're just going to run them over. Some of them are going to be that inch close, and there's not really other matchups because either you're going to get there, like 50-50, you're going to get there or you're not, just like any deck. Right?
And what's been your experience so far today?
It feels really good. I will say that I wasn't really... So the one thing that I changed here from a bunch of my other lists is obviously Tome is no longer legal.
Yeah.
So I literally just replaced it with 3 boom grenades and was like hoping for the best. And I feel like Mech generally has a good matchup into Illusionist, into Wizard. And then I have bad matchups into probably the decks that can block really well. Probably the Rune Blades in the room, Kasai. I think there was one more that I was aiming to get away from. But so far, the deck has felt really good. When it comes together, it's like no one can beat you.
Right.
Like Enigma has... The reason that Enigma is probably viewed as better right now is because the floor is higher. But Dash.io's ceiling is probably higher than almost any other.
It's out of control.
Yeah, maybe Kano, and that's it.
Yeah. There is one thing I feel like I'm missing from your previous list, Tyler, and that's the fuel injector. I've always wanted to ask you about that card in general.
Yeah, so I love fuel injector, but because I felt like most of my matchups we were just gonna go boost, and then we basically fuel injector doesn't play into that plan. That's more for the long matchup. So honestly, I'm really hedging to just win 75% of my matchups here and just dodge the other 25%. So I'm not going as hard into the, I'm still putting all my cards in when I play against those blocking matchups, but the backup protocol blue is better when you're just going boost. It helps you get the action points,
right,
et cetera. But if I went into a slower meta or the deck slowed down at any, I'd go back to the fuel injector.
Now, this list was kind of interesting when you were previously playing it. Michael Murray, one of my co-commentators, basically copy pasted your list and has been taking it to armories for some time. And he broke it down for me. Like, you were really trying to set up like massive combo turns basically. And the flip side of that is you are omitting those rainbow boom grenades. And like you said, you previously only had the 3 reds in the main board. How like did you didn't change much of the shell of this deck, right? But it does something completely different almost.
I wouldn't say it does something completely different, but yeah, I am setting up a little bit less, and it's more about just getting like you get either a maximum velocity or a BIOS update. You arsenal it, and then you just hope that the thing happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really about like, okay, I have a tome. This might work. This might work. It's not about piecing it together so much as just going like, these 2 cards work together. These 2 cards work together, and so it's much less. You're gonna have less bigger turns, but you still are able to have huge turns. So,
well, thanks so much for the update on the list and also the insight into the gameplay. Your next round is a bit of a scary one for you, right? Are you facing elimination next round or no?
I am not. I'm 2-1.
You're 2-1.
I have 2 losses. To
okay, cool. So you're sitting pretty. You're not sweating at all. You're kind of chilling, huh?
I mean, I'm sweating, that's for sure. But,
it's pretty hot in here.
And sitting pretty.
Right. Tell you what, that hard hat works, my friend.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to go on a short break, and then we will be back for more action. Best of luck in your next round, Tyler. Thank you so much for joining us in the booth.
Thank you for having me. Peace, everybody.
Break time. Welcome back to the AGE Players Championship. This is going to close out Season 2 for us here in 2024. We're so excited to get to our next matchup for you, but we've had some very eventful things happen in our bracket. Marcus, take it.
Unfortunately, we will be sending home Moises Lopez on Enigma as he went 0-3 and comes out of the loser bracket. Along with Talon Stradley, sadly did not get there on Riptide today, also at 0-3. But on the other end of the bracket, we have a 3-0 in first seed, Mr. Chris Iali on Enigma, and also Mr. Evan 40 Bridges at 3-0 on KO.
KO indeed. And he took down his 0-40 opponent, Zane Johnson, on stream last round.
He's now redeemed. We can no longer legally call him 40 Bridges.
Oh, I'm going to keep it up.
Okay, cool.
There's nothing that's going to stop me from calling him that. So yeah, this is our Swiss format infographic once again. At the beginning of this day, every single one of our 16 illustrious players were hanging out on that in that green table on the left-hand side of your screen. And now Moises and Talon are the first eliminatees. Down at the bottom, they have both hit that critical mass of 3 losses. Evan Bridges and Chris Iali are the first to ascend directly to the top 8. So they are essentially dropped from the tournament and await the next bracket pairing. So now what we're going to do is move ourselves into the 1-2 table, that middle red box you see down at the bottom of your screen, because this is probably the most high stakes pairing that we're going to see all day. This is the second round of eliminations in which we are going to lose 3 more players from the tournament. So we're going to go there where the stakes are the absolute highest, and we will probably remain there for the final round of the tournament. Well, we'll be forced to remain there because that's all who's left.
Yeah, exactly.
But without further ado, we're going to go ahead and proceed to our feature match. We've got a familiar face from today. That's Fuzzy Delp, who is running Florian, the Rotwood Harbinger. And then we got Max the Hype Nitro in the hands of Andrew Rudin, who has taken this deck to a top 8 before. Let's go ahead and take a look at Andrew Rudin's player profile. Andrew is one of my compatriots on the AG Pro team, an all-around swell guy. He's just started streaming with us in case you'd like to see some more Andrew Rudin on the airwaves. He's just an exceptional player and can play pretty much any deck that he gets his hands on. Case in point, he's got 4 AGE top 8s this year, all of which were on different heroes, one of which was a limited AGE Open, but otherwise he top 8'd with Max the Hype Nitro, New Alluring Desire, and Rhinar Reckless Rampage.
Yes, he did.
Have you come across Andrew Rudin a lot?
A bunch, yeah. I've played into Andrew in varying contexts. Like, I remember one time, I think the first time I properly ran into him was like an Oldhim Mirror during the Lexi meta. And if you remember what that goes like, it's an Anathos for 4, hold up Van Brace with 1 card, pitch it to Van Brace, hit for 6.
Please don't remind me.
It's a lot of that. It's like peak Flesh and Blood for me.
You're absolutely triggering me right now, Marcus.
That's totally fine. I adore it.
Speaking of triggering, let's go ahead and take a look at Andrew's deck list. Once again, he's playing Max the Hype Nitro. One curious addition that I'm seeing in this list is Mr. Banksy, the pictured wrench weapon that Max the Hype Nitro is known for, especially in Limited. I'm really excited to see that added in. I don't know if he's employed it at all today, though.
I have to wonder what the inclusion is for, if it's a certain matchup where hitting the 3 is more impactful than, sometimes a high octane turn with multiple action points. If you don't have your mech already up, you convert it into pistol shots. Not too sure.
Yeah, especially when Andrew has been one of the loudest voices saying, like, once -IE ascends and we lose the pistol, this kind of fails to be a deck anymore. So it is very curious. We've also got a bunch of other mech pieces in the equipment suite, and that's all because this deck is building towards Construct the Nitro Mechanoid, which requires every single equipment piece to be mechanologist in nature.
He does have 1 piece of Spellfray in the Spellfray gloves, so Spell Void 1, actually, which disables him from assembling the Nitro Mechanoid, but without further ado, we'll get into the game.
Here we go. As mentioned previously, we got Fuzzy Delp, Florian Rotwood Harbinger on the left, seeking to till the soil here in Collector Legion in Lawndale. And we got Andrew Rudin blasting his way through Mech City, edge running his way into his Nitro Mechanoid, and slamming a wrench right into the face of Fuzzy Delp.
Well, maybe not a wrench here, because he's presenting a big old slabbed pistol.
No, indeed. You're right about that, Marcus. I like to think that Max goes for the pistol whip strategy with the pistol and refrains from shooting it.
Oh, I see, like butts in with the head of the pistol.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he doesn't seem like a trigger man, does he? He kind of seems like a whack-em kind of guy.
He'll be polluting the environment with his bike and his mechanoid and his gun.
While Florian is just sitting here trying to
What are you doing to my lovely forest?
Well, let's see if he can get there. Both of these decks are really interested in kind of going, maybe not to the ends of the earth, to the fatigue point of the deck, but they do want to go a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Andrew is obviously, both of them are trying to basically assemble their own respective game states. Andrew really wants to put on the mech suit. Fuzzy Delp really wants to turn on his Florian hero ability and have that Mordred Tide on a stick. So they're going to be trying to get to those game plans as fast as possible, but typically speaking, these are semi-slower decks.
Yeah. Definitely the slower of the two is Florian, in that he, as an Earth hero, needs to turn on his hero power and get rotten, as I say, at 8 Earth cards in Banished. But Andrew can like sit back sometimes and develop his hyperdrivers and set up mech for a peak turn with, like we say, high octane to really burst down Florian.
Looks like Andrew is doing just that. Don't be fooled, folks. He is using an actual hyperdriver, but this is the token version created from Max the Hype Nitro. So it is coming in with 2 Steam counters, and that is correct. Fuzzy going ahead. First game action, activate Grasp of the Arknight. Wasn't able to get his graveyard completely full for a decomposed trigger.
That's true.
And that probably explains why we're just seeing a Rune Chant plus Reaping Blade.
But Andrew choosing to play it a bit more patiently because he drew a handful of red. So he can actually pitch those away for later.
Unfortunate for him. So it looks like we're not going to be developing any more hyperdrivers this turn. He is going to go ahead and boost, though. He's not too afraid to get rid of that first hyperdriver, I guess. Ostensibly going to use that extra resource to load the pistol and pistol whip Fuzzy right in the face. For now, it's just 5, go again.
He might even use Foundry Heart to make a hyperdriver.
That's probably a better use of his resources, honestly, Marcus.
Get 2 hyperdrivers on the board on turn 2, like just be perfectly curving out here.
It's important to mention that Andrew is sporting the Hyper X3 in the head slot. However, he doesn't actually have any copies of Hyperdriver in his deck. It's just the tokens that he's going to be creating. So not going to get any extra value off of the Hyper X3. I think it's literally just because it says Mechanologist on the bottom and Battle Worn in the bottom right.
Well, a lovely clean block in Seeds of Tomorrow. Fuzzy bottoming his arsenal, preventing 5 damage here.
It was a bit of an awkward draw for Fuzzy, too, because he found that in his opening hand. So he wasn't really able to make use of it then. Kind of had to IP himself twice, really, in order to get the value off of it. But sure is singing here.
Okay, here we go. Interestingly, Fuzzy will pitch 2 reds to Plow Under, get some decompose, pardon me, going.
Fuzzy is on his way to being rotten, as you so say. And that's probably the value in pitching these 2 reds, just accelerating his way towards his hero power.
The unfortunate part is that he spent 2 reds and a card to come in for 2 because Plow Under needs 4 or more in Banished. So it's mainly just taking a card away.
Yeah.
Andrew.
And normally we love Florian Rotwood Harbinger because he generates so much extra value off of those Earth cards that he's allowed to play. In this case, losing out quite a bit of it. So Fuzzy's hoping to recoup that value in the mid to late game once he's got his Mordred Tide going. High Octane is the return on Andrew Rudin's side of the board. Drawn up.
Pretty good.
And boy, howdy, has he
Drive
found
here.
something good. Yeah, Twin Drive is going to give him 2 action points if he decides to double boost. He's going to be floating 2 extra resources after he plays that Twin Drive, effectively making it free. But he has to worry about killing off those hyperdrivers that he needs so much in order to assemble that mech suit.
I'd also say that considering the armor suite and how many reactions he knows Fuzzy is playing in Florian, he has to be very wary of like putting the mech on like at a good time in the game.
Wow, and what a lucky hit. He's hit a big Bertha off the top, which is going to refresh the steam counter on the hyperdriver that would have died off of
Not
that boost
bad,
right
not
there.
bad.
So 3 a go again on data link. Looks like Fuzzy is going to cover it up. Deny the op trigger for Andrew.
Twin drive here.
How many boosts will it be, Andrew?
Oh, High Octane goes to the banished.
Only 1 boost. Hanging out at 3 action points. Andrew is still sporting a blue in his hand. It's a magnetic shockwave. I think the likelihood of him deploying it here might be pretty low.
I don't know. Maybe he wants that armor out of the way sooner.
Yeah, is it let's pull up magnetic shockwave in the blue, please, Christine.
It forces your opponent to block with X target, or pardon me, not target, X equipment they control, according to the amount of times you've boosted this combat chain.
Right, so that's actually a significant blow to Fuzzy if Andrew's able to pull it off.
Taking 2 here, so damage has finally been done to the Rotwood Harbinger.
That being said, if that was the play, I would have to imagine he would go for the double boost on Twin Drive and see if he could get all of Fuzzy's equipment out of the way
Ooh, a super
as soon as
cell goes in
possible.
there. I mean, this is perfect resources to just load it all into pistol, but Andrew being patient, making hyperdriver first.
He cranked it?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, why are we cranking it? We have extra action points. That's interesting.
He wants his pistol shots, basically.
Sure. That is an interesting choice, especially given the fact that we don't have a supercell or a construct the nitromechanoid to go into the arsenal at the moment. So Andrew is at risk of his first boost card next turn, basically getting rid of all of his hyperdrivers, which is definitely not prudent for his game plan.
But I think this is nice, efficient use of a blue to shoot the pistol 3 times, because he knows he's going to a longer game into Florian, so he'll get the value where he can on his pistol before he jumps in the mechanoid.
Indeed, and if we're talking about super value town on Florian Rotwood Harbinger's side of the board, who eventually will have his blues come in for 5 after he's online. A blue that comes in for 6 is even better than that.
Exactly. Yeah, decomposing really pays dividends to Florian in particular with just the simple combo of grasp into reaping blade for a 5 off of 1 blue.
T-bone in the hand of Andrew, along with a 0 to 60. I believe 2 yellow 0 to 60s. One other card I missed. Oh, it's a not a rev up. The the action, the non-attack action that I'm totally drawing a blank on right now. But that's going to give him a steam counter on one of his hyperdrivers.
Good reactions. Everything okay?
Another decompose trigger here for Fuzzy Delp.
Mm.
Moving ever further towards that mid to late game plan. He was able to banish 3 Earth cards.
That's good. He also holds another Plow under in hand.
He is not going to be able to decompose on his turn, however, because he's only got 2 cards in the bin at the moment.
That's true. He could use his this rounds on me because it's a non-attack that goes straight to the graveyard after resolving. So that would give him an action to decompose.
It was a jump start that hit the arsenal for Andrew, and curiously enough, he held it onto it from the previous turn, probably trying to see if he can go a little bit further with those hyperdrivers. He's going to be able to put a steam counter on one of them as a result.
Fuzzy also gets to use Grasp here to make use of as much of his resources as he can.
We've been talking about it all day, but Florian is just not an action point rich deck, and so whenever you have things you can sink extra resources into, like Grasp of the Arknight, you're feeling a little bit better about holding the tempo.
But now this time, Plow Under does come in for the full 6. Also comes with the Rune Chant. And
you see,
nabs that card from Andrew without any say-so.
Well, you see Andrew moving his arsenal toward the bottom of his deck. However, Fuzzy was not able to decompose, if I'm not mistaken. Unless we're just waiting for the... Oh, we're just waiting for the Rune Chant.
Yeah.
I see. Right,
go.
because we played the this rounds on me.
Should put Fuzzy up to 7. Yeah, there we go. Just 1 away from being rotten.
And at this point, there we go. Andrew puts his recharge back on the bottom of his deck, currently blocking 3. And there's the remaining 3 to cover up the 6 nice and cleanly. Andrew's got to be hurting after that, though. He definitely wanted to resolve that recharge and put another steam counter on one of those precariously one steam countered hyperdrivers. But
he's hopping in already.
Finds it.
Interesting.
We have found Construct the Nitromechanoid, which is very early at this point. I think we're only 3 turns into the game.
Yeah, actually turn 3.
Pretty amazing. That's just about as fast as you can find it.
Or turn 4, pardon me, maybe.
Yeah. And Andrew didn't have to deal with that precarious situation we were talking about where all of his hyperdrivers were on 1 steam counter. Instead, he just kind of treaded water and said, I'm not going to boost until I find my Construct the Nitromechanoid. Unfortunately for Andrew, he did have to pack the Achilles Accelerator for a source of AB, so he wasn't able to activate like they normally like to the Cogworks base legs and swing a bunch of additional times with the Nitromechanoid on that transformation turn. That being said, getting your transformation done at 37 probably makes it worth it.
I think Fuzzy might have a decent way to convert the whole hand into damage here.
Yeah, luckily finding a go again piece in the form of Swarming Gloomveil. This will be coming in for 3 go again because his hero power is not online. So just a friendly head jab.
He's got 1 floating, so he can Gloomveil, E-Strike for go again, and then Reaping Blade.
Andrew says, I'll go ahead and get my first block here with my own body, and then takes the Reaping Blade.
The chassis is pretty sturdy on that thing, so I think it's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Marcus. Maybe a little WD-40, a little bit of...
the 3rd high octane already.
Oh, but we've found another Construct the Nitromechanoid. That is going to be useless,
and
except as a yellow pitch
as
card.
well.
Now, we've seen Andrew in this situation where he's really got a clunker with the Max V in his hand. During the Battle Hardened in San Diego, the AG event after on Sunday, he was able to resolve a max velocity by pitching 2 other ones, if you remember, right, Marcus? And so Andrew's really good at figuring out the way to make these resources really shine.
I think this one is going to be okay to just shove in Arsenal at the end of this combat chain, so I think Andrew's chilling right now.
Especially because Andrew's going to be generating some extra action points with which he can sink right into that mech suit.
Ooh, but a very nice block of the face purgatory here.
It is an overblock, so Fuzzy did lose a little bit of value on the defensive end of things, but I think Andrew's really fine with this, honestly. Maximum velocity is one of those things that can be very good in your arsenal. It can also be an absolute stinker of an arsenal.
Yeah, exactly.
So 3 go again, and then here comes the mech suit, probably 3 times.
Yep.
Each time is going to be 6 overpower.
Banish the giant slabbed pistol first to make it logistically more feasible to swing.
Yeah. Which means that if Fuzzy wants to resolve that felling of the crown that's in his hand, he's going to have to take 18 damage. I'm sorry, 6 times 3 is 18. Okay, cool. I'm mathing correctly. He's going to have to take 18 damage just to resolve that felling of the crown. Fuzzy says, no, indeed, that is not worth it. So here comes 6 overpower yet again.
It might be best just to use these cards to block for the here and now.
And this makes sense. Because Fuzzy has a defense reaction in his arsenal, he can save the felling the crown for next turn, decompose on his opponent's turn, and then ostensibly block with a couple more earth cards on the next go. Oh, no. Instead devoted to the defense. Fuzzy trying to hold strong as much as he can, perhaps trying to outlast all of the items underneath that Nitromechanoid.
I think
It's
so,
not
because
as many as it can be.
Yeah, he just saw all copies of High Octane anyway. One went to boost, one was used before Mechanoid, and one was just used now. So there's no combo turns in the same way actually left for Andrew. He's just going to have to push with like boost damage.
And this is a way to help do it. Hyperdriver. Looks like we're banishing another card, or we're just counting what's underneath. Rev Up is the last card in his hand. I would have to imagine that that is going to be destined for the arsenal.
Yeah.
Yeah, because here we go with the Nitro Mechanoid.
It's good that he can get the Arsenal now because he lost it to Fuzzy blocking with Face Purgatory last turn cycle.
And Fuzzy, luckily enough, able to find a defense reaction. So despite the fact that Nitro Mechanoid has that keyword overpower, he's able to cover up the damage entirely. Andrew's still sitting with a big bad 4 block on that Nitro Mechanoid.
Thing is, he only has the standard amount of hits in the minimum of 3 hyperdrivers in his equipment suite, so he's got a limited amount of uses on this thing.
Yeah, and with Fuzzy still at 25 life, you have to imagine there's a way for him to outlast, especially when Fuzzy's not even online yet. So he's not really in a position where he wants to be hitting the gas pedal anyway. He probably is just A-okay to sit back, throw some cards in front of some boost, and kind of bide his time.
Exactly.
Till the soil, kick back, put a piece of straw in his mouth, and, you know, I don't know, watch the oxen go up and down the fields.
Or the meeps roam the fields.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. They definitely use meeps in Aria. First block with the bark skin of the Millennium Tree. Florian is online here, so we're creating 2 embodiments of Earth. Unfortunately, not able to find the non-attack for the block here, even though it would be a bit of an overblock. So maybe Fuzzy's happy about that.
He has got 2 copies of Arcane Seeds and Life in hand. But I think Andrew just denied that by saying, okay, I won't swing with my Mechanoid. I need to save it.
Which honestly, Fuzzy's probably okay with, because resolving these Arcane Seeds life is just as good as blocking with them with 2 embodiments.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, Fuzzy's going to gain 2 life here, gain 8 rune chance. So Andrew really got his game plan online early, but Fuzzy is not far behind.
He's just banking those rune chants for a further turn to burst Andrew back, hopefully.
And with this amount of life on his side, I have to think that it's possible that Florian has the better endgame here over Max. Jumpstart is the ask. Only costs 1 because there is a hyperdriver on the field. Also going to refund a resource by activating that hyperdriver on the boost. 5 go again is the ask over to Fuzzy Delp. Just as an unfriendly reminder, both of these players are facing elimination here in round 4 of the AGE Players Championship. Both sit at X and 2. A more higher stakes game there is not.
Throttle for 6. Go again. Boosting.
Hitting one of those, the last construct the Nitro Mechanoid, which is A-okay with Andrew because he's long since done just that. 6 is the even block on Fuzzy's side of the field. Now very graveyard rich. There's a lot of rotten stuff in that graveyard, Marcus, and he's ready to use it.
Andrew going to pocket a twin drive that he just found and make a swing of the mech here.
2 cards remaining for Fuzzy, ostensibly able to resolve that plow under, but instead devotes it to the block. I think Fuzzy is very much detecting that it's time for him to turtle up until he can waste all of those items out of the Nitro Mechanoid. Which we have to be getting close, Marcus. We've already used 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Right?
So here is 3 and 8 rune chance, of which Andrew can't pay for because he's got no arcane barrier.
Indeed so. Because his Achilles accelerator has since been turned into a Nitro Mechanoid.
It was welded to his accelerator pedal.
You think Max knows how to use a welder?
Maybe.
I have to imagine that Max's Nitro Mechanoid is a lot of duct tape and elbow grease.
Yeah, probably. He's got a cybernetic eye, though, and he's got his pack on his back.
Yeah, true. Who do you think installed that for him, though?
What's his name from Cyberpunk?
Oh, I can't remember.
Keanu Reeves?
Yeah, Keanu Reeves. In Keanu Reeves, we trust, and Andrew is no exception. Andrew has found his first copy of Supercell, which is a little bit less interesting now that the Mechanoid has been constructed. However, not so bad to generate more hyperdrivers, I suppose. Just banking more resources down the line.
I guess at the very least, if I squint for the value on this thing, now that he's already in mech, it enables you to put another copy of Mechanoid back into the deck, which is like, you're a mech. You're boosting. Putting 1 card back in to recycle it, that's okay.
Yeah.
For all the twin drives you send, double boosted.
And I mean, hey, if you've generated a ridiculous number of hyperdrivers, maybe you don't even need your resource card in your hand. So another block 3 that is free for the combat chain might not be so bad.
Also, if you get to exercise some patience and make more hyperdrivers and amass more reds in hand, you can just burst more damage Florian's way. That's what we want. Send reds, boost blues.
And we have found a really good blue to boost. That's Crankshaft, which will give one of Andrew's hyperdrivers a steam counter, saving one of them from being destroyed, and giving him a whopping 4 resources after resolving a 2-cost spell and also a free attack. Not too bad. That's not a bad shake, Marcus.
You could still probably make another hyperdriver at the end of this to max.
Now, the benefit of all these hyperdrivers also is resolving one of those max velocities down the line, and making it so that he can really push over the top of this hyper efficient Florian deck.
Yeah.
We have found the second block of Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. However, Fuzzy Delp is sitting on some
twin drive. Oh,
a
there
lot
is
of
the max
non-attacks.
V.
Wow, he did arsenal it. We must have missed that, Marcus, because we saw the one bottomed or the one discarded from Face Purgatory. Yeah. All right, Andrew's feeling really good about that.
That did quite a lot there.
And Fuzzy is in a really awkward situation here. Not necessarily, because he can just... Never mind. I was going to say Seeds of Tomorrow is not a good Arsenal target. However, because the Florian ability is online, that card is worth 5. 2 Rune Chance plus a Reaping Blade. And this is one of those situations where Andrew can throw any redundant resource cards right in front of this blade, save 3 life.
True.
Because he's got 3 hyperdrivers online. And if my count is correct, we've used 4 items out of the bottom of the Nitromechanoid. I think it was the pistol plus 3 hyperdrivers.
That's what he's checking right now. He's gone through Techlo Core, pistol, 1 hyperdriver, maybe 1 other hyperdriver.
Yeah, I thought it was all 3 hyperdrivers. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I really thought we had only used 4 items thus far, which should mean that we have 4 left because we had 4 pieces of equipment plus 3 hyperdrivers is 7, and then the Tekla pistol makes 8. Which is still a lot of gas. That's still 24 damage with overpower just sitting there at the ready.
And he stepped Fuzzy off Arsenal as well.
But he decides to go ahead and block with Nitromechanoid. Blocks with his own face. Now Nitromechanoid is sitting at 2 defensive value. Starting off the turn with that recharge, putting a steam counter on the hyperdriver that is about to be destroyed, but no longer.
Ooh, sending a pulse wave to the Banished Zone.
No, not something you want to see. Andrew has been incredibly lucky with his boost thus far, though. So, hey, every now and then you got to hit a red, right? Sitting at 5 resources, a tower of resource dice in
Andrew will get to opt 1 because he's hit with drive-through data.
Shouldn't that have come in for 6? Oh, no, recharge gives plus 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a 1 for 4, and then...
and then the steam counter.
Yeah, exactly.
Got you.
Breaks up the chain to hyperdriver.
What a board state here.
Make a swing.
So, let's see. Do we still have any copies of Max V in Andrew's hand? He discarded 1. He played 1.
I think he had to pitch 1.
I think you're right. So, there is another copy of Max V in Andrew's deck.
I think it was in like an early turn 2 hand, so he had to pitch it away.
If he has been keeping an eye on his pitch stack, then that could come back to haunt Fuzzy Delp.
So Fuzzy arsenaled and passed and gave it right back to Andrew.
Did you catch what he arsenaled? I don't think I did.
It might have been a blue, but I didn't get to properly see it.
For Fuzzy's sake, I'm sure he doesn't want it to be a blue. He was blocking with a lot of reds there. I know I saw E-Strike and Swarming Gloomveil devoted to combat chain.
Another supercell.
Now, Fuzzy was incredibly life-rich, but now he's sitting almost at the quarter life mark. And Andrew still has 2 or 3 swings of that Nitromechanoid.
That's a lot of steam counters. I'll crank it.
Crank it, you will, Andrew. And then here
Two
comes
boosts.
a 0 cost, which is going to generate 5 resources.
Go to 7 floating. Where's that YouTube channel? 7 floating.
Yeah. I honestly didn't think that existed until now. So 0 to 60 in the blue boosted. This is 2 go again.
You might as well get a D12, Andrew.
Yeah, honestly. Boy, Max is a fun deck, isn't it, Marcus?
Yeah. Malefic Incantation, blocking 2.
Andrew is very happy to see that devoted to block. At this point in the game, Malefic Incantation is worth 6 rune chance.
That's actually like a death clock for Andrew because he's got no arcane barrier source.
So yeah, very interesting that it's decided to be blocked with here. I guess it's just because he has no other efficient things to do. He does have a Felling of the Crown. Maybe that's the thought process for his action point on his next turn.
I think that would be really good because Andrew's just about to snag an arsenal and then Fuzzy is going to take 1 card away. Oh,
But here's the block.
I guess not. He's playing it defensively.
Yeah, Fuzzy is just saying my blue 5 value cards are going to be what get me there in the end. Which is interesting. I don't know. If I was in Fuzzy's position, I would definitely feel like I need to
he's
put
gone
some
for
pressure on.
command and
Okay. That's pressure. I'll level with you, Fuzzy. That is definitely pressure.
it's still taking a card away.
Andrew has found his last copy of Maximum Velocity. Does he have... I don't know if he has the... Oh, I guess he does have the boost to get there, but only if he's got
He's just
a
letting
boost card
his,
in
yeah, he's just
Arsenal.
going to let his arsenal go so he can put Max
Yeah.
V in there. Unfortunate because he had another boost card in there.
Yeah. Definitely would have made it there, but that's all right.
Andrew can basically sculpt this next hand so that he can get to do the Max V. Banish a Mechanoid.
Oh, and there you go.
6 floating?
Does it even matter at that point? There's another Malefic Incantation donated to the block. I think Fuzzy's just identifying that there's no way he's going to be able to get maximum value out of that card.
No, because he won't get the luxury of swinging an attack action card enough to actually use it. So a good recognizing of the value on blocks being more than offense.
Andrew's going ahead and putting another Steam counter on one of those hyperdrivers. Throttle boost is the ask. And with recharge, that's going to be a big bad 10 go again.
That's a Max V right there.
Yeah, with go again.
Ugh.
And following up shortly will be a Nitro Mechanoid, if I'm not mistaken. Is there only 1 card left under that Nitro Mechanoid,
I think
though?
it's just the bender there.
Oh, no. Which does mean that Mechanoid will only come in for 5 instead of 6.
I think the correct play for Andrew is actually to make a new hyperdriver and pass.
I think you're right about that, Marcus. Overextending here is probably not the play. You really want that Nitro Mechanoid to be the thing that puts Fuzzy into the dirt, ostensibly where he wants to be, honestly.
Fuzzy
Florian.
has another command and conquer, though.
That is going to be problematic for Andrew. Let's take a look at the deck of Andrew.
It's hardly there.
It's hardly there. So he really does have to make something work here. He does decide to go ahead and send the last swing of Nitro Mechanoid. This is 5 overpower. Fuzzy is sitting at 8. Is he really going to hold on to 2 cards here?
Oh, he's going to give the command and conquer.
Oh, this is so good for Andrew right here. So yes, it's going to be covered up by the Well-Grounded and the Command and Conquer, but Andrew has set up that last maximum velocity. It's going to be very hard for Fuzzy to cover up.
Oh, it's a frustrating thing to be in the booth and have all this information because we know that Fuzzy could have been just a little bit greedier here and played a 2-card hand, take it away from Andrew, but he chose to play conservatively.
Okay, and here we go. Boosting away is Andrew Rudin. We know he's headed straight for that maximum velocity. First one, Jump Start, which is discounted by 1 because of all these hyperdrivers. And then not only that, it's going to generate 5 resources on the back end of that.
All 3 of the red Malefics have been used on defense here.
Definitely not something that Florian wants to be seeing. Facing elimination here is Fuzzy Delp and a heck of a lot of boost cards. It's Crankshaft coming in next. 4 go again. Andrew's doing a little bit of resource math.
5 resources.
Yeah. 5 resources is correct, Andrew. You had 7 off of that jump start.
No
block
pulse
4.
race. Another one?
Blue Crankshaft. Doesn't really matter, though, Marcus, because we know what's coming next.
There's the 3 block. Fuzzy considers it. Germinate's still a 3-block though, so it does cover up.
Max V it is.
And then Fuzzy goes to 1.
So no, he's not dead yet, but it is really hard to avoid all these breakpoints in the mech. It really comes down to what is left in Andrew's deck, and it's not even a full grip, Marcus.
Oh no.
I don't think Andrew's going to get there. Oh, and Fuzzy's found a sink below too.
This is tragic. 4 with no boost, because I have no deck for which to boost with.
Yeah, Marcus, I think you called out the right line. I really think that Andrew was supposed to just create a hyperdriver and pass there and hold on to that last swing of the Nitromechanoid. I guess, however, that is what baited out the CNC block.
True. Andrew wouldn't have got himself to this position where he took everything from Fuzzy to leave Fuzzy at 1 life.
Oh, and here goes Fuzzy.
And he gains
Resolving
life.
Germinate for 3.
Gets himself out of reach of anything that Andrew can do.
And that is 6 rune chance.
No, okay.
Oh.
That was well played, though.
And there it goes. Unfortunately, eliminated is Andrew Rudin. But fortunately, submarining is our U-boat commander himself, Fuzzy Delp. Congratulations to him for avoiding elimination. He's not out of the weeds yet, though, Marcus.
No, he's got one more win
red
left.
table.
Exactly.
Indeed so. So, lucky for our friend on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. He gets one more shot at glory and getting himself into the Players' Championship top 8. Unfortunately, our mech-suited, edge-running friend is going home. You hate to see it, Marcus.
Yeah, unfortunate for Andrew in that one.
Yeah.
We saw it all happen.
But, man, it was still a really close match.
Mhm.
Both players got to do the thing that their deck lists want to do. Andrew did his in the first 4 turns of the game.
Yep.
It took Fuzzy a little bit longer, but boy, did he get there. And wow, what resilience, throwing so many power cards right in front of blue boost attacks.
Yep.
And just knowing the exact amount of life he needed to get there in the end.
It just goes to show that if you ignore those blue boost attacks, even though they only come in for 2, had you not, you would be staring down lethal and death later on down the line.
And Fuzzy showcasing why he's here. Even though he technically made it in on a technicality because Eugene Galipchik wasn't able to be here, still showing his chops and that he absolutely deserves to be here and has been really stellar in the AGE Open Series all year long. So without further ado, we're going to go on a quick break. And are we going to get Fuzzy for an interview, Christine? Yep. Yeah, we'll have Fuzzy here in just a moment for an interview. And then shortly after that, we'll have more Flesh and Blood and more AGE Players Championship. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone watching. Here with Fuzzy Dulp, our round 4 winner. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. I'm still in it.
That's good. That's good. I want to ask you, how was your experience this year in AGE about playing different decks across different formats, and what led you up to this point?
So I've been playing a lot. I've been playing a lot of aggro historically. I kind of picked heroes that seemed interesting to me and seemed powerful, and aggro is kind of what I kept into playing to the point where in the last few months I kind of realized like, oh, I am like an aggro player by like identity almost. So I played a lot of Katsu. I played a little bit of KO, and that seemed really strong. I played Zen when it was really clear that I kind of had to play Zen, and I enjoyed like all of those decks. I played Briar when she was in the format, but going up into this format, the aggro deck that I think was really attractive to me was Aurora. But unfortunately, the AGE, well, half unfortunate, half really exciting, the AGE championship is like 1 week after set release, right? So there's not a lot of time to get used to a new hero. And I also have been substitute teaching like the last 2 months. And substitute teaching can be really draining for me, like, because it was a long-term assignment. I've basically been a physics teacher for the last 2 months, Marcus, and I learned that physics teachers don't have time to test Fab.
I see. Yeah, that tracks.
So I kind of went with Florian because I'm a big fan of Yuki Lee Bender. She's a great player. I love her content, and I'm subscribed to her Patreon. So I used her deck in the tournament today. She had a really good deck tech. I was really vibing with the tips that she was giving, so I decided to try it today.
Yeah, she always seems ahead of the pack when it comes to new formats. Like, she kind of led the way with the KO deck when Heavy Hitters first came out. She's done it again here.
Total trendsetter in the scene.
Just like a really good deck builder and knows what to like put in the list to avoid clunk. No like cute one-offs at the start of the format. Like all clean and efficient, basically.
It's really impressive to me, honestly. Like, I'm seeing the deck put together, and I'm like, I mean, if I'm seeing like a new hero, I don't really know where to start. You know, I think me, like many players, tend to wait for other people to figure it out. So I have like mad props to Yuki Lee Bender. Thank you so much. I haven't specifically asked you if it's okay to run your deck today, but I hope I'm doing it proud.
Hey, at least you're like on coverage saying like, thank you for letting me deck. Most people aren't doing the courtesy of asking before they pinch. You know?
I made one little change where I took out a Rune Rager Swarm and added a Poison the Well because Talon like brainwashed me into thinking there was going to be a lot of Poison the Well today. And he was the only other deck I knew, and I knew he was on it. So I'm like, one Poison the Well in an open deck list format.
Oh, you mean Count Your Blessings? Yeah.
Yeah. Count the Blessings. I think I can handle it without it, you know, but I figured one might help some of those matchups.
Yeah, because that one copy is eventually like a 1 for like 7 to 9 point swing because you not only deny the Count Your Blessings along with all the others that count it, you also put them down some life in the same card. So really good. How did you feel considering that this was an open deck list format and there's only 16 of the champions facing each other, and you knew who your round 1 opponent was? How did that feel?
It's a really exciting event to be a part of. I really feel like AGE has a very unique place in the Flesh and Blood community, and I think it's hard to kind of explain how exciting it is to people outside of SoCal because it's one of those events that like it's fun to be when you're in it, and it's a little bit, you know, like with the deck lists, it definitely has an impact on what we bring. Everyone's thinking about what other people are going to be on. With such a small player pool, you can start to kind of guess as to what the metascape is going to be like. If you go to a Calling, a Battle Hardened, there's a whole bunch of people, and you can kind of predict like maybe 10% of them will be on this deck, but I might never find them. You can hope that you don't play against your bad matchups, but you kind of have to be ready for the other 15 players and have a sense of what you think they're going to be playing and try to really tune your deck to a meta that you're trying to predict. And then all the deck lists come out a little bit early. We get to like pour over them over the course of 2 days. So we get to like practice against the decks. Like we had our buddy Clark. Clark was helping coach us for the weekend. So we would say like, look, these are the enigmas we have to play against. Build this deck and play it against us. So
basically,
that's what I was doing yesterday is Clark was running Enigma for us. He was like making swaps to his deck so he could be like, okay, now I'm Charles Dunn. Now I'm Chris Ayali. And that was important for me because I know he's going to play against Chris round 1.
Yeah.
It didn't quite pay off. Chris did beat me round one.
No,
But
we saw it happen. It was still fairly close considering, and you did make a good use of the Summers Falls.
those are so important in that
they're a
matchup.
really good inclusion because yeah, you like 2 for 1 when you send a mirror guy to the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good. Well, with that, where can people find you in the podcasts, Fuzzy?
So you can go to YouTube or Spotify to listen to Pitch It To Me podcast. We're a show about design. So if you really love the game and you want to talk about and hear about the minutia, the specific details about the game and why we think LSS made this decision versus that decision, that's the sort of thing that we talk about on our pod. And we also have a pretty active Discord. Marcus, I see you on our Discord all the time.
Yeah, I'm always posting some nonsense in there.
So if you want to give us a shout, give us a listen, I would really appreciate it. We know you'll love our show.
Okay. Well, thank you, Fuzzy, and best of luck on the next round. Hoping
Thank you,
for that
Marcus.
3-2. And we'll be back in a little bit after a short break. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Arcane Games and Events Players Championship, and we are headed into the last round of Swiss, where we're going to take a look at one of the matches that is facing elimination on both sides of the table. We have a couple updates from our standings. Actually, let's go ahead and take a look at that guy. Yeah. Okay, cool. This was our round 1 pairing, so sorry, I'm going to navigate back to our...
Okay.
The people that have been eliminated so far in the last round were, unfortunately, Ryan Brown, our solo KO player. I'm sorry, Kano player. KO, Kano. Potato, potato.
Oh,
we also lost our number 3 seed, Charles Dunn. And, who's the last one, Michael? I completely forgot.
Was it?
Oh, it was Andrew Rudin,
Yeah,
who we saw
Andrew
on
Rudin
stream.
Max, right, yep.
Unfortunately, there goes Max the Hype Nitro. So we are 1 Enigma fewer. We've lost our Kano and then also our Hype, Michael.
Yeah.
Unfortunate indeed. Before we head into our next match, let's go ahead and take a look at what these players are fighting for today. Just by showing up, you get a little bit of cash.
All right.
Because you fought long and hard all year long. And you also get a little bit of catering in the form of Chipotle.
Yeah, it was delicious.
So there's that. Tell them what you can win besides, Michael.
I mean, $100 for 5th through 8th, $250 for 3rd through 4th. Second place gets $600, but everyone here wants to get that first place, $1,100, gold cold foil, and a PTI just in time for Worlds.
Indeed. So all of our players are competing with the grace of LSS, and so we've got some very legit prizing on the line, making this a very illustrious end to our season.
Many thanks to Legend Story Studios for supporting us.
Right you are, Michael. And without further ado, let's start waltzing our way down to the match floor. We've got someone new, two people that are new for the stream today. We got Peter Budensic on Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. Let's go ahead and take a look at his player profile. And then sitting across from him, of course, is Colin Erickson. My
the
teammate
lone
from
wolf,
the AGE
the
protein.
lone Kasai, just won't give up on this C-tier hero.
Indeed. So, and let's take a look at who he's going to have to fight through, Michael. This is Peter Budensic, normally a Kano enjoyer. Today, he's playing a blue hero.
Enigma. Good choice. One of the cool things that I've learned is he doesn't like this hero very much, but he has play tested as Enigma so many times because that's what the team needs, that he felt like he just had the chops to bring it, and he's here fighting for his tournament life 2-2 right now, going into that Kasai.
Yeah, and his chops are really, really being tested because he is now finding himself in one of those red tables from our infographic, the last red table, as it were. This is the final decider of who stays and who goes, and Peter is holding on by the skin of his teeth.
Yep. And likewise, Colin Erickson is... oh, sorry, we've got a deck list before I talk about Colin. I just watched the elimination match between Peter and Ryan Brown on Kano, and he was teched for Kano, let me tell you. He has AB4 in the sideboard, as well as a otherwise fairly traditional list. Is there anything in here that strikes you as exciting or different?
It's got to be Spears of Surreality, Michael. That is a card that I know people were kind of fiddling around with early on in Enigma. It's something that my team in particular was fiddling around with in Dromai, specifically paired with Phantasmal Footsteps, just as extra sources of Go Again and Ash Generation back in those days. However, I haven't really seen it making too many Enigma lists, and this definitely makes Peter's a little bit more unique. You also have to take a look at those 2 red pummels. You better believe that Colin has got his eyes on those.
Yep. 2 red pummels, pairing that with the Erase Face, pairing it with the Command and Conquer. Such a powerful card, especially when you are running that Find All Spring Tunic, allowing for the 2-card 10, discard a card, and get rid of that arsenal. Very powerful stuff.
That's a big owie, Michael.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a look at my teammate Colin Erickson. Probably the youngest player here, both in terms of his actual age and his time playing the game.
That's true.
This is Colin the Boy Wonder. Yeah. Yeah, no, and because he started in heavy hitters, that is why he is so devoted to his lady Kasai of the Golden Sand.
And I love the story that he just has stuck with her and made it all the way to the Players' Championship, now fighting for a spot in top 8. A lot of people are not believers in Kasai. I see it all over Twitter and all over social media that, oh man, Kasai is just not, she doesn't have it right now. That's all I see. And yet here we are, Colin Erickson, champion of Kasai.
Well, and if you feel that way just in general, you've got to feel it doubly when you see a field of 5 of the top Enigma players in Southern California.
Yeah.
That is just a hard matchup in general.
Not just Southern California. Peter Budinsek is from Las Vegas, and we do have some out-of-towners driving in for this prestigious event.
Indeed so. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Colin is packing against Peter Budinsek. This is the list that he's going to use to try to punch his ticket into the top 8. What do you like here, Michael? You see some spice?
Let's see, 2 Nourishing Emptiness. It's a pretty standard Kasai card. I've seen him sort of go in and out of that card, landing on 2 here rather than the full 3. Looking at this Unsheathed. That's a new spicy card. It came out in Rosetta. Definitely adds some extra punch to that Kasai, the ability to gain the +3 and the go again in a single card. So one of the better pickups recently for Kasai.
Indeed. And going again is what Colin will absolutely have to do in order to effectively quell the ward board of Peter Budinsek. He's also got a couple other tools up his sleeve. Iron Song Determination, a card that I honestly thought was a Dory specialization until I saw it today. That's what he told me is one of his key cards in forcing enough damage through to take out those Moragas and other pesky auras.
Yeah, if the Enigma player is able to just block out fully every time, you do not stand much of a chance of destroying that board. So the Iron Song Determination coming in clutch for that. In addition to that, a really nice piece of tech against the Enigma is these 3 red and 2 blue Steel Blade Shunts. Being able to deal a damage on defense can potentially completely shut down the turn of Enigma. So Colin's teched for that matchup, and I saw him beat round 1. So anyone who says that Kasai doesn't stand a chance against Enigma, well, Colin Erickson says otherwise.
And man, Colin, it was a nail biter. It came down to the last card in Colin's deck. He continually just pitched Heart of Fjendal, gained, I believe, 5 life off of it ultimately because they were in 6th, 7th cycle by the time the game actually closed out. And it literally just came down to Moises Lopez having a deck full of chi and Colin having one more pump that got him there. It was a blue precision press that ended that game.
Amazing. Yeah, and as you mentioned, that Heart of Fjendal coming in 5 healing, I can actually see the price tag going up as we speak. That card is such a powerhouse in the right deck.
Indeed so. I did personally think that it was going to be a mainstay in all of our Verdance decks, and so I was kind of scrambling to pick mine up, but it definitely doesn't seem to be like you absolutely must play this card in order to win all your games, as much as at least I assumed so. When
kind
we
of
first saw our
surprising.
spoil.
Block being very essential.
And so here we go. Players are shuffling up. We haven't quite got the go-ahead. I jumped the gun on hitting that button, but that's okay because you get to see a little bit of the in-your-own-head strategy that these players are going through. We are giving them each other's deck lists, not only the day before, 2 days before the event, but also right when they sit down across from one another. How wild is that?
These players are allowed to study the complete deck list of their opponent so that they have as much information as possible going into these matches. That's the classical chess kind of vibe that we're going for today. Just really, really informed flesh and blood.
Indeed so. Both players are shuffling up, getting ready here. Colin is going to be on the play, which is probably decided by him, if I'm not mistaken. I believe he's the higher seed over Peter.
It looks like the players are just shuffling up, getting ready.
Peter practicing his card flurry.
He
nice
does that a lot. He goes quick.
Indeed so. Colin takes stock of his own life and everyone else's that have come before him. Sitting in this seat, the feature match at Arcane Games and Events.
2-2, a lot on the line.
Again, this is the last round of Swiss before we make our top 8 in search of our Season 2 Players Champion. And we are focusing on those that are X2 at this point, because if you lose, you go home. If you win, you advance into that top 8 bracket.
Right.
This
you
is
are.
where it is most on the line. Both players shuffling away. It is important to note, folks, that this is going to be a grind fest.
Yes.
We mentioned that the previous match that Colin was able to take off of Enigma went to the last card in his deck. I expect this not to be any exception.
Yeah, that game went longer than the Count Your Blessings Riptide game. That was the second longest. This one, or that match, the Kasai rather versus Enigma was the longest match for that first round. So grab your popcorn, get your snacks ready, get your drink, put your kids to sleep, take your trash out. Anything else people should do before we get started?
Probably run your garbage disposal and just make sure that that thing is
Don't want to get clogged
moving
pipes
nice.
because you won't want to go anywhere. This will be a grind.
Right, you are, Michael. And the first action of the game is a counter on the Fiendal Spring Tunic on the side of Colin Erickson. Let's take a look at the equipment suite. No surprises on Colin's side, in case those of you who have forgotten about what a fridge from Kasai looks like. We got Valiant Dynamo, which is going to get incremental value all the way through this game, basically adding 1 to every single one of Colin's turn cycles if he can help it. We've got the Fiendal Spring Tunic, just a dang good card. Iron Song versus in the arms piece, and then, of course, the Crown of Dominion up top, hoping to establish a raise the army nice and early. But Peter is coming out swinging, Michael.
Yeah, playing that levels of enlightenment and responding with some kind of cheat card. It looks like the shuffle one, my favorite art. So Peter shuffling up, getting rid of that pitch stack. He's so diligently stacked up to this point.
So here we go, an Enigma activation in response to levels of enlightenment resolving, giving Peter the ability to choose 2 modes rather than 1.
Yep.
You have to imagine it's going to be go again, draw a card.
And that's exactly it. It looks like he drew
We've got
another
levels of enlightenment in hand.
So that could be a nice follow-up there. Just getting some free damage out early.
Yeah, no more hoops to jump through in order to turn on the levels of enlightenment. Peter in the tank, however. Colin saying no blocks. First blood is drawn on the side of Peter Budensick. 37 to 40 are the life totals here. 3 go again, once again, with a draw card on this levels of enlightenment.
Yeah, and Colin blocking with that unsheathed card, that new one from Rosetta. Very powerful card. However, it does need the power of the weapon to be greater than its base.
Double, in fact.
Double, right. So without that, turning it on, Colin just chucks it away, blocks with it. It's not going to get the value that he wants.
And Colin making the first block with Valiant Dynamo of the game, ostensibly because he is going to swing twice with weapons next turn and take that -1 defense counter off. Peter transcending again.
Can't do that. Oh, transcending, excuse me. I thought you meant...
Yeah.
Yeah, just went for the transcend.
Which, wait, what did he pitch to in order to get rid of that card?
I'm not sure. Oh, he pitched to his boots.
The boots are on pitch activation. You can't activate them.
Did he activate to instant in an aura?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what Peter's pitch outlet was there. We're gonna hope our players are keeping an eye on that. We do have a Spoils of War on the side of Colin Erickson, one of the power cards in Kasai, getting his copper generation online. Peter goes ahead and blocks out doesn't block out any because Colin is getting 2 copper, 1 for the Centauri Saber hitting and 1 for the Hot Streak hitting. So blood is drawn on both sides of this battlefield. Peter comes back with a Rage Spectre, generating an action point and swinging. Ah, yes, he did pitch to the boots. My mistake, folks. I was thinking of the ward clause, not the I can play an aura at instant speed clause. So 5 is the block on Colin Erickson's side of the board with a sink below and those Valiant Dynamos, which were refreshed after he swung both his Saber and his Streak.
Getting as much value out of those Valiant Dynamos as possible. Colin wants this game to go relatively long to eke that out as much as possible while still maintaining pressure, making sure that Peter can't keep a board off the back end of blocking with a few cards.
All right, folks, this is the card to keep an eye out on. Look at Colin's pitch stack. We've got the Heart of Fiendal in the pitch zone, and because his life total is lower than Peter's, he's going to gain 1 life off of that. We are going to see this card pitched several times throughout this game, and Colin is going to try to generate as much value off of it as possible. So far, 1 life gained. Blade Flurry activated on the hot streak. Has go again because it was blocked by an attack on Peter's side of the board. Looks like it's going to go ahead and clear up that board. Rage Spectre only preventing 1 damage because it is not Peter's turn. And here comes Centauri Saber. This should be for 7.
Yep. 2 + 2 + 3.
Was 3 is from the slice and dice, right?
That's right.
Yep.
Big ol' Centauri Saber.
That is a big sword, Michael. It's also going to make those boots nice and shiny again so that Colin can block with them once more.
Yep. Nice efficient start from Colin, doing exactly that. Clearing the board, getting some damage in potentially, and getting those boots back online for the next round.
Peter sitting with a Command and Conquer, a blue, and a Sink Below. No on hits here for Colin, so Peter's probably just fine taking the 3 here. Down to 35 goes Peter. Colin feels just fine about that because his Heart of Fiendal is now at the bottom of his deck.
Makes a Courage on that hit as well, having pitched to the Iron Song Versus.
My mistake on that. These players are going to be playing very quickly because that's just kind of who they are. So not everything is going to be indicated super well on stream. We're just going to let them do whatever is most comfortable for them. Cleaned block on the side of Colin Erickson.
Getting a Blade Runner out of hand, useful for Peter.
And here we go with our first Unsheathed played this game. So that is going to be a big bad 6 go again. Centauri's Saber is more powerful than double its base, so that will be given go again from Unsheathed. However, we do have the Tunic counter up on the side of Colin Erickson. That'll probably just be used for an extra 2 in the form of Hot Streak.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, he's got something cheeky in his arsenal.
I'm noticing here that Colin is pitching away that Steelblade Shunt. That is a very critical card for the end of the game, so I really like that choice on his end. Just getting ready for those final moments, points of damage, blocking, or even possibly killing Peter with that card. Best case scenario, killing. Worst case scenario, maybe just getting rid of a ward.
Blocks are cleaned up on the side of Peter Budensick with a Sink Below and a Hold the Line. Hold the Line probably not going to get that extra prevention value this game because Kasaya has kind of lost her ability to draw multiple cards in a turn, unless, of course, she cracks several gold tokens. But I don't think we'll be seeing that, Michael. Those are going to be saved for those big Raisin Army turns.
Yeah, absolutely. The Hot Streak hitting, just inching a little bit closer. 33 now, Peter Budensick sitting at as he plays his Chi. Using that hero ability, Spectral Shield coming in for 2 go again as Colin Erickson cashes in on the Valiant Dynamo, blocking for 1.
Restless Coalescence is the follow-up, taking the +1 counter from the Spectral Shield, swinging for 3 go again. Blade Runner is devoted to block, cleans it up very nicely. Peter holds on to that +1 counter, ostensibly to create a Spectral Shield on Colin's turn. Colin coming in with a grip of 3 cards plus an arsenal. See what he's able to put together.
Starting off, just pitching. A little Hot Streak. 2 float.
This one doesn't have go again quite yet. If Peter blocks with an attack action card, it will give Hot Streak go again for the rest of the turn. But you have to believe that Colin's got something up his sleeve, perhaps a run through, or a Blade Runner, of which he's got 9 in the deck.
I did see an Overpower as well. I'm not saying he's going to use it, but if he wanted to push some damage and clear that board, those reactions are a fantastic way to do it.
I believe, unfortunately, that Overpower is in the pitch zone at the moment.
Oh, you're right.
So he's that is definitely one of Colin Erickson's favorite ways to close out these Kasai games.
Yeah.
And he's just got the one of. So currently that pitch stack is Heart of Fiendal, Overpower, and Steelblade Shunt, which is not terrible.
No, he's clearly thinking about the second stack here, the second cycle.
So Peter activates Restless Coalescence. in order to create another Spectral Shield. Covers up the hot streak really nicely.
And come in for 7 go again.
7 go again. Interesting.
Oh, yeah, so Run Through was devoted to the hot streak in order to give it go again. Run Through is also going to give +2 to the Centauri Saber.
Do you think he has a... No, he has no floating. Like a snatch or something, he doesn't have.
Probably no follow-up, no. Yeah. Usually his follow-up attacks are going to be the 2 costs, either Command and Conquer or Nourishing Emptiness, I believe, are the only attacks in Colin Erickson's deck. This attack getting pumped just a little bit by 1 because it was blocked by an E-Strike, which is an attack.
Yep. And then covered up the rest with that, was it a Restless Coalescence?
Yeah. 7 is the return from Peter Budensick. Good old E-Strike, a mainstay in this game since Welcome to Wraith. One of the most flexible cards in the entire game.
2 card 7. It's good in draft. It's good in CC.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, huh, Michael?
That's right.
Okay, another Sink Below found on the side of Colin Erickson to help cover up a little bit of that damage in addition to the Valiant Dynamos. This is our first Kasai activation of the game. Colin has found himself red and yellow card rich. He thinks he's going to be able to connect here. And there's no ward board on the side of Peter Budensick, so who's to tell him he's wrong?
Yeah, it's a good time to use this. I like that a lot.
Here comes Hot Strike for 3. On hit, create a gold token. Peter has not blocked with an attack action, but Colin goes ahead and plays a Blade Runner to give it go again anyway. And then here's 7 on the side of Centauri Saber.
Nice break point there.
Block 3, go reaction. Sure. Cast, hold the line.
That's not going to be enough, Peter.
Yeah.
Looking for that second react.
Finds the 3rd copy of Ripple Away, which is interesting. I wonder if he was packing the Ripple Aways because he was expecting to see an Azalea here.
Might be time for the boots. Oh. Look at that. Never mind.
Sure. Yep.
And so cool. That covers it up nicely. No gold token generated for Colin Erickson, which he really would have liked to see here.
Yeah.
But Peter kind of had a clunker of a hand, so he's really happy that he's able to cover all that up, despite the fact that there's not much he can do on his offense. But hey, 2 go again. With one ward on the back end, that ain't so bad either.
Yeah. I think Colin would have preferred it if that connected, but he's also happy to strip the entire hand of Peter and leave him with 4 cards and no arsenal on this turn after having only taken 1.
And I would have to imagine that he's got 1 more yellow in his graveyard, so he can probably activate Kasai again if he really wants to this turn.
True.
Starting off well with the Spoils of War. Giving his next attack +2 and go again. And also, every single weapon that hits this turn is going to generate copper.
Yep. I think the copper may be even more valuable than the gold in this matchup. Those Blood on Her Hands are one of the key cards for Colin Erickson to be able to push enough damage to kill the Enigma before she can get the tempo and build a giant board. Get rid of those those Miragais before they're too much of a trouble.
Yeah, Kasai is one of those decks that really... bread and butter wants to play a value game, just slowly, incrementally grinding your opponent into dust. But then she also has the benefit of these massive swing turns in the form of, like you said, Blood on Her Hands to go super wide and be very aggressive, or raise an army to kind of just keep up consistent pressure for as long as possible. And he really wants to raise that army sooner rather than later because he needs sources of go again in order to make best use of it. In this case, we've got Nourishing Emptiness coming in. He's got no attacks in his graveyard, so this is going to gain Dominate, and on hit, gain 1 Intellect at the end of the turn.
Yeah, very strong card here. Interesting choice to play it, having seen that Peter is not willing to block out that first swing.
Do you think there was merit to just swinging the other sword?
It's hard to say. I mean, 6 copper sounds really tempting. But of course, if Peter just goes, okay, I'll block it. I mean, this is clearly more threatening now. I'm just wondering about the setup, if it's better to try to get more cards here. I mean, if he gets the intellect here, if Peter doesn't have a chi to pitch to boots or any other way to... Yeah, so he does cover it up. Oh,
Collins found the 1 route in his deck.
Wow.
Route is such a crippling card. What does it do, Michael?
That puts that blocking card back in Peter's hand, absolutely stuffing the turn. He ends up playing a ward out that just does nothing here.
Yeah, that Nourishing Emptiness is still going to connect. Funny enough, the route is not actually going to buff the attack.
Yeah.
It's literally just there to bounce the card back to Peter's hand so that the Nourishing Emptiness hits. Which is a bit of tech that Colin Erickson has been tooling around with for a while. I remember the day that he asked in the rules question of the AGE Pro Team Discord, like, is this how this works? Can I do this on a CNC or something? And the answer is absolutely yes.
That is amazing. What a cool card.
Which, like, ultimately, you're paying 2 resources to just, like, get, like, not actually get rid of one of your opponent's cards.
Yeah, that's true. It does.
Because it goes back to hand. So, I don't know. You have to be very sparing about when you do it. It's not really an efficient play, but I guess if you're gaining 1 intellect, you can kind of regain the value that way.
I'm still kind of just sitting thinking about what happens if he swings that other Centauri Saber and gets the extra copper. 6 copper and then arsenals that Nourishing Emptiness. It's hard to say, but I do know that having those explosive turns is critical. So Colin Erickson making the judgment call that it would be better to have that Nourishing hit, get the intellect and the 4 copper, rather than going all in on 6 copper.
And interesting, a pretty benign play on the side of Peter Budensick. He just plays out a Warmonger's Diplomacy, which is not something that really affects Kasai of the Golden Sand unless she's trying to go for one of her power turns. But because Colin's sitting on 1 gold and 4 copper, I wouldn't imagine he's desperate to play a Blood on her hands anyway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if he had the 6 copper, maybe, and that would have really stuffed the turn. But it looks like Colin just dancing around these effects very, very elegantly.
A little bit unfortunate on his side, though, because he's using a Blade Runner just for the action point. Unfortunately, Command and Conquer is not a weapon attack, so it's not going to gain any power off of the Blade Runner.
You know, I think he understands this matchup a lot better than either of us, and it could be that he is far more interested in doing deck damage than life total damage. As we saw earlier, these games get grindy, and being able to get cards out of Peter's deck, force those blocks, and be card efficient in addition to being health efficient is very important.
He calls himself Colin Pewter for the reason. Not because he is really interested in the metal pewter, but because he resembles a computer in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Thinking about all the lines.
Slice and Dice is the beginning of this. This hot streak is going to have go again no matter what. It's also going to have a little cheeky +1 from the Slice and Dice. 3 go again is the ask. And of course, we've activated Kasai of the Golden Sand, so on hit for the rest of the turn, gold token.
Wow. And Peter takes it again.
Straight up, right at the beginning of the turn. It's kind of like when you're facing down a boom grenade, and you just kind of want to get it out of the way.
You know,
like, I know I can't block this, so let's just... I don't want to have to think about this next block.
Look at this. Traverse the Universe being dedicated. I think it might be time for Peter to play out a Miragai and try to get some tempo back in his favor. Those chi that he can search up are so critical in order to pair with the Miragai to get it those extra 2 counters. So that's what I expect to see.
That is usually what you expect when you see this Traverse the Universe block. It meant a whole different thing when Zen was part of the meta, but since he has waned in popularity, Traverse the Universe basically means Manifestations of Miragai.
Yep. And Peter keeping a 5-card hand, including that Arsenal.
Got another Transcend card in the hand. And as you called it, Michael, here comes our first Manifestations of Miragai of the game. And honestly, this is... Oh, interesting.
I think what he's doing is he's using the boots to prevent the potential for a defense react popping the manifestations.
Right.
So he can use those boots as looks kind of like a cover-up just in case Colin has a Steelblade Shunt.
It feels a little bit risky because he is under blocking on this Centauri Saber by 3. So Meridian Pathway is going to clean it up perfectly unless
this
Peter
is still
has,
Colin's turn.
Yeah, it's still Colin's turn, which it's like if Colin is sitting on an in the swing, this could really
but he does
be rough.
have the deck list. Is that a card in Colin's deck?
In the swing? You better believe it. There's 2 of them. I'm honestly surprised there's not 3. Oh, and we've also got a Sacred Art.
Wow. Peter just unloading, doing his best Kano impression on Colin's turn.
This is going to be a massive ward board here. So Peter is going to create 2 spectral shields. He's going to put +1 counters on every single one of these auras. He's also activated the calming gesture, so make that +1 spectral shield for a total of 3. This is going to be a massive board. Colin is really hoping he's got the in the swing to really make this hurt a little bit. He's not going to get the mirror guy for his troubles, but at least he could take care of some of these spectral shields.
Yeah. Why do you think Peter chose to do this on Colin's turn? Is there a benefit to doing it like that?
I honestly don't think so. I think it's pretty risky, personally. All of this technically
Just got excited,
could have been
maybe,
done.
like Christmas. He's like, I can't wait to go downstairs.
It's
for the sun to
possible.
rise.
It's possible that this was the only way to block out that second saber, but there wasn't really an on hit.
So he just I think what it was is he wanted to get the boots value
Yeah.
right then and there and still play this all out. So it does
Totally.
make sense, but like you said, it was quite risky.
And like Colin had already generated the gold token, so there's an argument to be made either way. But 5 is the block on the side of Colin Erickson to the big bad 10 that is coming his way from Manifestations of Mirror Guy.
Yeah, huge swing for Peter.
2 go again is the follow-up.
Oh no, and a CNC stripping cards means that Colin might just have to either eat this damage and lose his arsenal, or give up the opportunity to kill the Miragai and these spectral shields on the follow-up turn.
Oh, I'm trembling in my boots for Colin at the moment.
Yeah, this is not where he wants to be.
These are the moments in this matchup where we can spell the end. He's going ahead and drawing cards. A blue hit in the run is probably not what's going to get him there. The good thing is that these swords are now free. So Centauri's Saber for 2 go again. Means that Peter does have to make decisions, but he can probably just donate 2 cards here, lose none of this ward board, and then use 1 blue to send, let's see, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16?
Yeah.
That's not bad for a blue.
It is not bad at all, as Peter just hucks away 2 reds. Those aren't doing anything for him this turn. He wants to fuel his turn with blues.
So 1 blue will do it because that first spectral shield is going to be free. Ah, he's only got a yellow. But so here goes Manifestations of Mirror Guy. It's going to cost him 1. All right, here we go, Colin. The problem is that Peter's got plenty of ward.
Well, double shunt blocks the whole thing. I mean, it's not nothing.
Yep.
It's
He
not
sure
nothing.
would have liked to kill it with the first shunt, but
I will personal pass.
Sacred Art of the Immortal Shrine is showing its stripes here. It's always been a really good card in Enigma, and here's why. It can just establish a board that is absolutely impossible to break. And meanwhile, it's breaking you.
as Colin Erickson with 2 cards in hand has to figure out how he's going to break this board, break through 6 ward, and prevent Peter from just building it back up even bigger at the start of his next turn. An impossible task this turn, but perhaps he can piece something together before it's too late.
So we know there are 2 shunts out of the deck.
I see a blood on her hands.
It could be, there's an opportunity to maybe use Blood in Our Hands just to kind of clear that Manifestations of Mirror Guy, especially when you've only got the 2 cards. Ah, Emboldened Blade. And we know that Peter has a defense reaction in his arsenal.
Wow.
Wow, I've never actually seen this card trigger. Amazing.
Look at Colin's so excited. He could predict that. Knowing Peter was trying to protect the board, he called it, and now he's playing Blood on Her Hands, and he's already drawn a card using that gold. So 4 copper and
Peter
3
is-
swords for the turn.
Peter is reading this card, saying,
believe
"Wait
his
a minute, what
eyes."
does this do again?" This card was really excited when it released in Bright Lights, but hasn't made a whole lot of waves. In this case, it's a one of in Colin's deck, and boy howdy did it get the value, because Peter has played a lot of 0 for 4 defense reactions this game already.
Yeah. Colin getting the Blood on Her Hands right when he needed it. We'll have to see if it breaks through. If it doesn't, oh, it's going to be tough. This is the time that he needs to punch through this board, as Peter just lost the D-React, has 4 cards to block with, but Colin is going to be able to swing in, I think, 4 times total. I didn't see what he chose for the Blood on Her
I would
Hands. We can
have.
see-
He didn't have a source of go again, so I would have to believe it is give Centauri Saber go again, let it swing twice, buff it twice.
Oh, okay. Got it. So he's going to go 5-5-2.
Yeah, exactly.
Seems like a pretty solid play. 12 damage coming in with breakpoints across the board.
And it's important to note that that buff clause on the Centauri Saber, where it gets buffed if it's defended by an attack, it persists throughout the rest of the turn. So if Peter blocks with an attack here, it's going to pay dividends for the rest of Colin's turn.
He does have a defense react in hand, which would allow him to at least cover this first one when pairing it with the Spectral Shield.
Yeah, and Peter is reading that card just to confirm what I have just said. Does it persist throughout the rest of the turn?
He has a ward card in his hand, which does not block, I don't believe. That's the
Waxing Spectre.
Waxing Spectre. So
it'll cover up 3 of this damage, but
it would be a 2-card 3. So not a
Exactly.
very efficient. Like Colin might have just broken through.
quite possibly. Let's see what Peter can do.
Peter with his head in his hand, thinking really doesn't want to give up this Miragai so soon after playing it, was hoping that he could just run away with the game, having such a big board, but Colin just, bam, right away finds the answer.
You got to hand it to Colin. We're at life parity, despite the fact that a Miragai has swung for 10 twice this game, Michael.
Yeah. Kasai chops. This guy has him.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
There's no question about that. And I would say imagine what he could do with a deck that is actually a meta contender, but he says this is the one.
I think there's a reason he plays Kasai, and it's not because he's bullheaded and refuses to switch decks. I think
It
he
could
actually
be both.
he really believes that this is one of the best decks that you can be playing right now.
And I do believe him, and it's hard to doubt him when you've faced off with Colin Erickson. He's so good at this game, especially when you consider the amount of time he's actually played it. And it helps that he has been cutting his teeth here at the AGE Open Series. I can't tell you, like you know how you have gem buddies that you tend to just find yourself playing against every single tournament? For Colin Erickson, that was Charles Dunn.
Yeah.
He was playing Charles Dunn pretty much every AGE Open Series and going to time every single time. He got good, and he got good fast, and it's because he played here.
When you play against the fatigue god of flesh and blood, you know how to face it. And I think that it's showing off right here. The Centauri Saber says 4 on it now. Did something happen?
No. It's possible that there was a drop in the ocean, but I don't see it.
Okay, it could have been a miscalculation on Colin's part.
Oh, no. It was because of the Emboldened Blade. The Emboldened Blade only affected the
so
first attack.
this was the second swing.
Exactly.
Okay, and it looks like Peter lost his Miragai.
Thank goodness for Colin. And we know he can't resolve another one, but it is going to be a cheeky Waxing Spectre with another 4 go again. Ooh, and Colin finds a nice answer in that all you got. So Colin will be able to draw a card at the end of this combat chain. 4 go again is the ask.
Wow, giving up his blood on her hands. I guess it makes sense. No more copper to spend
more
on,
copper.
so just get rid of that card.
And he also knows he's got one at the bottom of the deck. We've seen that
True.
in the pitch stack. Couple sources of copper generation still in the list. Pitching away a Raisin army as well, because we are very gold deficient at this point. Colin really showcasing how powerful those gold tokens can be, even if you just activate them.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Gold is the payoff, they say.
Yes, indeed. 2 go again here. Glint the Quicksilver is going to go ahead and draw a card. And hey, what's go again when you can do double go again?
Yeah. Super fast.
Run through is the follow-up with a Centauri Saber for 4.
Yep. Critically, Colin drawing a card there, so now the Centauri Saber is free, allowing him to get those extra 2 points of damage in with the run through. Peter giving up the board once again. Life parity and board parity as Colin Arsenals draws up to 5.
But an Enigma with 3 cards can be scary.
Yeah, always.
He activates Enigma at the tail end of Colin's turn, ostensibly because he wants to activate it again on this turn. And yes, we do see the Inner Chi in hand. Here comes another Spectral Shield.
Using the Tunic counter for this one.
There we go. Okay, cool. I'm glad you caught that. I was about to call foul.
Ooh, this is a scary card. The Shimmers of Silver, potentially putting on counters as those auras attack. So this is going to be something Colin will want to clear as soon as possible to prevent the runaway value train that this presents.
And being an action point rich deck, Colin might be able to do just that. This is our last Spoils of War. Colin's going to try to generate a ton of copper here, and this might be his last opportunity to do so before he sees that blood on our hands that's in his pitch stack. Or I believe, does he have a Outland Skirmish? I would have to imagine so. He doesn't. Outland Skirmish has not made the deck this time. So this is his last source of copper generation.
Again, I think it's because he's leveraging deck damage a little bit more than he's leveraging life total damage. The only on-hit he cares about is death because it strips cards.
And unfortunately, only one of those Spoils of War triggers is going to connect, so that last blood in our hands is only going to be 2 modes active.
Yep, fairly lackluster.
Last levels of Enlightenment for Peter. Found with a Chi card, as is tradition. Going to go ahead and activate Enigma. In response, give this levels of Enlightenment 2 modes. I believe we chose Buff Power and go again. Bacon Boys in chat asking where we are in the world for this event. Our home here on the West Coast for Arcane Games and Events is Collector Legion in Lawndale, California. It's down by Redondo Beach. Just a really beautiful, kind of sleepy, beachy town.
It's really nice out here.
The facilities are amazing. Massive shout out to Collector Legion for allowing us to be here all year round. The store is amazing. Adam Feifel's the owner, is very accommodating, and the bathrooms are clean. I cannot tell you how nice that is at a game store that you spend so much time at. Kasai activation on the side of Colin Erickson, threatening that gold token generation. Hot streak for 2.
Yep, just a 2-card hand as Colin gave most of his hand up to, blocking that CNC last round.
I do believe Colin is still sitting on 4 copies of Steelblade Shunt in his deck. I don't believe I've seen any of the blue ones. Have you, Michael?
I think he pitched some
Was there
away.
a pitch one? Okay.
Yeah.
We know that there's a red one in the pitch stack. We saw 2 deployed against that Manifestations of Mirror guy very early. And Peter still sitting with 2 Manifestations of Mirror guy in that deck. And that deck is very chi rich at this point.
Colin using that blue Blade Runner. Coming in with the Centauri Saber for 3.
Peter getting rid of his Fiendal Spring Tunic while at 20 life.
Yeah.
Still a lot of value to be gained from this game. Colin's got to be happy to see that. That being said, no gold token generation for Mr. Erickson. 3 go again is the ask from Restless Coalescence from Peter Budensic.
We know there's a CNC potential follow-up. No Arsenal to target, however.
Perhaps Colin sniffed that out. Perhaps he just got lucky. Takes a little bit of both at card games, doesn't it, Michael?
Luck is one of the most important skills to have when it comes to playing TCGs.
1 block from the Valiant Dynamos once again. Maybe we should have kept a counter for Valiant Dynamos as well as the Heart of Fendal.
True.
Colin says, sure, I don't have an Arsenal. I still don't want to take an additional 3. Down to 12 is Colin Erickson as it goes to his turn, and he ticks up his Tunic.
Peter gaining just a little bit of a life lead here, 20 to 12, like you just mentioned.
I believe this is our last red slice and dice. Going to make this hot streak come in for 3.
For 5. Oh, yeah, 3 on the first. Yep.
Ostensibly with no go again, but we know Colin's got some stuff up his sleeve. I know we've seen a lot of Blade Runners deployed this game, but there's got to still be at least like 3 or 4 left in the deck, if I'm not mistaken.
I think Peter might be looking for just that kind of information as he cycles through the graveyard.
We haven't seen a single in the swing deployed yet. That's going to be a big card to watch out for. That's +3.
Yeah.
In an attack reaction, 0 cost, but as long as you've already swung with a weapon this turn.
Yep. An amazing game closer as well as Ward Destroyer. Colin hasn't seen any yet. There's the red Blade Runner.
So this Centauri Saber is going to be a big one.
Yeah.
It's going to be 3 + 3 + 2.
As he decides to activate Kasai, saying this will be a good time to get some gold if you'll let me.
Big bad 8. And Colin not missing any value by not activating Kasai first.
12 to 12, getting the gold. And we're back at life parity.
Interesting. Snap, no block, but no Manifestations of Mirror guy to be found. We do have that cheeky Spears of Surreality that we were talking about before the game.
Be a good time to draw a popper if he can. Doesn't look like he has it. Instead, though, Look at that. Steel
Two
Blade
go again.
Shunt in hand.
All
So
right.
this has the potential to end the turn on the spot if Peter doesn't have more ward that he can play out at instant speed.
Yeah, why is that, Michael?
We're about to find out.
Pitching that first in the swing. Critically, Steel Blade Shunt says, deal 1 damage to an opponent when you play this defense reaction as long as they are swinging with a weapon.
Yes.
And Enigma's weapon, Cosmo, says that all of these ward aura permanents are weapons.
Yep.
So it's going to trigger the effect on Steel Blade Shunt. It's going to hit Peter for 1, and if he's not able to create another Spectral Shield, then
Look
the
at that.
go again on the back of that attack doesn't resolve and uses his
That
action point. There it
was
goes.
Huge. Colin just shutting down the turn that
Shunting the turn, perhaps.
Shunting the turn down that Peter took 8 damage to set up.
Life parity here once again. Activating Iron Song versus is Colin Erickson. Also Kasai.
2 gold would be nice.
Interesting. Colin is sitting on a Gork Tome in hand, if I'm not mistaken. Is he bluffing? Or did he didn't already play it, did it? And I missed it?
So.
Perhaps trying to wait until he can
I think you're
utilize
right.
the discounted resources later on.
Right. I think you're right about it being a bluff.
I think it was.
Or just saving it for a later turn. That was really heads up, I think.
Uh-huh.
He bluffed the reaction. Peter said no blocks, and then just, cool, I'll take a gold.
And a courage token
move
for his
on.
troubles.
Yeah, that was,
And look at what we found, Michael. Are we at the pitch stack or are we at the pitch stack?
oh yeah, Heart of Fiendal sitting there in the hand. Colin looking to take a little damage to get some more value out of that.
And he sure will be able to because we've got a Waxing Spectre with Go again coming his way. So now Colin has his Gorg Tome in his arsenal, and he, if he's been paying attention, knows his pitch stack very, very well. We should be seeing an overpower. Yeah, and there's our red Steel Blade Shunt.
Oh, and you can see Peter just shaking his head. Doesn't have a response to this. Colin using these Steel Blade Shunts to perfection, shutting the Enigma down. Look at that.
And there it goes, another action point stuffed, another IP2 penalty for Peter Budensic. Activate Tome. He's going to draw a card, which is going to make all of his swords free the rest of this turn.
Okay.
Peter is looking for his scruples under the table. He's not going to find them, Michael.
Yeah.
Looks like this heart might be pitched for 0 value.
Yep. You hate to see it, but being in the lead is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm. He's going to trade it in for a card.
He used the Gorg Tome first, right?
He
then,
did.
Okay, so not very happy with his hand texture. Wouldn't normally see a gold used like that unless you needed something off the top to take advantage of the tempo that you just grabbed.
Colin is dangerously close to another Blood on Our Hands, which was pitched rather early.
Wow.
But this ain't a bad follow-up.
This.
Blade Runner plus Blade Flurry.
He's pushing Peter dangerously low.
Peter is so low, and he's still got 2 manifestations of Mirror Guy in the deck, one of which is in his hand with an Inner Chi.
He wants to get that out and keep it out for the rest of the game. That is his win condition.
But Colin is swinging for lethal. 3 blocks, pumps the Centauri Saber to 6. Peter ostensibly taking 3, down to 2 in the dregs of his life total.
What a game we've got. This
Absolutely.
is tense. And there it is.
Here we go. Manifestations of Mirror Guy resolved with 4+1 counters. Here it comes for a whopping 8 go again, Michael.
And we see another Steel Blade Shunt.
Oh my gosh, and we know. Oh my gosh, and we know there's a Spears of Seriality in Peter's deck.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Colin pitch stacking these shunts perfectly, shutting down the Mirror Guy.
As these players were shuffling up, we were using Peter and Colin as a test for all the cameras when we first walked in. And Peter just kind of lackadaisically said, yeah, Kasai's cool, but you got a 20% win rate into Enigma. And then, I don't know, you got other game into something.
Yeah.
Peter is just famous for talking mad game against these Kasai decks and then losing to them on stream here at AGE.
My gosh.
Not only is he doing it here, he also did it against Chris Iali when he top-8'd with Kasai earlier this year. And here is our Blood on Our Hands turn. Only 2 copper to activate with, but that's all right.
Get that go again. Swing again. Why not? A nice wide turn. pulling those cards, forcing those blocks, and getting full tempo.
And Colin is working his way towards those in the swings, which are probably just going to be the thing that close out this game because we're getting to the point where Peter can't play around them.
Yeah. Did he pitch them away? I don't think I saw them.
One of them was pitched.
Okay, okay. What a masterful pitch stack Colin Erickson put together.
I tell you, he is really, really good at this deck. 3 on this Centauri Saber.
And
here's the
there's
last manifestations.
Oh,
and it's
and
devoted to the block.
He has to block. Oh my gosh. That's
there are no more manifestations of Miragai in Peter Budensik's deck.
You can see Colin Erickson's body language speeding up. He's getting excited about his prospects for this game.
He wants to close this game out, and he wants to do it right now.
There it is. Raise an army. Gonna get... Oh, I'm sorry.
He's just playing it to get it in the graveyard so he can activate Kasai.
Smart. No gold, but Kasai activation to create that gold. Really getting a lot of value just from using the gold for those free sword swings.
And this one is free because he created the Vigor token off the back of drinking a glass of wine last turn. He's not indicating it in his pitch stack, but he did have the resources to pay for that. So this is 2 go again. Peter responding with a Enigma activation and also a Restless Coalescence. Blade Runner is the reaction, giving this double go again and buffing that Centauri Saber that's sure to follow.
Players just figuring out how this resolves. 2 ward destroyed.
This is a high-stakes moment here, folks.
Centauri Saber coming in. 2 cards in hand.
Whoever loses this match is facing elimination here at the Players' Championship.
Colin just arsenals and passes. 12 life to work with.
That is a really good place to be, not to mention that he's still got all of his fridge online.
Yeah.
Activating Enigma is Peter Budensik in what could be one of the last turn cycles of his AGE career in Season 2.
Colin's still committing blocks, just understanding that his life total matters. His cards not as much in this spot.
So Colin no longer has the yellow cards in his graveyard to activate Kasai, which ostensibly means there's no gold tokens that are going to be generated anytime soon, and maybe that Raise an Army is not going to be a relevant card the rest of this day.
Yeah, just yellow pitch strip is all he needs.
Do we have the go again, Colin?
There it is.
We do, in the form of a yellow Blade Runner.
Is he going to do double go again draw? He's thinking about it. Nope. Just pitches away the that card.
The Glint the Quicksilver. So here we go. Centauri Saber for 4.
That's a break point.
And Peter is becoming more and more inner chi rich in this deck that is moving through 2nd and 3rd cycle.
Those inner chis do not block.
No, indeed. They technically kind of sort of block for 1
okay, they block for
because you activate Enigma, but if you have multiples in your hand, that second one is not going to block for anything. And that is exactly how Colin was able to take out Moises Lopez earlier on in this day.
Yep.
Blocking for 3 with the Rage Spectre, ostensibly 4 with that floating Spectral Shield. Colin having to think. Possibly counting his way to that in the swing. Okay.
He would love to close this out. And that in the swing is just the way he can do it. One of the many ways.
He couldn't have done it on that turn because Peter is still sitting on that Restless Coalescence. Colin just biding his time.
There's that heart, but I guess it's not a heart game.
No, indeed. Only 1 value generated on that heart, but that's the better of the 2 situations, I think, Michael.
You heard it here. Sell your hearts. They're useless.
Right, you are, Michael. And we've got that blue overpower making its way into the hand for the 3rd time this game.
That is a potential game closer.
Perhaps not on this.
See Colin check the graveyard to see how many D-reacts are left in the deck before employing that version of victory.
On Peter's side of the board, you're saying, right?
Yep.
I think he's out. I have to imagine so because Peter only shuffled his deck.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he shuffled it kind of midway through because of the traverse. Here we go. Glint the Quicksilver drawing a card.
Clearing up those wards on the board.
And here's the 1 of Overpower in Colin Erickson's deck, which because Peter has blocked with a card here, is going to buff this attack.
Yep. Comes
Possibly,
in for +4.
Indeed. Goodbye, ward board.
1 chi in Peter's hand.
And then 2 3 blocks. So perhaps not lights out this turn. But Colin is chipping away.
Oh.
That card's got dominate, Michael.
It sure does. What is in the arsenal of Peter? It's not a D-react, is
I
it?
think it's still that Spears of Surreality that he never was able to deploy.
I think this might be it.
It's quite possible, Michael. So, yeah, no, because Peter can only send
He
one
has the
block for
one
3 from
chi,
hand
right,
and
so
then
that's
activate
4,
the chi.
And then that's not 2
Has
plus
Colin
4 is
Erickson
6?
done it? Has Colin made his way to the top 8, playing the deck that nobody thought could get there with this many Enigmas in the field? Yep, Spears of Surreality in the arsenal. It's decided. It's a foregone conclusion at this point, folks.
Yep.
Activate Enigma, create the Spectral Shield, take
Peter
2.
Going through the motions, and
Down goes Peter
the
Budensick
game.
in favor of Colin Erickson, who has punched his ticket to the top 8 of the Players' Championship,
wow,
Michael.
what a game.
Yeah, and he was never really on the back foot as far as we know.
No.
That's the second Enigma he's taken down
I'm
today.
super impressed with this Kasai deck playing into Enigma. It's supposed to be, like Peter said, a 20% win rate, and Colin just smoked him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Colin says, I'll show you 20%. I'm going to win that 20%.
Yeah.
More than 20%, stats out.
Yeah, no, that was correct. That was the
That's
line.
the terminology. I'm just too
I mean,
excited.
so
That
now
was such an amazing game.
He's 2-1 against Enigmas today,
Mhm.
and he's gonna have to face more. I have to presume
Mhm.
in the top 8. Who punched their tickets of the Enigmas?
So actually, we've lost 3 Enigmas
lost
at least.
3, so only 2, maybe 1.
Uh,
Making it through.
Well, we know Chris Ioli has
Okay.
made it through.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we know Zachary Wallach
Okay,
made it through
okay,
as well.
so at least 2.
But that being said, from 5 Enigmas down to 2, Colin is only improving his chances against this supposed 20% matchup.
Yeah, and I did talk to him. I think he said that Zachary Wallach has a scary deck a little bit more on the offensive side. So we'll have to see how things line up in the top 8.
In the
We're gonna
meantime,
get
we're going to get the boy wonder,
Uh-huh.
Colin Erickson, in for an interview. We're going to take a
Awesome.
2-minute break, and then we'll be back with that and more Flesh and Blood after this. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with Colin Pewter, the boy wonder, Kasai B. Diff himself. Colin, that was an excellent example of the way you can take down an Enigma with the underdog, Kasai the Golden Sand. How do you feel?
Thank you. I feel great. I was a little worried going into this because there were like 5 Enigmas, and sometimes it's not a great matchup. But then, of course, I play 3 of them, so that was a fun experience. Yeah, I was really worried. We ended up coming in like 2-2, 1-1 against Enigma, beat a Florian, lost to a new, and then here we had Enigma, and I was like, this is the final boss. I've lost to Enigma twice on camera, and it was like pretty bad. It was like 34-0, 33-0. So I'm just like, come on, one of these times I can really show what this deck can do, and we got there.
You absolutely got there, and not only got there once today, you also had probably an even more nail-biting matchup against Moises Lopez earlier today. That came down to the final cards in deck. Tell me about that one.
Yes, that was a full-on grind fest. We were talking like we kind of punched through that initial wall of the armor and the first mirror guy, and then we ended up like after the third mirror guy, after the coalescences were gone, we were grinding it out, and quite literally it was the final cards in deck to go precision press, pitching Heart of Fiendal, my last card in deck.
A blue precision press, mind you.
Blue precision press, yes. Not that red really does anything, because red just gives it piercing 3 instead of piercing 1.
Sure.
His equipment was long gone by then.
Yeah.
But that plus a swing and then and an activation of Iron Song Versus, getting 1 more courage to come in for 3 again, and then that was it.
Daggum.
So, feels good.
So I was telling chat about the conversation you were having with Peter Budensic when you guys were being our models for the cameras this morning. Do you happen to remember what percentage value Peter assigned to your matchup into Enigma?
I think it may have been 2080, unless it was.
It was.
So it was Charles.
No, it was 20.
We had a couple people kind of saying like, Kasai is not so great here. But hopefully I've changed that number a little bit.
And honestly, in our discourse on the AG Pro Team, you have admittedly, of all people, has admittedly said Kasai is not in a great place right now. Despite that fact, you brought her today. Tell me why.
Okay, so there's a couple reasons here. And the main thing I was looking to hit were all the decks trying to take down Enigma. A lot of these aggressive decks, Kasai feels super comfortable into, just blocking 2 or 3 cards, and then like pitching a gold, getting go again, drawing another card, and just playing on these 5-card hands, or against some of these new matchups like the Earth Heroes as well. Kasai, I think Raisin Army works great there, and you're like just super turboing it out to the point. And actually, in the Florian matchup, I was like, we cut the attack actions, we cut a bunch of stuff down to 60 just to get it was. Beeline to Raisin Army for 3, hit it, go, and that's what ended up winning the matchup.
Wow.
And I think Kasai works pretty well into there. And then my round 1 opponent, Moises, is usually an aggro player. He's usually like KO and Katsu, maybe not Katsu this time.
Unfortunately, he was on Zen, and then he essentially aged out because of the banning of the books.
Yeah. So I was expecting something a little bit more aggressive. And that's what actually, that was like the nail in the coffin. That was like, we're going to keep balance in the sideboard. We're gonna be ready for this. Turns out only 1 KO here, no lightning heroes. So that was a little bit surprising. But I ended up going through the day being like, okay, as long as I'm not like Enigma every round, I was feeling all right, because there are definitely sometimes, like it happened in round 2 where I was against Chris Iali on Enigma as well, where he just kind of had the stuff and ran me over, and it was another one of those games where it's like 20-something to 0, and it happens. But fortunately, with the turn choice and my deck cooperating just a little bit, along with a couple clutch plays, I think it ended up.
How about a lot of it? How about those 2 shunts that lined up really nicely?
Those shunts felt amazing. It was mirror guy, shunt mirror guy. It's gone. We're good. There's no 6 layers of coalescence, and then use the shield on coalescence. And
yeah, normally Enigma has a lot of game into those shunts or the reckless swings on the side of the brute. And honestly, your first 2 red shunts were pretty ineffectual because of that crazy sacred art turn on the side of Peter.
Yeah. It ends up like if they have their defenses up, the value of shunt kind of like drops down. Like the first shunt. When you're getting it on those turns where they're just attacking with Mirror Guy, no cards in hand, feels amazing. But once you're getting to it's like, I want to tear through his whole board state, well, triple shunt only does so much. That's 3 spectral shields, and sometimes he just makes a lot of them.
Now, Kasai is one of these decks that operates kind of on a proposition of incremental value over the course of the game, right? And her numbers inherently aren't insane, but when you stack up these little points of value that are gaining and gaining and gaining all throughout the game. For example, Heart of Fjendal, which I believe in your Moises game gained about 5 life or so.
Yeah. Something like that.
And then in this case, maybe Heart of Fjendal wasn't the value engine that it was against Peter, but how much value do you think you got off those Valiant Dynamos, Colin?
Oh, a lot. I may have to go back later and actually count it out, but I think that was probably like at least 8 points of value. And
I feel like we might have been above 10, honestly.
Maybe, yeah, because like it's just such consistent value. And when you get into these like grindy end games with Enigma, at some point they will go like activate a shield on their turn, attack with it. You give a card, activate a shield on the Enigma's turn, attack, and then you're blocking one with the Dynamo. You're pitching Heart of Fjendal to gain a life on your turn, and that's just like 2 points of value, and you just kind of sit there at like a couple life points. And that was what happened against Moises. I was like at 2 or 3, and he kept, sending attacks, but he's just getting fatigued, and just ran it out.
Yeah, Colin, you are we think the youngest player here, not only in age but also in your time as a part of this game. You joined when?
I joined in, I guess it would be like October in Bright Lights. So it's been just about a year now.
And I think you are a shining example of what AGE wants to be. It's a think tank basically of the best of Southern California, and when you play here, you become an amazing player. I was talking to chat about how your gem buddy for the first like 3 AGE Opens was none other than Charles Dunn, number
absolutely.
3 seed here at Players Championship. Talk to me about how much you learned from him and how instrumental that was to your rise as a good player in this game.
Oh, so much. Like just being able to be here every month, being able to go to armories, and just constantly having that rivalry. And I was facing Charles Dunn not just in AGE events, but also like pro quests and other stuff. And at some point, I jokingly had like 1 or 2 cards that was just, this is the Charles Dunn board in case we get like super fatigue, because you know it's coming.
That's the way it goes sometimes. Gem like really draws you into certain people. Like I famously am always against Zachary Wallach like round 3 of every single event that I go to, and that's just kind of the way it is. Unfortunately for you, you've got one of the best in the entire nation.
But hey, like good training partner. He has definitely taught me a lot of things, and he has he's done some stuff that I just haven't seen in other places. Like I think one of the times where he managed to full fatigue my Kasai list, even though I raised an army for 4, and usually that's curtains. That's it. But things like that have maybe like re-examine it, and even just everyone else here, like not even just Charles, but we're talking about Chris Iali. We're talking, I believe in our other seeds we have Evan, we have possibly Zach, we have just a lot of people with plenty of accomplishments to their name, and just so much support to give both here and on the pro team in testing and talking, and it's just been such an amazing experience.
Absolutely. I'm really stoked to hear that, and it's nice to hold up a gleaming example of what AGE means, and I think you're that, Colin. And it gives me a lot of pride to see you ascend to the top 8 through such difficult matchups, ones that I would really not want to be playing myself, but you did it masterfully and seemingly with ease. So massive congratulations to you, and we will see you in top 8. Yeah. Until then, folks, we're going to take a short break. We are going to announce and pair our top 8, select a match, and be back with more Flesh and Blood. Are we moving to a new stream, Christine? Yes. All right, we're going to be moving to a new stream, as is tradition, for the top 8. So it'll be the same channel. Don't go anywhere on YouTube necessarily, but do click the link for the new stream for top 8. Make sure you don't miss any of the action. For more Colin Erickson, for more Chris Iali, and the rest of us here at Arcane Games and Events, stay tuned.
I'll see you there.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got just a brief interlude here as we tell you about what has transpired so far on the floor. I've got Marcus Brown here, who is watching all the other games that weren't caught on stream to fill you in with that, as well as some updates on our stream coming up. It won't be here, so we'll tell you about that in a second. But first, Marcus, tell us what you saw and how these players all ended up in the top 8 bracket.
So, unfortunately, we had Fuzzy Delp narrowly lose it to Alan Huang, who brought it through with a maximum velocity into pistol shot for exact lethal in that matchup, which means that he's resulted in the top 8 here.
Yeah.
We also have the other Florian in Zane Johnson squeaking through after a bit of a slog into Anthony Pham on -IE. And as we saw on stream here, against all odds, against Enigma again, Colin Erickson pulling it through with Kasai.
Yeah. And I was just talking about how the Enigma he wanted to face the least was Zachary Wallach, and there he is paired up against him. So good luck to Colin and good luck to Zachary in that game. We see 2 -IOs, 2 of 2 for the day, making it into the top 8. So congratulations to Tyler and Alan, doing really good work on that aggro deck, as well as Zane Johnson on his Florian. Chris Ayali and Zachary Wallach, the 2 Enigma players that made it through, and Evan Bridges on KO. Of course, Grant Strom on New and Tyler Horsepool on Dash is going to be the first game that we watch. Not on this stream, but on the other one. Links will be provided, so make sure that you move over to that stream. Anything else going on today? Any other news on the floor?
Not really. That's kind of it. Those were the stories that led up to our top 8. So please don't go away. Just migrate to the next stream. We'll be right back very soon.